And easy. Watch Sports Night and win only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
If ever you're not satisfied with one of our tires, please feel free to bring it back. Thank you. Discount Tire Company.
Low prices, more choices on the world's best brands like Michelin and B.F. Goodrich.
Tuesday, it's Game 2 from the UC as Ben Gordon leads the Bulls charge against Dwayne Wade in the Heat in high definition. Coverage starts with Bulls pregame live. Bulls, Heat, Game 2. Tuesday night at 6:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Sunny skies at Wrigley, 60 degrees, a perfect day for some April baseball right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Hello again, everyone. Welcome to Verizon Wireless Cubs pregame live. Cubs and Cards getting ready to take the field. I'm alongside the ladies' man, Dan Plesac. Mitch Robinson, don't deny it. Cubs come home, Dan. They're trying to feed off Rich Hill's outing in Atlanta, show the defending world champs their new look, as well as continue recent domination. They have taken the 2 last season series from the Cardinals.
I mean, this is really a big series for the Cubs. I think coming off that big win last night, Rich Hill has really been a shot in the arm. He has carried over the great month of September he had last year. And really, Rich Hill and Ted Lilly, you'd be hard-pressed right now to find 2 better left-handed starting pitchers on one team right now. They both have been spectacular. And the strides that Rich Hill has made since last season, he's beginning to figure it out. And you can just see game by game that the game is moving slower. He's able to correct his mistakes. And that's one of the signs when you start to see a young pitcher start to figure things out. He's able to stop the bleeding before it gets too bad. And he's been dynamite.
Only took you about 13 years to figure that out. 14. Give or take 2. We'll get back to Rich Hill talking a little bit, but let's step outside where Josh Moore is standing by live at Wrigley Field. Josh, we just showed the shot from Wrigley. This is now finally baseball weather, isn't it?
Oh, I can tell you this, Mitch. I'm dressed way too warmly. I have the varsity jacket on here instead of the windbreaker. Let's just say I have small children and my windbreaker is out of commission. I'm sure you can empathize with that. But it's a gorgeous day here. It's the Cubs and the Cardinals. It feels like baseball. Unfortunately, Alfonso Soriano is still out of commission. He, of course, was hurt earlier this week diving for a ball in Monday's win over the San Diego Padres. Now, the good news is that Soriano feels much better. He's been icing his hamstring almost constantly. He's going to run again tomorrow, and it's pretty clear that Soriano wants to return sooner rather than later.
We'll see maybe today or tomorrow how I feel, and from there maybe play Sunday, or who knows tomorrow.
When you say play, do you mean start as opposed to being available off the bench?
Yeah. Start, like, because I like to play 9 innings, but always, Luz had the last call, so that's, always I'm ready to play, but, the manager had the last call, so.
We could use him to pinch hit, but it's a risky thing. I mean, you're sitting there in cool weather, and you're not real loose. I mean, if we really had to, we could, but we'd probably stay away from it if we could.
Okay, so he is available off the bench in an emergency today, maybe more available as the weekend progresses. Looks like he's probably going to return to the starting lineup Monday or Tuesday, but Soriano clearly wants to come back sooner than that. The Cubs are back after their brief foray to Atlanta. They get that win behind Rich Hill's excellent start yesterday. A big momentum boost as they come in to face their arch rivals, the St. Louis Cardinals. And for a lot of guys on this team, with all of the roster turnover, this is their first experience with the Cubs-Cardinals rivalry.
I don't know much, but I do know when I came into the ballpark today, some fan says a beautiful sunny day and the Cardinals are in town. What a better day than this. I mean, I guess that says it all. I'm not too too attuned to the rivalry, but leaving the city today, I saw a lot of Cardinal fans with their Cardinal jackets downtown. So yeah, it'll be a fun day. Be a fun weekend.
I really don't know much about it. I just go out and treat it as another game. But I'm sure the fans, I can tell right now with the sea of blue and red, that it's going to be a fun day.
The last one, this whole day and a night and a day thing is unusual. You'll have a few more where you're. And in fact, we talk about the day and night thing. Of course, the Cubs played in Atlanta. It was a night game last night. They didn't get in until about 1 o'clock in the morning. This is the only time all season the Cubs have that, where they play a road night game and then come back to Wrigley Field for a day game. Cardinals didn't fare much better. Yeah, they played in the afternoon, but they were out on the West Coast. They only got here about an hour before the Cubs, so they may not be the sharpest teams today, but they'll certainly be competitive teams, the Cubs and the Cardinals. And a little later on in the show, we'll talk to Jason Marquis. He will start for the Cubs tomorrow. He, of course, knows this rivalry from the other side, having been a Cardinal prior to coming to the Cubs. Guys?
Thanks a lot, Josh. Have fun out there. All right, Dan, we take a look at today's pitching matchup brought to you by IPA, and we're talking Ted Lilly against Brandon Looper. And talk about Lilly. He's been nothing short of fantastic. 1-1. He's given up 5 earned runs in 19 innings, same ERA as Looper. 8-1 strikeout to walk ratio. He lost the 1-0 game, had 10 strikeouts in that Cincinnati. That was his last game. Opponents hitting only 164 against him. He has 1 win against St. Louis as a member of the Blue Jays. He did that a couple years ago in 2005. Now as Brandon Looper, former closer, 2-1 ERA of 2.37. And he has also allowed 5 in 19 innings of work. Here's a quick note. Cards have allowed 9 first-inning runs so far this season. And you talk about Brandon Looper and what a job he's done from a closer. But first touch on Lilly and what he's done. They always show that April is his strongest numbers. How has he been able to accomplish so far what he's put together?
I think one of the big keys is he's throwing a lot of strikes. You see 3 walks. I mean, you can't do much better than he has been around the plate. And I think one of the things he's done that has surprised a lot of the National League hitters, he has a good fastball that he can throw on both sides of the plate. And he's done a very good job of throwing his fastball on the inner half of the plate, particularly the couple of starts against the Cincinnati Reds. He was really aggressive on the inner third of the plate, and that sets up that big, slow curveball. He and Rich Hill, kind of similar styles, a little bit different way about going about things. Ted Lilly pitches down in the strike zone a little bit more. Rich Hill gets a lot of swings and misses on that elevated fastball, but both have been terrific as far as throwing strikes. And Looper, on the other hand, has made a nice conversion, being, for the most part, a lifelong relief pitcher, going into being a starting pitcher, which is not an easy thing to do. One thing he has going, a very good fastball. He throws in the low to mid-90s with a lot of sinking action on his fastball.
Looking at the Cardinals lineup, this is their everyday lineup until Juan Encarnacion can come back, and he is on his way back up from the minors. He's making progress, but David Eckstein, Duncan's been out there in left field. Always an adventure in the field for Duncan, but can hit the home run. Pujols, Roland, Edmonds, followed by Preston Wilson, Yadier Molina, and Adam Kennedy. Now, you look at this and you talk about Brandon Looper and what he's done and who he'll face. And then you look at one other note that for Brandon Looper has not allowed a run to the Cubs since 2005. Last year went 12 2/3 innings, did not give up 1 run to the Cubs.
Well, I think this is, that's a nice stat, but also this is a much different Cub lineup that he's going to be facing now than the lineup he's faced the previous couple of seasons. Derek Lee, for the most part, missed most of last season. He's going to be in the lineup. Aramis Ramirez is swinging a very good bat right now. Mark DeRosa is swinging a good bat. This is a much improved Cub team offensively, and he's going to have to bring his A game because this Cub team can hit.
You talk about Albert Pujols, and he got off to a slow start the first week of the season, really wasn't doing much. He found his home run stroke. What do you do when you're an opposing pitcher, especially someone like Ted Lilly, and you've got to throw to him? Is the key trying to get it inside and taking your chance?
Well, he's such a good hitter, and when he's swinging the bat well, there's no question he's the most dangerous right-handed hitter in baseball right now. One of the things that makes him so tough to pitch to, he gets spread out and he waits and he sees the ball a long time. When he's seeing the ball really well and he's swinging the bat really well, he gets a long look at the ball. He doesn't get out front and get jammed or get fooled by off-speed pitches. That's what makes him so tough. Similar to Barry Bonds type. They see the ball, they recognize pitches very well, and you just hope that during the course of the game that sooner or later Albert Pujols is going to heat up, and National League pitchers are going to pay the guy. His track record, what he's done has been off the charts his first few seasons in the big leagues. You just hope that you can contain the top part of that order, and that when he comes up, it's not with men in scoring position. And if you have to pretty much pitch around this guy. When he's swinging the bat well, he's as dangerous as there is in the game.
Yeah, first base is open and someone's on second. Welcome, which they did not do to Alex Rodriguez yesterday in the Bronx. Big mistake. Lou Piniella getting the crash course on being a Cub, at least in the scheduling department. For the only time this season, as Josh mentioned, the guys flew home from a night game to play an early day game, which has Sweet Lou juggling the lineup a bit, trying to keep his guys fresh.
One of the reasons that that we talked about versatility and keeping a rested club on the field. And you know, early in the season, if you look at all our players, except possibly for Blanco, everybody's gotten a lot of at-bats here early. Everybody's gotten a chance to play. And Henry's starting to get some at-bats now, too, because of the day-night situation. So, and, you know, once it, and sooner, I mean, sooner than later, we'll settle on set lineups. I'm not going to be switching around all summer, I can tell you that. We'll get it down specifically to what we want and go from there.
So going and playing both ends of the field there, switching it up for today, but saying that he won't do it all the time, Lou Piniella. Ryan Theriot leading off playing second. Cliff Lloyd batting in the second spot. You look up and down the numbers here. Aramis Ramirez has hit in all 11 games he's played this season. He's got a 17-game hitting streak dating back to last year, the longest one in the majors right now. David Wright has a 26-game hitting streak, though Ramirez 2 for 10 lifetime against Looper. So you look at this lineup. Henry Blanco playing. Now, he bats .333 against Looper. Michael Barrett, .636 with a couple doubles against Looper. But Sweet Lou going for a fresh catcher, especially the toughest position out there. How hard is it for guys, though, to step right in, fill it up, or do you like the idea of having fresh guys in there and not going with the regulars?
Well, I think one of the things that Lou Piniella recognizes, particularly playing in the National League, you're going to have to use all of your players. You're going to have to use your backup outfielders, your utility infielders. Everybody in the National League, the last thing you want to do as a manager, have 3 or 4 guys, not get any at-bats for 4 or 5 days, and all of a sudden you have to make a double switch, and you bring a guy that hasn't had a bat in, say, 4 or 5 days, and ask him not only to play the field, but to get a couple of bats in a crucial part of a game, in an 8th inning game, 9th inning game, if a game goes to extra innings. And you almost have to sacrifice short-term for gaining long-term. With a catcher like Michael Barrett, his numbers are terrific against Looper, but a day game after a night game, it's awful early in the season. I mean, you'd like to go to your horses, but there's going to be plenty of times in July, August, and September where you're going to have to run these guys out there every day. And the more rest that you can give them, and it's disappointing at times for fans because you want to see that potent lineup. But as a manager, you have to do a balancing act of trying to keep guys fresh, keep guys that aren't everyday players in the mix to get them enough bats, and you try to do that with your pitching staff also. And you see this a lot happen in the month of April, and I'm pretty sure that once you get 50, 60 games into this, there's going to be pretty much a set lineup against right-handers or left-handers, but you try to keep everybody involved this early in the season.
It doesn't even take 25 men to win a championship. Usually about 35 men with call-ups and injuries and everything it takes. As we get ready to go to break, the Cubs and Cardinals playing here on Comcast Sportsnet. It is baseball's version of the Hatfields and McCoys. Everyone ready for first pitch at 1:20. We'll be back with more breakdowns.
Golfers, play more and get more with the Chicago District Golf Association. The CDGA is for everyone who plays the game. For more than 90 years, the CDGA has promoted amateur golf for beginners, juniors, men, women, families, seniors, and everyday champions. We service the game and over 90,000 members. Located at Midwest Golf House, the CDGA is at the center of amateur golf in the Midwest. If you're passionate about golf, the CDGA has what you want. Upgrade your basic membership to a CDGA Platinum membership to receive special green fees and more.
Hi, I'm Jim Thome. Want to know what makes a winning team? A great lineup, outstanding performance, and numbers nobody can beat.
Expect the best, get the best.
At Schaumburg Dodge.
For the first time ever, Schaumburg Dodge is offering 0% financing for 72 months on their most popular 2006 vehicles, like Dodge Caravan, Ram trucks, and Durango.
Savings, service, and selection go with the fan favorite at Schaumburg Dodge.
Your #1 team for your next car, truck, or SUV.
On Gulf Road.
Guys, you had to know this was coming.
Actually, we feel blindsided. We just weren't expecting you to block us.
Well, after last week's episode, what am I going to do? There are children in this house, Marcelo. You're telling me you're all going to go straight and start acting like kittens? Stop shivving each other in the prison yard?
Shanking.
What?
It's a verb. To shank.
Look, I'm not asking you to change your ways. I'm just blocking you so the kids can't see. Now, who wants lemonade?
If ever you're not satisfied with one of our tires, please feel free to bring it back. Thank you. Discount Tire Company.
Low prices, more choices on the world's best brands like Michelin and BF Goodrich.
The best damn sports show, period. Come on in and be our guest for Sports Television's nightly party. The best damn sports show, period. Weeknights on Comcast Sportsnet.
Your age doesn't matter.
Your race doesn't matter.
Man or woman.
Tall
or small.
Doesn't matter.
One organ donor can save up to 25 lives.
I want you to join together with the band.
Boys can save girls.
Cubs fans can even save Sox fans.
And Card fans.
Doesn't matter who you are.
What matters is...
What matters is...
will you help?
Will you help?
Will you help?
Will you help?
Welcome back. There it is, Wrigley Field, getting ready for the Cubs and Cardinals right here on Comcast Sportsnet. First pitch at 1:20. Dan Plesac and Mitch Robinson here. And, of course, the Cubs coming off that outstanding pitching performance by Rich Hill. The Cubs beat the Braves last night 3-0. Let's look back at the highlights. In Atlanta, we pick it up in the top of the fourth inning. Michael Barrett gets it and gets it good. His second homer of the season, a solo shot. Cubs jump out to the lead. Bottom of the fourth, Hill looking strong. Matt Diaz at the dish. Inside fastball, not afraid to come inside. Puts him down 7 strikeouts for Hill. Top of the sixth, Aramis Ramirez. Oh, the hit streak is alive and well and living in Atlanta. Solo blast, second of the year, 2-0 Cubs. Eighth inning. Chipper Jones grounds one to third. Ramirez, great glove, gets the out. 8 shutout innings for Hill. The Cubs win it 3-0. Look at Hill's start to the season. It's fantastic. Tied for the best record in baseball. He has the lowest ERA in baseball, the second lowest opponent's batting average. Add in the 1 earned run and only the 8 hits allowed, and Rich is at the top of the hill. Dan, this is a guy who had a coming out party down the stretch last year in September. Finally got the hang of it after a couple call-ups and then being sent back down to Iowa to get it. Locked up a spot in Arizona this spring and now is really taken off.
Well, he's really taken off. And you can just see that he's in command of his emotions. And I think that's one of the toughest things for young players or young pitchers is the ability to slow the game down. At times when you get in trouble, you have a tendency to try to throw a little bit harder, to throw a curveball that's better than the one that you threw just before. And I think you often hear about that term, the light going off. I think right now what he's seeing, he's able to correct his mistakes because he's in control of his body, and mentally the game is not going 1,000 miles an hour. And that's one of the most difficult things, and it's something that all players fight throughout their career, whether it be a position player or a pitcher, to have the ability as a pitcher to take it 1 pitch at a time. And you have to forget about the last outing. You have to forget about the pitch 2 pitches ago that ended up in the seats. And if you can just focus your attention on the most important thing, which is the next pitch. You often hear about what is the best pitch in baseball? Is it strike one? Is it a fastball? The best pitch and the most important pitch is the next one that you're going to throw. And a lot of times when the wheels start falling off, there are so many things going through your mind about a scouting report, where a hitter likes the ball. Does he like the ball down? Does he like it in? Does he like the ball up? Is he off speed? Is he a first pitch fastball? You have so many things going through your mind that you're forgetting to pay attention to what is just the most important thing, executing the next pitch. And that's what all of the great pitchers do. If you watch a guy like Greg Maddux, he makes it look so easy. He's calm. He's in control of his emotions. And I think a lot of times young pitchers think that, you want to get emotionally involved in the game, and sometimes that can work against you. If you can almost slow the game down, take it pitch by pitch, try to execute the pitch. All you can do is select a pitch, try to execute it, and once the ball leaves your hand, you're really not in much control about where the ball is going to be hit, who it's going to be hit to, but you are in control of, before you make that pitch, having a lot of things that go through. What is the right pitch? What's the count? You have control of that, and he's doing a great job right now of just taking it 1 pitch at a time.
I'm going to ask you this question probably knowing what I'm going to hear, but with Ted Lilly and with Rich Hill, you've got a pair of lefties. Is there still a mystique about having a great lefty on a pitching staff?
I don't think there's any question. I think one of the things that it helps the Cubs, you're in a division where you can negate some left-handed power. You turn Lance, if you're playing the Houston Astros, you turn Berkman from a left-handed hitter to a right-handed hitter. His power is better from the left side than the right side. There are several teams, Jim Edmonds today. You're able to take Ken Griffey, Adam Dunn for the Cincinnati Reds. you're taking big left-handed bats. So a lot of teams, their power source is from the left side. And it's not that they're not going to hit home runs off the lefties, but the numbers lefty on lefty certainly are a lot smaller, and anytime you can get that kind of matchup, and for the most part, a lot of hitters are batting practice pitchers. Most of the pitching you see coming up from Little League all the way up is from the right side, and anything that is different with a left-hander, it's a change.
You were a lockdown lefty, weren't you?
Yes, I was. I was glad I was left-handed, too. I'd have been one and done.
Time now to head back out to Wrigley Field. Josh Moore with the former Cardinal Jason Marquis, who'll get the start tomorrow.
All right, thanks very much, Jason. The obvious first question is, you get to see this rivalry from the other side tomorrow. What's going through your mind about that?
You know, the rivalry is not so much more of the players, it's more of the fans. So that's a good thing about it. They create such a great atmosphere here, and I think the players feed off of it. You know, I don't think there's any bit of rivalry between players, you know, because obviously a lot of us have been teammates in other places. So, you know, it makes for a good atmosphere, and we're looking for a good series.
But, you know, that's another good point. I mean, you're obviously still very close with these guys, just watching the way they greet you when they see you for the first time. And that's got to still feel good about being able to keep those friendships, even as the colors change.
Oh, definitely. You know, I spent 3 years of my life there, 3 great years. So, you know, that doesn't change relationships just because I throw in a new uniform. But, you know, when I'm on the mound, it's a whole different ball game. Obviously, I'm a Cub now, and you know, we're looking to win this division. So, you know, I'm gonna try my best ability, execute my game plan, and if anybody else has any questions on, you know, what I think about them, you know, I'm there. So.
Well, it's been a different ball game for you. A great start last time out for you against San Diego. What did you do differently that has started you off so well this year, and what do you hope to be able to keep doing?
Well, I just made a couple mechanical adjustments, and you know, I've been able to repeat them over and over again, and that's what I'm looking for. You know, I'm willing to take my stuff out here every time and take my chances. So I'm try to stay consistent with what I'm doing and not try anything more and anything less. So
we wish you the best of luck with that, and I'm sure it's going to be extra fun for you tomorrow.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
That's Jason Marquis. He is the starter on Saturday when the Cubs take on the Cardinals. But we've got a Friday game for the Cubs with Ted Lilly on the hill. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Josh. Oh, I'm glad we showed up then. Yeah. Friday game. First pitch at 120. We're getting ready for that. When we come back, here's the tease of all teases. That man's keys to a victory for the Cubs. You don't want to miss it. He's always right. Really.
Our Just for Men Stay in the Game highlight comes from last night's Cubs-Braves game. Runners on first and third. Rich Hill gets Mark Redmond to strike out swinging to end the inning and end the threat. Stay in the game with Just for Men hair color.
Single again. Will I still look eligible with gray hair? Is that all people will see? How do you make a clean break?
Just for Men stops gray from hiding who you are. Easy with 5-minute Target Gray technology.
Dating again is easier than I thought. And you wonder, why did I ever put up with gray hair?
Let the real you come through. Stay in the game with Just for Men.
For some people, there's only one airline that fits. United Economy Plus offers more legroom than any other U.S. airline. United, it's time to fly.
Northside, Southside, Uptown, Downtown, Upstate, Downpour. On the town, on the run, way off the beaten path. Acceleration, navigation, off-road, on-road, safe, secure, and spacious. 7 passengers, 6 days, 5 suitcases, 400 miles, 3 inches of rain, 2 stops in paradise, 1 extraordinary vehicle.
No matter what the circumstance, you'll always want to take your Land Rover LR3. Designed for the extraordinary. Visit your local Land Rover center.
Honda presents Spring into Action 3. Starring Honda's on- and off-road bikes, personal watercraft, and ATVs. Featuring up to $1,500 in bonus bucks and payments as low as $39 a month upon approved credit. Honda presents Spring into Action 3 sales event. The world may never be the same, ever.
Hawkeye Motor works, so you can play right on.
We should have gone to Shop NBC.
Whether it's cosmetics or fitness, jewelry or skincare, fashion, electronics, computers, and more, Shop NBC is the place to look good and feel great. Shop 24 hours a day on TV and online.
Now this is shopping.
Shop NBC. Be good to yourself.
The Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Ted Lilly, Henry Blanco getting down the signals for today's game. Your starting battery right there. The fist, is that the one that means beat him?
No, that he's probably telling him, hey, listen now, Hank, don't tell him what's coming. Sometimes you have a bad relationship with your catcher. They'll get you back.
I saw that on Bull Durham once. First pitch at 1:20 right here on Comcast Sportsnet. And now time, as I promised you, for Dan Plesac's Lexus Keys to the Game. Dan?
Well, I think really two important keys for the Cubs. David Eckstein is really the kind of the guy that makes this offense go. When he gets on base, he disrupts pitchers. He's not a fast guy, but he steals bases. He knows when to run, and he really sets the table for the bottom part of that batting order.
He's pesky.
He's a pesky, and I tell you what, he's a winning player. And I think the big key is containing Albert Pujols. Forget the batting average. It's early on in the season. This guy is a very dangerous, and in my opinion, the best right-handed hitter in baseball right now. There isn't a pitch he can't hit. There isn't a part of the ballpark he can't drive it out. Just hope that he stays. Keep that batting average down, and if you have a chance to pitch around him, don't let him beat you, and let him get all of his numbers when they leave town Monday.
Stay with us. We're almost at the top of the hour. We're getting set for the Cubs and Cards Game 1 of a weekend series right here on Comcast Sportsnet.
Feldco Shower of Savings ends April 30th. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors.
Call 866.
For Feldco. For quality windows, siding, and doors.
Call 866 for
SBL.
DCO.
Call 866 for Feldco.
April showers bring new windows. It's Feldco's April Shower of Savings. The more you buy, the more you'll save on energy-efficient Feldco windows. And we'll include your bathroom window free.
Hurry before these shower of savings end. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors.
Call 866
for Feldco.
You guys ready?
For the glorious future
of entertainment.
Ooh, you can get it now.
right here on what looks to be one of the finest machines that I've ever seen up close and personal.
You like it? I can't wait. This is going to be so awesome.
This is VCast Mobile TV. Channel surf instantly and see your favorite channels in digital quality. Real TV, now on your phone. Exclusively from Verizon Wireless.
All new mowers look good, but Saturday morning is no time to find out your new mower won't start. You have things to do. A lawnmower is only as good as the engine that powers it.
Hey, mister.
If you don't have a Briggs & Stratton, you don't know what you have. Briggs & Stratton, the power within.
SAP is affordable solutions for companies like ours. I have a sneaky feeling the world of high-precision electronic gas pressure gauges is about to change.
Think we'll make it?
I don't want to get left behind. Gonna love my baby all the time.
It has everything you expect of a European luxury import. And protects the luxury of life like you only expect from a Volvo. Introducing the all-new Volvo S80.
Lease a 2007 S80 3.2 for $439 a month for 24 months.
Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Sit. Watch.
The bleachers will be filling up very shortly. First pitch at 1:20 between the Cubs and Cardinals right here on Comcast Sportsnet. The Cubs are 2-5 in the first homestand, looking to do much better around this time as they start a 6-game homestand. The guys playing 19 of the first 23 at Wrigley, so you hope they take advantage of the schedule. Here are some positive signs when you look at today's game. The Cardinals score 3 or less runs. They are 0-9 in the year, and when they trail after 7, they are only 1-8 on the year.
You're just a stat guy right now, aren't you?
I have moments.
Wow. No, I think this is a big series for the Cubs. I mean, you know, coming off this brief 2-game road trip to Atlanta, the first game of the series was a game they felt like they got away from him. The last day of the homestand, the extra inning, 14-inning loss to San Diego Padres. This team needs to start winning some close games. And one of the things, the starting pitching has been very good. With the exception of Carlos Zambrano, hasn't been as good as we had hoped or as advertised early part of the season. He struggled last year in the month of April and turned down the last 4 months. He was terrific, but they really need him to get going. Rich Hill, Ted Lilly have been terrific. Jason Marquis also has been very good.
Today, cold 60-degree weather. The wind doesn't look like to be a big factor today. If you can keep the ball down, always at Wrigley a factor, you have a good chance of winning.
Oh, there's no question that one thing that Ted Lilly has done very well, 3 walks and 3 starts. It's so important when you're playing in conditions that the wind is going to be blowing out as the weather starts to warm up. The least amount of base runners that you can just give on base as far as walks, hit batters, the better off you are. You're going to give up some home runs. Hopefully they're solo shots.
All right, time now. We head out to Wrigley Field to Len Casper and Bob Brenly, the gentlemen who will call this exciting game for us. Guys, game 1 of always a hotly contested series at Wrigley.
Yeah, this is always fun when the Cardinals and Cubs get together, and the Cubs really put one on the world champions. It sounds strange to say that, and the Cubs come in here and need to play better at home, Bob.
They definitely need to play better at home. Right now, Pittsburgh is the only team in the National League that does not have a home victory. The Cardinals only have 1. The Cubs have 2. We definitely need to improve on that number.
Got to look back at last night as the Cubs shut out the Atlanta Braves 3-0, the final score, as they earned a split in that short 2-game series. This game was all about Rich Hill. Once again, 3 starts, 3 wins. He was in complete command throughout the game. In fact, Bob, the Braves only put a guy at third base 1 time all night.
Had everything working. He was locating his fastball in, out, up, down, had the big curveball working, threw a couple of change-ups. Michael Barrett helped out with a solo home run.
That ended up being a game winner, and the Cubs later would add a little bit of insurance as Aramis Ramirez in the 6th inning with a solo blast off Mark Redmond. Career home run number 198. For the Cubs third baseman, just snuck it over the yellow line as Matt Diaz went crashing into the barrier. And then the former Brave, Mark DeRosa, with a 2-base hit, the overshift in the outfield. That was a long run for their left fielder, Diaz. So 3-0, and then Ryan Dempster, who's been terrific as well. Before that, great defense by Aramis Ramirez, robbing Chipper Jones of what would have been a base hit. And 8 strong shutout innings for Rich Hill last night. He gets the win. He's 3-0. Ryan Dempster with his 3rd save, and timely offense. It was good to see from the Cubs. And defensively, Bob, we've seen this team make some really big plays as well.
Yeah, that's the thing that kind of went unnoticed in the ballgame last night. Rich Hill was so dominant, a couple of solo home runs, some clutch hitting, but the defense was stellar last night.
Well, Rich Hill's leading the world in just about every category, and he's standing by on the field with Josh Mora. Josh?
All right, Len, thanks very much. Rich, this is now 3 really strong starts in a row. Your confidence level just has to be at an all-time high for yourself.
Yeah, it's up there, especially from last year, and this was the plan to pick up where I left off last year and carry it into this season.
Nonetheless, it has to be extremely rewarding to see that plan come to fruition as well as it has.
Yeah, and if you stay on the aggressive side of the ball and you go out there and you attack, things are going to work out for you.
Watching now some of the national highlight shows, you're starting to get a little bit of a name. Beyond Chicago, there are people who are starting to notice you. Have you begun to feel the residual effects of that yet?
Not really. I mean, just as long as I keep the same plan as I've been taking into each game, is to go out there and with the same attack mode and to go out there and stay on the aggressive side of the ball, like I said before. Just to keep that one pitch at a time attitude is the way to go about it.
Do you feel your teammates starting to not lean on you as the ace, but look at you as in a way that maybe they didn't until the end of last season when you were able to have this kind of success for the first time?
Well, I mean, just to go out there and keep the team in the ball game is really what you're looking forward to. If you can go out there and you put up some innings and you stay in the ball game for a little while, you're going to give the team a good chance to win.
How about the support you have from the other starting pitchers? It's different when last year, you ended as the oldest guy on the staff, even older than Carlos.
Yeah, well, it's been great having Ted and Jason around, and with Wade and Carlos. So we've all been, everything's been going really well, and Ted and Jason and I have been, we talk a lot about baseball in between the starts, and we go out there and just on how we can work on different things, and if we see something with someone else, and with me, it's more so my cutter. It's more of a slider. We're trying to work on it to be a cutter, and it's been a lot of fun.
Is it different to be able to have those kind of relationships with guys who are established as pitchers as opposed to guys who are kids like yourself up for the first couple of times?
Well, I think it's who can you learn? I mean, you can learn from everybody. So I think if you look at younger guys and older guys, and you get a good mix of that, and it works out pretty well.
Hey, tell me a little bit about this team and where it is. You know, a year ago, you were not up here. They were 9-5 to start the season, and still ended up with a 96-loss season. At 5-9, just judging from the locker room, it doesn't seem that too many guys are fazed by where you are.
No, we're fine. We're going to be, everything's just as soon as we start getting, the hitting and the pitching to work together and everything to come together, we're going to be fine. This is a great ball club.
And always fun to have the Cardinals in town. I'm sure you're a little disappointed not to get to pitch in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a great series. Being from Boston, too, knowing about the Boston Yankee series, and now the Cub being part of the Cub Cardinal series is pretty lucky.
Well, congratulations on a good start, and hopefully you'll be able to keep it up.
Thank you.
Okay, that's Rich Hill, guys. We've got the Cubs and the Cardinals, of course, coming up in just a little bit with Ted Lilly, the other left-hander in the rotation, going to the Hill. Guys?
All right, thanks, Josh. Both teams come in looking to pile up some wins. The Cardinals have lost 4 in a row, both teams at 6-9. More on this matchup coming up.
Hey, Chicagoland, looking for a career change? International Profit Associates is the nation's leader in management consulting for small and medium-sized companies. IPA had another winning year and is now hiring appointment setters and inside sales representatives. IPA employees are building careers. The 600 employees at the Northwest Suburban office love working at IPA because of unlimited income potential. Create your own promotion. Call IPA at 800-531-2542, weekdays between 7 and 5. Tell them you're looking for a change.
Lots has changed over 4 generations, but one thing that's remained the same is the great taste of Rosati's Pizza. For 40 years, the Rosati family secret recipes have kept people coming back for more. Authentic pizzas are made by hand, always with the freshest homemade sauce and ingredients. Deep dish, thin crust, there's something for everyone. Or dive into the cheap, delicious Italian beef with melted mozzarella. Rosati's Pizza, a tradition of quality for 4 generations. Log on to myrosatis.com to find the location near you.
Tuesday, it's Game 2 from the UC as Ben Gordon leads the Bulls charge against Dwayne Wade in the Heat in high definition. Coverage starts with Bulls pregame live. Bulls, Heat, Game 2. Tuesday night at 6:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
If ever you're not satisfied with one of our tires, please feel free to bring it back. Thank you. Discount Tire Company.
Low prices, more choices on the world's best brands like Michelin and B.F. Goodrich.
It's John Keaty's GM Superstore Saturday morning test drive, airing exclusively on Mediacom Main Street Channel 72. Watch the test drive at 9 a.m. every Saturday morning. See John Keaty's huge selection of vehicles along with details of each model before you buy it. It's the easiest way to shop from the comfort of your home. Watch John Keaty's GM Superstore Saturday morning test drive at 9 a.m. on Mediacom Main Street Channel 72.
Like a lot of people, my days are filled up. Family, work, chores, TV. My prime time is whenever I can make it. With Stars and HBO On Demand, I watch what I want whenever I want, anytime. Mediacom works for me.
Upgrade to Digital 2-Star with Stars and HBO with On Demand for only $14.95 a month for 12 months. And catch new episodes of The Sopranos. Just $14.95 a month for 12 months. Call today.
Call 1-800-CABLE TV.
Sports Rise every morning on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
So the pitching matchup today, left-hander Ted Lilly trying to follow up Rich Hill. I'll tell you what, if he does what he did his last start, he'll be in pretty good shape.
Yeah, if Ted Lilly does what he's done in all 3 of his starts this year, he'll be in pretty good shape. 24 strikeouts against only 3 walks on the season. He has really been in command of all of his pitches.
Braden Looper, one of 2 former relievers to start for the Cardinals this weekend, although his situation's a little bit different than Adam Wainwright. Wainwright was a career minor league starter, but Braden Looper hasn't done this in a long, long time.
572 consecutive relief appearances to start his career. This will be his 4th start, so a little bit of uncharted territory for Looper.
All right, before we get set for baseball here, Bob, I want to ask you, you've done this defending world champion thing. What's it like for the Cardinals now here in the first month of the season after winning that ring?
Well, first of all, your off season is incredibly short because you play into October to win the World Series, obviously, and then all the banquets and the celebratory parties that you have. And you kind of show up to spring training in a little bit of a hangover, and I think the Cardinals are probably experiencing that in the early going this season.
Yeah, Albert Pujols, one of the guys really struggling, hitting under 200. You hope to keep him at bay here this weekend. So we're set to go. The Cardinals and Cubs from beautiful Wrigley Field. Should be a lot of fun. The Cubs did all they could against St. Louis last year. Even though they finished in last, they beat them 8 of 10 here in Chicago. We'll have all the action coming up next.
Cubs Pregame Live is presented to you by Verizon Wireless. It's the network.
You guys ready?
For the glorious future
of entertainment.
Ooh. You can get it now.
Right here on what looks to be one of the finest machines that I've ever seen up close and personal.
You like it? I can't wait. This is going to be so awesome.
This is VCast Mobile TV. Channel surf instantly and see your favorite channels in digital quality. Real TV, now on your phone. Exclusively from Verizon Wireless.
Try Arby's new Market Fresh Tuscan Turkey Sandwich. Freshly sliced turkey, thick-cut pepper bacon, and sun-dried tomato spread on our 3-cheese focaccia. So good, it'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
Want $1,000 off a new Danley garage plus 100 gallons of gas? Be one of the first 200 buyers right now and get $1,000 off and 100 gallons of gas during Danley's greatest garage sale ever. The weather's cold, but the prices are hot. With $1,000 off and 100 gallons of gas if you're one of the first 200 buyers. Danley, the world's finest quality custom-built garage, can be yours with $1,000 off and 100 gallons of gas if you call 773 Garages right now.
Danley's Garage World, Danley.
Depend on Danley.
Your age doesn't matter.
Your race doesn't matter.
Man or woman.
Tall
or small.
Doesn't matter.
One organ donor can save up to 25 lives.
I want you to join together with the band.
Boys can save girls.
Cubs fans can even save Sox fans.
And Card fans.
Doesn't matter who you are.
What matters is.
What matters is.
Will you help?
Will you help?
Will you help?
Will you help?
All new mowers look good, but Saturday morning is no time to find out your new mower won't start. You have things to do. A lawnmower is only as good as the engine that powers it.
Hey, mister.
If you don't have a Briggs & Stratton, you don't know what you have. Briggs & Stratton, the power within.
The best damn sports show, period. Sports Television's Nightly Party. Tonight on Comcast Sportsnet.
For the first time since 1982, St. Louis comes to town as the world champions. But being in Chicago last season was not a pleasant experience for the Redbirds, as the Cubs pounded them 8 of 10 times in the friendly confines. Sweet Lou gets his first taste of the rivalry. Next. We are live at Wrigley Field on Chicago's north side as Comcast Sportsnet brings you Chicago Cubs baseball. Always fun when one of the great rivalries in all of sports gets going each year, and these two teams are trying to get going. The Cubs and the Cardinals both come in 3 games under 500 as they start a weekend series. Hi again, everyone. Bob Brenly and Len Casper with you. Late night for the Cubs last night, but it was worth it. They shut out Atlanta 3-0. St. Louis coming in on a 4-game skid. Well, Ted Lilly's going to be on the mound today, and boy, he's pitched really well, and you just want to give him a little offensive support.
Yeah, find a way to score some runs when Ted Lilly's on the mound. Sometimes it's a byproduct of who you're matched up against, and when you run up against the other team's ace, it's going to be tough to score runs, but a very ugly pattern starting to develop when Ted Lilly takes the mound. Ball club just cannot seem to score runs for him.
Well, that's been the story for the St. Louis Cardinals. The offense has been their main problem early on. You got a lot of guys not hitting where they're supposed to, and Albert Pujols didn't fare very well in this ballpark last year.
You know, it's funny, Albert Pujols seemed to beat up everybody else in the National League, but especially here at Wrigley, the Cubs had his number, and fans will remember they really just attacked him with fastballs in the strike zone, made him swing the bat, and he just couldn't find holes against the Cubs last year. As great a hitter as Albert is, you know he's going to find those holes at some point. You just hope it's next week.
Cardinals just got swept in a short 2-game set in San Francisco, so they had a long trip. Both teams without a lot of sleep, but it's always fun. A lot of energy in this ballpark when the Cubs host the Cardinals. Now down to the field, Wayne Messmer with our national anthem.
Accompanied by Gary Pressey at the Wrigley Field, Lowry, Oregon, and the singing and playing of our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Well, the Cubs have won 21 of the last 35 meetings between these two clubs. Cubs and the Cardinals should be a lot of fun. A beautiful day for baseball. We'll have all the action coming up.
My truck better have room for all my gear. My tools better be big inside, comfortable inside, keep me organized.
Guys who use trucks help build the all-new Tundra Crew Max, Toyota's biggest and roomiest yet, with the most front and rear legroom in its class, slide and recline rear seat, and the only one in its class with a power vertical sliding rear window. The new 2007 Tundra Crew Max, built in Indiana and Texas. The truck that's changing it all. Get one with 3.9 APR financing. Now it's your Toyota dealer.
When the subject is trucks, you gotta know how to work it. Quad City Spring is all over that. When you need organizing systems for pickups and vans, and Adrian Steel custom setups are your mandatory upgrades, Quad City Spring gets the call. Ladder racks, toolboxes, towing, and truck accessories, we've got you covered. When the subject is trucks, Quad City Spring knows how you want to get it done. Got a truck? Work it, baby. Quad City Spring, 34th Street and River Drive, Moline.
Lucky you. Your local True Value has everything you need to take care of life's little surprises, and you'll get in and out fast. True Value. Help is just around the corner.
Replace it, repair it, restore it, enjoy it at K&K True Value Hardware, 18th and Grant Street in Bettendorf.
The sun is shining, no clouds in sight. And we're set as the Cubs host the Cardinals. First of 3 this weekend, the first of 5 series on the year, and they'll see each other 6 times over the next 10 days. Next weekend, they'll meet up at Busch Stadium. So the two managers, longtime friends, Lou Piniella and Tony La Russa, both from the Tampa, Florida area. Chatting with the umpires at the moment. Ted Lilly getting ready to work.
Yeah, Tony and Lou grew up about 3 blocks away from each other. Tony was telling me before the ball game today. However, they played at different parks. Each guy had a park close to his home and didn't really play with or against each other much as youngsters, but played against each other a lot through the high school years. Still good friends to this day.
And Lou beat Tony in the 1990 World Series as the Reds upset the Oakland Athletics. All right, Ted Lilly's about ready to go, and this is the Cardinals Southwest starting lineup he will face. Look at the batting averages. Other than Chris Duncan, everybody well below where they should be. Eckstein, Duncan, Pujols, Roland, Edmonds, Wilson. Molina's actually been okay at 256. Adam Kennedy back with his original club, and Braden Looper now a starting pitcher, 0 for 5 at the plate.
Take a look at the Cubs defensively, brought to you by Rico. Move your ideas forward with Rico dependability. Cliff Floyd, Jock Jones, and Mark DeRosa across the outfield. DeRosa getting another start in right field. Ramirez is Torres, Terrio, and Lee across the infield. Henry Blanco spelling Michael Barrett behind the plate today, and he'll be catching the left-hander. We've been talking about him all morning. Ted Lilly off to a great start this season. 19 innings pitched, 24 strikeouts against only 3 walks.
This will be just his second career start versus St. Louis. He beat them when he was with the Blue Jays in interleague play in 2005. Eckstein chokes up a little bit on the bat and takes a glance at ball 1. Ramirez plays in at third. And a strike right at the knees on a fastball registering at 86 miles per hour. 60 degrees, a wind out of the east at 7 as we start. Well, what does David Eckstein have in common with Barry Bonds? They both choke up on the bat. Very different hitters, but there's something to it, and you very rarely see big league hitters do that anymore. A lot of guys used to.
Now, one thing David Eckstein has that Barry does not is a most valuable player trophy from the World Series. Smallest guy on the field. Great motivation for young players out there. You don't have to be the biggest, the fastest, the strongest, but this guy plays his rear end off every day.
Line foul. Yeah, Barry's piled up a bunch of regular season MVPs, but Eckstein was the MVP for the Cardinals. He has 2 World Series rings with the Angels in 2002 and last year with St. Louis. Lilly coming back on a 3-2 pitch, and he lifts it in the air. That's not something Eckstein wants to do very often. And DeRosa with a catch for out number 1. So musical chairs continuing in the outfield. Jock Jones getting his first start this year in center. And as you mentioned, DeRosa back out in right today. Cliff Floyd is in left. Alfonso Soriano thinks he'll be ready at some point maybe this weekend, but it's more likely he'll be back in the lineup Monday or Tuesday against the Brewers, so he probably won't see action in this series. Blooped into left center, and Chris Duncan is on.
You mentioned the fact that Duncan hitting .327 off to the best start of all the Cardinal regulars. He was actually hitting over .400 about 5 days ago. He's gone into the skid a little bit lately, but really off to a good start this season. Hitting in that very comfortable spot in the lineup ahead of Albert Pujols. Even though Pujols is not off to his typical fast start, batting in front of him is an ideal place to be in the lineup.
A little scary to see Albert coming in at 190. Although he did have 3 hits on Wednesday in San Francisco. But you don't want to be that team against whom he gets hot for the first time. Fastball for a strike as Lilly humped it up to 91.
Well, we talked about it briefly in the open. That's what the Cubs did to Pujols last year. They challenged him with fastballs on both sides of the plate. They elevated with 2 strikes. Not even looking at the first 2 here today.
Big leg kick and an 0-2 buried in the dirt and blocked by Henry. Well, Lou calls this his fresh lineup with guys like Blanco and his Torres. And Jones in there. Cliff Floyd didn't play last night either. Cubs got in around what time we get, about midnight?
Yeah, right around midnight.
Not too bad considering it was a 7:35 Eastern start in Atlanta. Lined and a base hit. Floyd cuts it off. Duncan hustling toward third. The throw's going to go to second to keep Pujols to a single. So the Cardinals are in business.
Fastball up and out over the plate, not the location Ted Lilly was hoping for. And Cliff Floyd wisely throws that ball back into second base. How many times last year and the year before did we see the outfielder pick up the ball in that situation, try to throw out the lead runner? The batter would just cruise into second base, taking away any possibility of a double play and setting the stage for a big inning. That time Cliff Floyd wisely threw the ball into second base. Ground ball here. The Cubs could get out of the inning.
Scott Rowland back into their lineup for the first time in 3 days. Missed both games in San Francisco due to food poisoning. So I would imagine he might have dropped a couple of pounds. That's not the way you'd like to do it. And Lilly with a 1-0. Too low, 2 balls, no strikes. It was a nightmare in Chicago for the Cardinals last year. They went 2-11, 2-8 here at Wrigley, and they were swept on the south side. Swing and a miss.
Scott Rowland's been very good in the early going this season in these situations. 2 for 3 with a runner at third base and less than 2 outs. You have to believe guy coming back off a couple days of food poisoning might be a little tardy with the bat, just a little slow. Really going after him with fastballs. Boy, there have been a number of borderline pitches in the early going that Ted Lilly has not gotten the call on. Larry Young, the home plate umpire today. This one, I'm not sure where that was. Maybe low. Certainly was on the plate. Henry was set up on the inside corner and reached right back over the middle of the plate to make the catch.
Larry Young, a Dixon, Illinois native. Henry setting up on the inside, swing and a miss. I don't think Lilly really hit his spot, but he got Rowland to miss it. So we'll see if the Cardinals send Pujols from first. Try to stay out of a double play. Duncan is a runner at third. Pujols is not running, and there's a double play ball. They go 4, 6, and 3, and they get out of it. So Lilly gives up back-to-back singles, but no runs. And the Cubs are coming up when we return to Wrigley.
The BMW 3 Series. We gave it a new 300 horsepower twin-turbo engine. And in return, it gave us our 16th consecutive Car and Driver 10 Best Award. Test drive the most impressive sports sedan of the year at your local BMW center today. Lease a BMW 328i for $339 a month, now until April 30th.
Grubs. Their mission? Destroy your lawn. Now there's Bear Advanced Season-Long Grub Control with Merit. Its exclusive 2-in-1 formula stops grubs all season. Plus, it revitalizes your lawn, guaranteed. Bear Advanced.
Wake up to rivalry and wake up to McDonald's. Get any 2 McGriddle sandwiches for just $3.
It has a 26-point quiet-tuned cabin that helps block, absorb, and isolate unwanted road noise. And it gets an impressive 28 miles per gallon highway. Lucerne, it's what every car wants to be when it grows up. Now use April bonus cash to get an 07 Lucerne CX for under $24,700. Hurry, this special offer ends April 30th.
Well, the Cardinals threatened but could not score. Oh, you love that double play ball to get out of it. And we'll see how the Cubs fare against right-hander Braden Looper. And check in on Lou Pinella's Cubs Southwest starting lineup. Ryan Theriot leading off. Cliff Floyd batting second. So continue to maneuver in that number 2 spot. Lee Ramirez DeRosa. Jock Jones is in center batting sixth. Blanco is Torres and Lilly rounded out.
Take a look at the Cardinals defensively. Duncan, Edmonds, Preston Wilson across the outfield. Scott Rowland at third. David Eckstein at shortstop. Adam Kennedy at second base, the big guy. Albert Pujols over at first. Yadier Molina doing the catching for the big right-hander, Braden Looper.
He's been really good. First 3 starts of his major league career. After 572 relief appearances have all been quality starts. Theriot rolls it into right. Good start, and Cliff Floyd will come up.
Inside out swing on a fastball. Belt high on the inside part of the plate. It's one thing that makes Ryan Theriot so effective. Obviously, he's got good speed. He has great hand-eye coordination, but he hits the ball from foul line to foul line. He's not necessarily a pull hitter. He's just as likely to take an inside pitch and hit it to right field.
Well, we talked in spring training about who would be a good fit in the number 2 spot, and Cliff has a good idea of the strike zone. He can definitely pull a ball through the hole on the right side. And you know what? I don't mind the number 2 hitter having power. That's okay.
Well, especially when that leadoff man gets on, catcher has a tendency to call more fastballs because he wants to give himself an opportunity to throw out that runner. You figure they're going to challenge the number 2 hitter because Derek Lee's in the on-deck circle, and you put a good fastball hitter in that 2-hole, he's got a chance to do some damage.
Yeah, I like this move. I mean, the Cardinals have Chris Duncan, a big-time power hitter, hitting second for them. Sprayed foul by Cliff.
As you might expect with Braden Looper moving from the bullpen, as I mentioned, after 572 consecutive relief appearances, now finds himself in the starting rotation. He's incorporating more of his arsenal than he ever did as a relief pitcher. As a reliever, you can get by with 2 pitches most of the time.
Let's check in on the LoJack caught stealing report. LoJack, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police. 5 for 6. He was caught trying to steal third base in the first inning last night. Theriot running, and a high drive by Cliff. Pretty well hit, deep right center. Wilson has it. Theriot actually went around second base, and when you do that, you have to retouch the bag, which he did. Floyd gave it a ride. The wind, as we mentioned, is blowing in slightly.
And we saw Ryan Theriot take an inside pitch and hit it to the opposite field. This time Cliff Floyd takes an outside pitch and hooks it back to his pull field. Unfortunately, high in the air into the wind to right field. Ball just didn't carry the way it normally would. Not as brisk a wind as we saw the last time we were here at Wrigley Field, but will definitely knock balls down, hit the right field.
Now the leading hitter in the National League, Derek Lee, leading in batting average and on base percentage. Comes in at .375 with an OBP of .485. 10 walks, 12 strikeouts. He's still looking for his first home run. Looper pitching from the stretch, something he used to do all the time. Long run for Wilson the other way, and he can't get there. Well, we could tell you one thing. Preston Wilson's legs are stretched out. He's had a couple of long sprints.
Now, Preston Wilson's played in this ballpark many times, and he knows once you get over close to that foul line in right field, you run out of room in a hurry. That ball actually dropped within the field of play, but out of the range.
Looper has a sign from Molina. The kick and the pitch. It's away. Well, it was a risk the Cardinals took by putting Braden Looper in their starting rotation, but obviously Tony La Russa and Dave Duncan, their longtime pitching coach, believed that Looper had enough pitches to make it work. In the case of Adam Wainwright, who's going to start on Sunday, he's a starter who just happened to pitch in relief and ended up being their closer at the end of last year. So that's not as big a deal, I think, as what Looper's doing. It's pretty rare to see that happen. Lifelong reliever.
And as you mentioned, Len, a lot of times it's a byproduct of what are his other pitches. Looper's always had a good fastball, a good slider. Occasionally his splitter will be real good for him. But in watching his side sessions, watching him throw out of the bullpen, they felt that this was a guy that could incorporate those other two pitches into his arsenal and be a good starting pitcher.
Well, Jason Marquis and Jeff Suppan not back with the Cardinals, so they had to make some changes in their starting rotation. Chris Carpenter is on the disabled list with an elbow injury. Inside on Lee, almost hit him. Mark Mulder coming off shoulder surgery. Two pretty big names to not have available here early on. Terrio, the runner at first, and a 2-2 count on D. Lee. A huge hole on the right side. Kennedy playing right up the middle. Looper wanted that one, didn't get it. Well, we could tell you one thing, Larry Young has been consistent.
Looper with much more of an obvious reaction to what he felt was a missed call than Ted Lilly.
The runner goes, and D. Lee finds that hole. And he'll send Terrio all the way to third.
Boy, it serves as a perfect hit and run. Fastball on the outside corner. D. Lee just stays with it. Adam Kennedy had broken to cover the bag at second when Terrio attempted to steal. Left a huge hole on that right side of the field.
A similar spot here for the Cubs as the Cardinals in the top of the inning. They had him at first and third with their cleanup guy coming up, and Rolen hit into a double play. Career home run number 198 last night for Ramirez.
Well, one thing we should point out before we get much further into this series, the Cubs base runners need to be very alert with Yadier Molina behind the plate. Loves to throw to the bases, loves to try to pick runners off.
That's a strike, and it's 1-1. Well, Bob Dernier is here, the Cubs roving outfield and base running coordinator. Lou wanted Bobby to come in and work with some of the Cubs position players, including Ryan Terrio, Felix P.A., Ronnie Cedeno, some of the younger guys. Base hit into left. Terrio will score. Lee stopping at second, and the Cubs lead 1-0. It's the third single of the inning.
Another pitch up in the zone from Looper. Ramos Ramirez with a big swing, hits the top half of the ball, but hits it hard enough to get it through that left side of the infield.
And Ramirez now with a 12-game hitting streak to start the year, and you go back to last year, and he's now at 18 overall. So Bob just kind of here to remind some of the Cubs better base runners, faster guys, of some things they talked about in spring training. Rolen will get it to Kennedy, and Pujols did not apply the tag apparently on DeRosa, but he got him coming back. Now Mark turned towards second base. It didn't look like he had made a move towards second, but then he did and was tagged out. Well, we'll have to sort it all out when we come back. It is 1-0.
Got an old buddy waiting for a visit in Washington? Fly Southwest Airlines from Chicago Midway to Baltimore, Washington, or Washington Dulles International for just $59 one way. Purchased by May 17th.
You are now free to move about the country.
Follow the curving Irish lanes long enough, and you'll find yourself in the town of Wicklow. And if you arrive on that most special day in Ireland, you'll find the town celebrating their favorite holiday in traditional fashion.
Hey, John, happy Cinco de Mayo!
We know you like style. We know you like performance. We thought you'd like fuel economy as well. With the Pontiac G6, you get the same fuel economy as Camry, with even more power. The new Pontiac, designed for action.
Now, after all available offers, the G6 sedan starts at $16,145. For more information, visit PontiacDrive.com.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Chevy. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today at ChevyDriveChicago.com. Walgreens, the pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs, your local area Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Rico, how well do you print, copy, scan, fax? How well do you share? Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, shining through. Cadillac, Life, Liberty, and The Pursuit, and by Southwest Airlines. With more flights to more places than ever before, Southwest is taking low fares farther. Visit Southwest.com.
Lefty against lefty, Ted Lilly up against Jim Edmonds. That was a bizarre end to the first inning. Mark DeRosa never did touch first base, but it looked like Angel Hernandez was calling him safe. As Pujols missed the original tag. Now you can turn towards second after you pass first. The key though is, do you make a move? And right there Mark's just walking back to first, but then he tried to elude the tag. That was a strange one.
The strange part of the play for me is as Edmonds takes a called strike 3. Angel Hernandez making the safe call. And now, as you said, you're allowed to turn to your left after running past first base as long as you don't make a move. And DeRosa was clearly in foul territory the whole time. No tag, no touch of the base. There you see Angel Hernandez calling safe. DeRosa doesn't make a move to go to second base, and then is apparently tagged out right there. One of the odder looking calls I've seen at first base. Normally, if an umpire feels there was no tag and the runner missed the base, he will just stand there and not make any kind of a call. That's your tip-off that the runner did not hit the base.
One strike on the right fielder Preston Wilson, make it 2.
Odd looking play.
Well, the one thing I did notice is that Pujols was pointing at DeRosa, and so I don't know if he was trying to sell the fact that he had already made a move towards second.
And then Mark tried to fake his way around Pujols to get back to the bag at first, so maybe he thought he turned too far towards second base.
Well, DeRosa slips but recovers in time.
DeRosa with the start in right field last night, comes in a step or two, then he retreats a step or two and ends up right where he started. Makes a nice basket catch.
Was Yadier Molina, the catcher. Got to play on the same big league diamond as his brother Benji in San Francisco for the first time. There's Benji, Jose, and Yadier. Jose, a former Cub.
Yadier had a big postseason for the Cardinals last year. Started all 16 of their postseason games. Hit .358. Had a great spring. Hit .400 down in the Grapefruit League. Yeah, the Cardinals, they had a pretty good idea Yadier Molina was the real deal when they let Mike Matheny go. You better make sure you have a good replacement behind the plate if you're going to let a perennial Gold Glover like Mike Matheny walk away.
Crowd back our way, and that levels the count at 2 apiece. Nice catch by a fan in the third row right in front of the press box. Here comes the 2-2, and misses 3 balls and 2 strikes. Cubs got a run in the first. The Cardinals threatened. Could not push a run home. And he's really got a big double play ball to get out of it. Called strike 3. A nice 1-2-3 second for Ted Lilly. Cubs lead early 1-0.
For quality windows, siding and doors,
call 866-4FBL. DCO.
Call 866 for Felco.
April showers bring new windows. It's Felco's April Shower of Savings. The more you buy, the more you'll save on energy-efficient Felco windows. And we'll include your bathroom window free.
Hurry before the shower of savings end. Call now.
For quality windows, siding and doors,
call 866
for Felco.
The police often question him just because they find him interesting. His beard alone has experienced more than a lesser man's entire body. His blood smells like cologne. He is the most interesting man in the world.
I don't always drink beer, but when I do, I prefer Dos Equis. Stay thirsty, my friends.
I am your idea. I gotta fly. I gotta move. I'm out of the box and in the network. In the zone and on your mind. Don't stop me now. Give me Rico. Rico's always ready to move me. Send me. Here, there, everywhere. This is how we go. Let's go. Rico.
Hey kids, want to be a Walgreens celebrity bat kids and send your name, age, address, phone number, gender, and a parent or guardian signature to WGN Radio. You'll be able to meet the players, get autographs, and have your picture taken with your favorite Cubs. Good luck. Mike the vendor trying to get some sun today. 60 degrees at game time. Bottom 2 now. The Cubs leading 1-0. Jock Jones with 126 career starts in center. His first start this year out in center. So Felix PA on the bench for the first time in his short big league career. Very good numbers for Jock versus St. Louis. 356 with 6 home runs and just 87 at bats.
3 hits and 4 at bats against today's starter Braden Looper.
Inside corner strike. The Cubs last year went 11-8 versus St. Louis, but they dropped the final 4 games. And over the last 2 years, they're 13-5 here at Wrigley, including 8-2 last year. And some new bleachers going up on one of the rooftops. How high can they go?
Are there nosebleed seats on on top of the buildings over there?
Yeah, there must be.
There are going to be, apparently.
Strike 3 and Jones is out. It's the first punch out for Looper, and it'll bring up Henry Blanco, who's getting just his 3rd start.
You mentioned Lou Piniella going with this fresh lineup today. As you get a look at this strike 3, a little comeback sinker off the inside corner. The old Greg Maddux sinker tries to tail it back over the inside part.
Drilled foul.
The fresh lineup that Lou is running out there today, featuring Henry Blanco behind the plate. Blanco 2 for 6 against Looper in his career. However, Michael Barrett 7 for 11. That's a .636 batting average.
Well, Lou said it early on in spring training, and he's done it, and that is give guys rest, particularly with all the day games at home. Trying to get as many people into the lineup as possible. And he's still in that process of figuring out what his best lineup is going to be. Deep to left, and Duncan back on it. Glances off his glove. Blanco is hustling to second. That should be a double for Henry. Duncan did get a glove on it, but that ball was hit very hard.
Really scalded on a line. Duncan kind of froze momentarily, then tried to retreat. Makes a leaping attempt at that ball. Just before he gets to the warning track, Henry chugs into second base.
Well, they gave Duncan an error. So a 2-base error. So we're pulling for Henry to get every hit he possibly can. At any rate, he's at second base for his Taurus. And he looks at a strike.
I think that should be a double right there. I mean, every scorekeeper is a little bit different, but the general rule of thumb is if the guy can make the play with a normal effort and can't make the play, then it should be an error. That ball was hit extremely hard, and Duncan had to make a jumping, leaping attempt at that ball when it hit off his glove. That's not a normal attempt.
Broken bat bouncer, and Roland throws out his Taurus.
Of course, I'm always rooting for those catchers. To put the ball in play, it ought to be a hit if you're a catcher.
Right. I guess after looking at a couple replays, the fact that Duncan was there and all he had to do was squeeze it. Have a big problem with the error, but that normal effort's sometimes difficult to define. Let's put it this way. A hitting coach always wants it a hit. The pitching coach on the other side always wants it to be an error.
Okay, we talked about this in the lunchroom the other day. I saw a scoring call that I have never seen before in my life at any level of baseball. Yankees were playing in Oakland last week.
Can you hold that thought?
Yeah, I can hold that thought. I've been holding it for a week.
Well, just wait about 2 more minutes and we'll get to it. The error, but no runs. It's 1-0 to the third.
Gravity will propel this Lexus IS over 4,000 feet in a matter of seconds. This Lexus IS will attempt to cover the same distance even faster. The 306 horsepower Lexus IS 350. So much for gravity. Attractive leases available on all 2007 IS models for a limited time at your Lexus dealer.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
When the subject is trucks, you gotta know how to work it. Quad City Spring is all over that. When you need organizing systems for pickups and vans, and Adrian Steel custom setups are your mandatory upgrades, Quad City Spring gets the call. Ladder racks, toolboxes, towing, and truck accessories, we've got you covered. When the subject is trucks, Quad City Spring knows how you want to get it done. Got a truck? Work it, baby. Quad City Spring, 34th Street and River Drive, Moline.
QC Auto Service Centers, serving the Quad City area for over 30 years.
Hi, this is Dan Elias for QC Auto Service Centers. Let's talk brakes. Do you have to stomp on your brakes to stop?
Ensure your family's safety by driving into any one of our 3 QC Auto Service Centers. Our techs will inspect your vehicle's brakes free. We'll install lifetime guaranteed original equipment, brake pads, and shoes.
QC Auto Centers with 3 convenient locations: Bettendorf, Davenport, and Moline, keeping you on the road.
Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Aflac. Ask about it at work. And by Nissan, who invites you to shift the way you move through the world.
Let's Let's check out the Panasonic replay. How about some Rich Hill strikeouts? We never get enough of those, do we?
He was outstanding last night. Once again, able to command his fastball on both sides of the plate, go up and down the ladder. The big breaking hook. Fastball up in the zone. He just was in command. You could just tell by his body language. His stuff was very crisp. His defense made some nice plays behind him. Way to go, Rich Hill.
Kennedy rolls over and is retired 3 unassisted.
So to quickly finish this story,
yes,
Yankees playing in Oakland. Perennial all-star Derek Jeter at shortstop made a play to his left, threw the ball across the infield in the dirt to the first baseman. Tough short hop, hit the first baseman's glove, ricocheted away. I have never seen that called an error on the first baseman.
Really?
But the error was given to the first baseman, not to Derek Jeter.
If it hits the dirt, it's always on the throw.
Always on the throw.
I agree with you.
First time I'd ever seen an error given to a first baseman on a throw in the dirt. Now, granted, most first basemen will tell you I should have picked that ball, but the reality is the throw was bad. But the error went to the first baseman. I'd never seen that before.
Now, how would you have rated that play by the first baseman on that particular play? Was it one of the easier ones in the dirt?
It was kind of an in-between hop as Looper lines one into right field for a base hit. I mean, it wasn't one of those real easy short hop picks, and it wasn't a real long hop that you could read. It was kind of an in-between hop, not an easy play, but the throw was in the dirt.
So Looper with his 3rd career hit in 16 at-bats. So now he's officially a starting pitcher. He's 1 for 6 on the year. He has that first hit as a starter.
Well, not officially yet. If he really was a starting pitcher, he'd call for a jacket right now. That's what starting pitchers do. When they get on base, they have to have their jacket.
Eckstein batting with a man on and 1 out. Lee playing behind Looper. Looping curveball for a strike.
Looper may not have a lot of experience as a hitter, but he knew that he had to hustle down that first baseline. And when a pitcher gets a base hit to right field, especially a hard hit ball to right field, if they don't get down that line, there's a good chance they're going to get thrown out because the right fielder is always looking to go to first base if the pitcher's not running hard down the first baseline.
Looper's chatting with the first base coach, Dave McKay. And I don't think Braden is real comfortable over there with the left-hander on the mound. Even though Lee is playing a couple steps behind him, his first move was back to first.
Well, hopefully he'll get comfortable over there and stray too far off that bag. I'm sure the Cubs have a timing pickoff play with the left-hander on the mound and Derek Lee playing behind the hitter.
Not used to being a base runner. See, he's kind of leaning back toward first. Very short lead. Here's the pitch. Eckstein cranks it foul. I think it was last night you were talking about starters who then go into the bullpen later in their career and they have to get used to a completely different vantage point. Braden Looper probably feels like he just got season tickets. He goes from one of the worst vantage points as a player. He ducked on that throw over to Lee to being in the dugout.
And more likely up in the clubhouse watching the game on television between starts. We talked about that timing play and there it was. Looper got an extra step that time on his leadoff, so it all hinges on Ted Lilly. He lifts that leg up, gives Derek Lee a chance to break in behind.
Jones has it on a running catch, and Looper goes back to first, standing. Now, Ted Lilly has gotten exactly what he wants from David Eckstein, 2 fly balls. Experience Cubs baseball from the private comfort of the Batter's Eye Lounge in center field. The Batter's Eye Lounge offers a spectacular view and catered service for groups of 75 to 100 people. The Batter's Eye is also available for non-game day functions. Call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com to book your date for more info. There's the batter's eye lounge with the juniper bushes in front, right beyond the center field wall. Yeah, there are a lot of guys you don't want to give up fly balls to in this lineup, and Chris Duncan is one of them. But if you can get guys like David Eckstein and former Cub Juan Pierre to hit the ball in the air, a pretty good chance they'll find an outfield glove. Those are guys who are paid to hit the ball on the ground. The 1-1 is on the way, and a ground ball to lead. Backhanded play, and he's going to take the out at second. He had Lilly getting over to first in time, but Derek knew he had a play at second and gets Looper for the third out. It's 1-0.
Try Arby's new Market Fresh Tuscan Turkey Sandwich. Freshly sliced turkey, thick cut pepper bacon, and sun-dried tomato spread on our 3-cheese focaccia. So good it'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
So easy to turn. So easy to handle. It almost drives itself. But it's not just about mowing the lawn. It's also about owning a John Deere. Easy Track, the newest John Deere.
Thank you, I love your curls.
Who's counting on your brakes today? Your brakes are too important to trust to just anyone. That's why you should come to Midas now. At Midas, brake pads or shoes are just $89.95 per axle installed. Be safe.
Trust the Midas touch.
They're the teams you live for, the players you cheer for, and the events that make you stop everything. Whatever side you're on, whatever captures your interest most, there's one common bond that unites us all. We all share a passion for Chicago sports. That's why fans like you need a television home devoted solely to you. The games, the news, the analysis, and everything else you desire. It's all right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Sit, watch. When the Cubs game is over, stay tuned for Cubs postgame live on Comcast Sportsnet. All the interviews and press conferences, in-depth game highlights, and Dan Plesac breaks down all the action. Cubs postgame live after the game on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Tonight, Jim Thome and the White Sox are ready for a big series in the Motor City when they slug it out with the defending AL champion Tigers. White Sox Tigers available in widescreen format tonight at 6, right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
So lots of baseball action today. Let's see, tonight John Danks against Chad Durbin in Detroit. Here it's Looper and Lilly.
Danks and Durbin in Detroit.
Yeah.
Duh.
The Cubs trying to get on a roll here at home after a 2-5 first homestand. Just split the 2-game trip in Atlanta. And they come in at 6-9. That's the Cardinal record as well. St. Louis has dropped 4 straight.
Boy, and a lot of fans bemoaning the Cubs offense through the early going. The Cardinals are dead last in the National League with their .232 team batting average going into play today. Cubs, on the other hand, sit in the 5th spot in the National League with their .260 team batting average.
Terrio into center. Jim Edmonds makes it look easy, doesn't he? 8 Gold Gloves. And is as good as any center fielder I've ever seen going back on balls. I mean, he'll lay out, dive, do whatever he has to do. He's banged into a lot of fences in his career.
Well, you're right. That ball hit straight over his head, going straight away from the field toward the center field fence. He's as good as they get. He's been accused of occasionally short-legging a ball in the gap and diving when it's not totally necessary, but he's made a lot of catches where that was the only way he could get to it.
Cliff just missed one on a deep fly to right center in the first inning. I was mentioning earlier that Bob Dernier is here, at least for the weekend. Possibly the whole homestand, depending on what the needs are. He said, I feel like I'm 23 and I got called up to the big leagues again. He came from Iowa and was on his way to Tennessee as he roams around the Cubs minor league system. But I think Lou just wanted him to give some of the base runners just a little refresher course. This is slicing away from Duncan. He lays out and he made a terrific catch. Chris Duncan is not known for his defense, but he absolutely stole one away from Cliff Floyd, who's just staring out there saying, what just happened?
Well, that ball was continuing to slice further and further away from Duncan. The wind pushing it towards that foul line on a dead run. Lays out parallel to the ground and makes a nice catch.
Cliff with a little tip of the cap to Chris Duncan. A tough couple of at-bats for Cliff. He's 0 for 2.
Yeah, Bobby Dernier had a little bit of chalk talk, I guess you could call it. They just kind of had a question and answer and a talking session today because of the late arrival last night and the early start today. But he said tomorrow they would actually physically get out on the field, work on some things. And as you said, it's more a refresher than anything else. Just reminding guys what they need to do. Bobby was talking about having the soul of a dancer. You know, there's a rhythm to the game that I talk about all the time. And, you know, when you think about dancing and the way you have to move and timing that pitcher's delivery, getting in sync with his delivery so that you're coming down on your right foot with your momentum going forward as that ball is being delivered, give yourself the best opportunity to advance to the next base.
So what you're saying is the Cubs probably shouldn't watch what Braden Looper just did. Didn't look totally comfortable on the bases.
No.
But most pitchers don't. Yeah, Bobby said he's been taking notes the last several days and kind of putting himself back in that base stealing mindset. He had 218 career steals.
And it's not only base stealing, it's base running in general. Just being more aware of what you can do as a runner on the bases to help your team win a ball game.
This will end the inning as Lee bounces out to short. It's a 1-2-3 frame for Braden Looper. 1-0 Cubs after 3.
The police often question him just because they find him interesting. His beard alone has experienced more than a lesser man's entire body. His blood smells like cologne. He is the most interesting man in the world.
I don't always drink beer, but when I do, I prefer Dos Equis. Stay thirsty, my friends.
Stop, Hub! Where should we sit? Right at first base. Wait, how about along the third baseline? Wow, this is great. Just like having season tickets. Looking for great seats? Buy tickets from other fans. Have extra tickets? Sell them to other fans. Go to StubHub.com today for tickets to the hottest sports, concert, and theater events, even if they're sold out. Peanuts. Hey, there's still tickets right behind home plate. Let's go for it. StubHub. Your choice. Your ticket. Your experience. StubHub!
All new mowers look good, but Saturday morning is no time to find out your new mower won't start. You have things to do. A lawnmower is only as good as the engine that powers it.
Hey, mister.
If you don't have a Briggs & Stratton, you don't know what you have. Briggs & Stratton, the power within.
Tuesday, it's a central showdown at the friendly confines when Derek Lee and the Cubs square off with the Brewers. Coverage starts with Verizon Wireless Cubs pregame live. Cubs Brewers Tuesday at 6:30 on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Fans' best friend.
Well, let's get to this afternoon's Aflac trivia question. Who was the last world champion team to have a worse start than this year's Cardinals? Currently 6-9, and they lost the first 4 of the season. Ball 1 on Pujols. Check that they lost their first 3 and lost 4 of 5 to begin the year.
And then getting back to Bobby Dernier and what we were talking about, not only being here to instruct the base stealers, but to work with everybody on their base running. He brought up a very interesting name from the Cubs past. One of the best base runners he played with was Keith Moreland, a guy who rarely stole a base, but knew when to take the extra base, always put himself in a position to advance. And that's as much a mindset as it is your foot speed.
Yeah, there have been a lot of guys who didn't steal a lot of bases who you would call some of the better base runners in the game. Popped up by Pujols over near the Cubs dugout. Hits right off the top of the dugout and bounds out of play. Paul Molitor was one of the great base runners of his era.
A player that I had with the Diamondbacks that had a great career. Matt Williams was a guy that he'd get his stolen bases over the course of the season, but was a tremendous base runner. Wynn just kept pushing that ball further and further away from Rami until it hits on top of that third base dugout.
Well, I just looked up Paul Molitor. I'm almost surprised. He only had over 500 stolen bases. More than I thought.
Now, there wasn't much on the field of play that Molly didn't do well.
Over 40 several times.
I told the story many times in the past about Paul Molitor when he signed his original pro contract in 1977. Signed after the June draft and was immediately sent to the Midwest League Class A ball. Played in Burlington, and I was playing in Cedar Rapids, Iowa as a third baseman at the time. And Molitor led off, and with his speed, you had to respect the bunt. So you always had to play in even with the baseline, or maybe even a step in front of the baseline. And then he would knock line drives down your throat. So I always tried to moonwalk back behind the base if I could. My manager would always say, come in and take the bunt away. Come in and take the bunt away. It was one of the rare times I disagreed with a manager. No, I don't want to come in against this guy. He's liable to knock my teeth out. He played in the Midwest League for 2 months and was the most valuable player in the league for the season.
Wow.
Unbelievable talent.
Molitor with 3,319 career hits. So rolling at the plate after Pujols grounded out. Just 3 hits for the Cardinals. They've all been singles against Lilly.
You know, one of the things that kind of got lost in that odd double play when Mark DeRosa was tagged out at first base was the great play by Scott Rowland just to start that play. DeRosa hit him a rocket down there. He fielded it in his midsection. 7-time Gold Glover, threw on to second base for the easy force, and then the odd play at first to complete the double play. And Scotty Rowland's another one of those guys talking about base running. He's not going to steal very many bases, but he's a very intelligent base runner.
Two and two on Rowland. Ted Lilly with a couple of strikeouts here early on.
The ball took a bad hop, came up to Rowland. He's able to glove it. Perfect throw on to second base for the force, and then bizarro world over at first.
Jones stopped at first and then came in and made the catch. I would love to find out from Angel Hernandez after the ball game if he was simply saying you didn't tag him, and if he saw that DeRosa missed first base. There was a lot to look at. Mark made it easy for Hernandez when he made that step towards second and then was tagged out. The point being, if Mark had simply walked right back to first base, I wonder if Hernandez would have called him out.
Yeah, sometimes if you act guilty,
right,
the umpire's going to call you out. You walk back and act like you hit the bag, he's liable to call you safe.
Well, injuries have been a problem for Jim Edmonds. A couple of surgeries in the offseason. Toe and shoulder operations. Battled post-concussion syndrome in the second half last year. But he re-signed to a 2-year contract prior to the season to remain a Cardinal. Swing and a miss. Number 3 for Lilly. How about this? 27 strikeouts and only 3 walks on the year.
Hey, boss. Do we have Aflac?
Nah, we have something else.
But if you're hurt and miss work, does it pay cash like Aflac does?
Nah.
Or let you spend it any way you want, like for gas and groceries?
Nah.
Or help with everyday bills like Aflac does?
Nah.
There's only one Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Nah.
SAP software has made running my mid-sized business much easier. Actually, I have time for lunch. It's all very glamorous.
Grubs. Their mission? Destroy your lawn. Now there's Bear Advanced Season-Long Grub Control with Merit. Its exclusive 2-in-1 formula stops grubs all season. Plus, it revitalizes your lawn, guaranteed. Bear Advanced.
Introducing the all-new Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab, a standard stability control system, and the safety and security of OnStar. No other pickup delivers both. No wonder it's the 2007 Motor Trend Truck of the Year, the all-new Chevy Silverado.
Get this specially equipped 2007 Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab starting at $27,095 after total cash back. That's right. Get this 07 Silverado half-ton starting at $27,095 after cash back.
Let's get the answer to the Aflac trivia question. Cardinals have played 15 games. They've lost 9 of them. It's the last World Championship team to have a worse start than the Cardinals this year. Well, 1998, you had the fire sale after the 97 World Championship, and Florida was 4-11 after 15. One strike on Aramis Ramirez. Had an RBI hit in the opening inning. Braden Looper back with his original ball club, just like Adam Kennedy. Looper won 9 games in relief last year. This one will drop for a hit. So Ramirez is 2 for 2.
Well, Yadier Molina heads up on that play as a catcher, and a ball hit to right field. You have nothing else to do but trail that runner down to first base. You see, he's right there just begging for somebody to throw him the ball. He wanted Preston Wilson to throw it to first base from right field, and then when the ball came back to the infield, he was wanting it from the cutoff man. They don't want to let him play.
Ball 1 on DeRosa. I got a nice email from Mike Lafrano, the Cubs Senior Vice President of Community Affairs and General Counsel. We had mentioned the benefit for Blake Carlson, the youngster who tragically lost his mother in the Wrigleyville fire in March, and they had a big event last night at High Tops, and they raised almost $20,000, which will help Blake and his family. And as Michael writes, a strong demonstration of the strength and caring in our community, and Blake's at the game today, so it's great to have him here.
And thank you to everybody who was involved. Greatly appreciate it.
Inside, 3-0 on Mark. Jones is on deck. And the pitch. Fastball for a strike. Ron Santo will do the 7th inning stretch today. He'll handle take me out to the ball game. First of many times he'll handle those chores. Roland, Kennedy, and this time Pujols on the bag as they turn the double play. So DeRosa has hit into 2 5-4-3 double plays.
A little bit more of a traditional double play this time. Another 2-hopper hit to Roland. An easier hop for him this time. Gets the ball to Adam Kennedy in great shape, and Pujols has to pick it out of the dirt over there at first base to complete that double play.
By the way, we know about Roland and his defensive prowess. He has 7 Gold Gloves. But Albert Pujols won his first last year. He has worked extremely hard on becoming an above-average first baseman. Soft liner, and it's right at Chris Duncan to end the inning. Looper helped out by another double play ball. It is 1-0 Cubs.
The BMW 3 Series. We gave it a new 300 horsepower twin-turbo engine. And in return, it gave us our 16th consecutive Car and Driver 10 Best Award. Test drive the most impressive sports sedan of the year at your local BMW center today. Lease a BMW 328i for $339 a month, now until April 30th.
QC Auto Service Centers, serving the Quad City area for over 30 years.
Hi, this is Dan Elias for QC Auto Service Centers. Let's talk brakes. Do you have to stomp on your brakes to stop?
Ensure your family's safety by driving into any one of our 3 QC Auto Service Centers. Our techs will inspect your vehicle's brakes free. We'll install lifetime guaranteed original equipment, brake pads, and shoes.
QC Auto Centers with 3 convenient locations: Bettendorf, Davenport, and Moline, keeping you on the road.
At Menards, you'll find the largest selection of landscape blocks and pavers. Newport Edgers are lightweight and easy to handle. Great for tree rings and flower beds, just 2 for $1. Or create the perfect patio. Choose from 2 colors of pavers, 4 for $1. Stick with the best with PL Landscape Block and Paver Adhesive. It's designed for quick and easy application and adheres to brick, stone, timbers, concrete, metal, and wood. Just $1.99 a tube.
Save big money at Menards.
Playoff preview tonight at 10:30 on Comcast Sportsnet.
I don't know much, but I do know when I came into the ballpark today, some fan says a beautiful sunny day and the Cardinals are in town. What a better day than this? I mean, I guess that says it all. I'm not too too attuned to the rivalry, but leaving the city today, I saw a lot of Cardinal fans with their Cardinal jackets downtown. So, yeah, it'll be a fun day. Be a fun weekend.
It's a lot more fun if you win. We know that. And the Cubs have the lead 1-0 as we get into the 5th inning. Inside on Preston Wilson. We have a very interesting poll question today, which is coming up. I think I know what the answer will be, but that's why we ask. Henry, you just saw took a quick peek at Preston Wilson before laying down the sign, which catchers will do to make sure that that he's not peeking.
Yeah, we've seen Yadier Molina, as he gives the signs, take a peek to the first and third base coach just to make sure nobody's peeking in there to see the signs or to see location.
The 1-2 pitch is fouled back, and the count holds. Oh. There were about 8 people who went after that ball, and an unfortunate young woman had a beverage that splattered all over everybody. Wilson, I think, went around. Oh, he didn't. Angel Hernandez with a call. Well, let's hope everybody pitches in to take care of that fan who lost her drink.
Looked like he was able to hold up that time. Nice block by Henry. With a 2-strike count, you have to block everything in the dirt, assuming that it might be a check swing or a full swing.
Three and 2 on Wilson. The 4th 3-2 count for Lilly. And he walked him. All right, let's get into the poll question today. Again, I think I know what the majority of Cub fans will say, but we'll throw it out there. Who do you consider to be the Cubs' biggest rival? The Cardinals, the White Sox, now that these two teams play 6 times a year, or maybe another team? Neither. So 1 for the Cardinals, 2 for the White Sox, 3 for neither. 55222 is where you text us. This is one of the great rivalries in all of pro sports. But I will say this. I think as far as intensity is concerned, it feels like the World Series when the White Sox and Cubs get together.
I mean, this series against the Cardinals goes back to 1892, and approximately 60 games separate the two teams. I mean, when you talk about a rivalry, it's not a rivalry if one team is dominating, but over the period of time, it's very nearly even.
Well, I suppose at different times the Cubs have had rivals that may have been bigger than the Cardinals. The Mets, for instance.
Sure.
But this is a rivalry that spreads it, the test of time, as you just mentioned. Two strikes on Molina. Ground ball stopped by Ramirez. Where's he going to go? He's going to throw to first. Good choice. Had a little trouble getting the ball out of his glove and was unable to try for a double play, so he took the sure out. I'll tell you, Rami's had a terrific start defensively this year. Made a great play last night, robbing Chipper Jones.
Oh, he's quick on his feet. His hands are very soft. That time he just had a little trouble finding the handle on the ball, and rather than risk a late throw to second base and pave the way for a big inning for the Cardinals, make sure you get an out. Throws across the infield and retires Molina. I think it's odd, Len, talking about this rivalry in our media notes. All time at Wrigley Field, 466 and 410 are the Cubs against the Cardinals. At Busch Stadium, 3-6. Of course, they're talking about the new Busch Stadium.
Yep, that youngster has been around for maybe one of these games. This one. Really spinning, but nobody covering second. Adam Kennedy signed a 3-year free agent contract over the winter, returning to his original team. And a fly ball deep to left center. Floyd has it. Because a left-handed hitter elevated that ball, it was slicing back toward Cliff, and he got there in time for the second out. The wind, of course, pushing it that way as well.
Yeah, much easier play for Cliff Floyd running to his left than for Jock Jones running hard to his right. That ball was tailing back to Floyd the whole time, was actually able to slow up a couple steps at the end to make that catch, and then got it back quickly into the infield. Yeah, there will be some plays throughout the course of the season where the Cubs outfielders are going to look a little funny, but I think for the most part they've made some pretty good adjustments in the early going. The wind has consistently been blowing in from right field or from right across to left field, and they're starting to get better reads on those fly balls.
Well, Looper is 1 for 1. He's picked up his first hit in about 11 months. The kick and the 0-1. It drops low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Eckstein will only bat if Looper can get on. Outfield pretty shallow. And a bouncer up the middle, charged by his Taurus. And the inning is over. Cardinals get a leadoff walk, but they strand them. And it's still 1-0.
Welcome to California.
We cruise.
We fly.
We run.
We go with the flow.
We let go.
And we believe one simple thing.
That every day in California
is your lucky day.
Is your lucky day.
So there's just one thing you have to ask yourself.
How fast can you get here?
Find yourself in California. Southwest Airlines is taking low fares farther with more than 90 daily flights from Chicago Midway to these cities.
You are now free to move about the country.
If only your prescription was always available wherever you needed it. Fortunately, you can pick up your Walgreens prescription refill at any one of our thousands of locations, whether it's just across town or across the country.
Holy.
Mom! 2 sourdough melts for $4. Incredible.
When you're thinking Arby's, you can't think about anything else. Like 2 Arby's sourdough melts for only $4. Choose from roast beef with melted cheddar or roast ham and melted Swiss. Both on thick cut sourdough bread. Get any 2 for just $4. They'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
Time now for a GMC Sports Update.
Hi, everyone. Mitch Robinson with you. Busy day for sports on Comcast Sportsnet today. After the game, stay with us for Cubs postgame live. At 5, it's Chicago Tribune Live. Then the White Sox and Tigers from Detroit. That's followed by Sox postgame live. Sports Night is on at 9:30, and at 10:30, our Bulls playoff preview with interviews from both teams. That's later tonight, but now more Cubs baseball with Len and Bob. Guys?
Thanks, Mitch. It's a nice shutout streak working for the left-handers in the Cubs rotation.
Yeah, one real positive thing we've seen from the Cubs starters for the most part in the early going this season is even when they do give up a leadoff hit or a leadoff walk, they're able to pitch around the trouble, and Ted Lilly was able to do that in that last half inning.
You like the competition that's building here. Rich Hill goes out in 8 shutout innings, and Ted Lilly following that up. At some point, Lou's probably going to split the lefties again so they don't face the same opponent.
Well, and I think that'd be a good idea for obvious reasons. You don't want the other team to see similar styles of pitching on back-to-back days. So I'm sure, and Lou has talked about this going all the way back to spring training at some point, splitting up the lefties. But, boy, you sure like the way they've gone about their business in the early going this season.
Here's Henry to lead off the last of the 5th. He swings at the first pitch and fouls it into the dugout. Happy 28th birthday to Juan P. Mendoza from the Vega and Mendoza clan. The Caspers are well represented. My sister Amy and my dad Joe. Enjoying some sun. And Cubs baseball.
Well, they got the good seats too. They must know somebody.
You better be paying attention. We've seen some foul balls go flying in there.
Giving some advice to Cesar Asturias as he stands in the on-deck circle.
So we were trying to find them, and I said she's wearing orange, and you may notice there's a Bear fan in the third row. No swing by Blanco. I said, no, that's not my sister. Dave Cella having some fun. Camera high above at first base. Wave, Bob. I'll get you back, Dave. And Henry is on with a leadoff walk. That's the first walk given up by Looper. I've always found it odd, Bob, that Looper has always been a pretty hard thrower, and at one time, I mean, he was consistently 96, 97 as a reliever, and of course you wouldn't expect his velocity to be that consistently as a starter, but he's never been a big strikeout guy.
Yeah, we're looking at the comparative numbers with Ted Lilly, who you wouldn't consider to be a big strikeout guy, has done much better in the early going this season. Looper only had 9 punch-outs in his 3 starts coming into play today. He struck out Jock Jones to start the second inning, giving him 10 on the season. Ted Lilly had 24 and then 3 more today, so he's up to 27 on the season.
Looper, by the way, lives in the Chicago area, Palos Heights. Looper's ready, and it's a hit and run. Blanco will be safe at second, but his tour is thrown out by Kennedy. Tell you what we're going to do. We're going to ask the same question when the Cubs play the White Sox, and I'd be curious to see if we get a different answer. The Cubs' biggest rival, and I don't think either of us is surprised that the vast majority said the Cardinals. 1% said neither.
That's puzzling. I'm curious as to who those people think the biggest rival is. The Washington Nationals, maybe?
I think the Cubs Mariners Cactus League rival is pretty huge. You know, we appreciate the response. We got a huge response. And almost 2/3 said it's the Cardinals.
Yeah, check out this foul ball. Grab your nachos. Look out.
Ted just nicked it. And hangs in. You know, in the early going, some of the biggest question marks the Cubs had have been the biggest strengths. And those things that we thought were going to be the biggest strengths have been the biggest question marks. I mean, you go right down the line. First and 0-2 to Lilly. And he missed it. There were questions about, well, you signed Marquis and Lilly to these huge contracts. They've both been really good. You expect your ace, Carlos Zambrano, to be your best pitcher. He has struggled. Ryan Dempster, that was a question mark just because of the year he had. He's been stellar. Whereas Scott Air, Bob Howry have had a couple of issues, but we expect them to be fine. And I expect that guy to be fine. And then an offense that was really supposed to slug has not been very consistent.
And when they have scored runs, it's been because of small ball and speed and hitting behind the runner, doing those little things, which I think is a good sign. I don't think there's any question this Cubs team is going to slug, and they are going to hit their share of home runs, and they are going to put a lot of crooked numbers on the board over the course of the summer. But to have found the ability when necessary to manufacture runs with speed and bunting and playing hit and run, I think that's going to really help them in the long run.
And in the case of Howry, I mentioned struggled a little bit early, but 3 straight scoreless outings. So that's good to see. Dempster with another save last night, his third in as many tries. Been a tough go of it for Will Ullman as well. So yeah, everything's just kind of a little off in both directions from what maybe we expected to start the season. So Terrio grounds out and the Cubs leave one. They have a 1-0 lead in this pitcher's duel.
Try Arby's new Market Fresh Tuscan Turkey Sandwich. Freshly sliced turkey, thick-cut pepper bacon, and sun-dried tomato spread on our 3-cheese focaccia. So good it'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
If ever you're not satisfied with one of our tires, please feel free to bring it back. Thank you. Discount Tire Company.
Low prices, more choices on the world's best brands, like Michelin and B.F. Goodrich.
It's all about freedom to see clearly, to be at the top of your sport, the top of your profession, at the top of the world. It's freedom, brought to you by Kraft Laser Vision Correction. No one can match the Kraft Eye Institute in laser vision experience or results. Why trust your eyes to anyone else? The Kraft Eye Institute. It's freedom to see, to do, to be your best. Call Kraft today and see how far freedom can take you.
The 2007 Chevy Impala has something Toyota and Honda don't. The GM 100,000-mile warranty. And OnStar, with help at the push of a button. And diagnostic checks emailed to you every month. Impala has you covered for the road ahead.
Qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on an 07 Chevy Impala 1LT for around $199 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details. Qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on an 07 Impala 1LT for around $199 a month.
They're the players you love and the teams you live for. When you want the game, the latest news, or expert analysis on everything happening in Chicago sports, there's only one place to turn. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Midas. Visit Midas for brakes, expert auto maintenance, and tires. And by the all-new full-size 2007 Toyota Tundra.
Tuesday night, Comcast Sportsnet truly is a fan's best friend. As the Bulls, Cubs, and White Sox play simultaneously, you can see Game 2 of the Bulls Heat series on Comcast Sportsnet in high definition. Cubs and Brewers on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. White Sox Royals on Comcast Sportsnet Plus 2. Don't miss out on the action this Tuesday. To find channel locations in your area, log on to ComcastSportsnet.com. Top of the order now for St. Louis as David Eckstein hits his third fly ball. He's found all three outfielders. More work here in the Wrigleyville area. Over across Waveland.
Using some of my old catcher's mitts there to build a wall.
A one-strike pitch. Ground ball to the right side. Go back on the conversation earlier about things that maybe we weren't sure about to start the season. I think the big key, and I think we both agreed on day one, was Ryan Dempster setting up the rest of the bullpen. You had a closer, Matt Manti, who struggled one year, and boy, that makes such a huge difference. When you have a lead in the ninth inning, you want to know that you're going to close it down.
And when you lose those games, especially early in the season, that is debilitating. It just creates such a psychological barrier when your team has leads late and you just can't bring those wins home.
It's been great to see after a real struggle for Ryan late last year.
I mean, not to mention the fact that if Ryan Dempster hadn't been as effective as he's been up to this point, that creates a lot of problems. You have to make some changes then, put guys in roles they're not familiar with, or go out and try to find somebody who's going to trade a closer early in the season. It just doesn't happen. So I agree with you. The fact that Ryan Dempster has settled in and done what has been expected of him has been a huge boost to the ball club.
The best thing we could say about him is he's just kind of quietly gone about his business. Relief pitchers don't want you talking about them too much because it usually means they've had some problems. Big swing and a miss by Pujols. Lilly strikes him out, and they're on their feet here at Wrigley. It's 1-0.
Have you noticed how many car ads want you to hurry in? Hurry in, don't wait. They want you to hurry because they don't want you finding out what the best car really is. This is the Toyota Camry, the 2007 Motor Trend Car of the Year. So, you know, it's the best car.
And now, lease the famously popular Toyota Camry for just $229 a month. Toyota, a great way to keep moving forward.
Tonight, it's a Central Division showdown in Motown when Paul Konerko leads the White Sox against Bud Rodriguez and the Tigers, followed by U.S. Cellular White Sox postgame live. White Sox Tigers available in widescreen format tonight at 6 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friends.
QC Auto Service Centers, serving the Quad City area for over 30 years.
Hi, this is Dan Elias for QC Auto Service Centers. Let's talk brakes. Do you have to stomp on your brakes to stop?
Ensure your family's safety by driving into any one of our 3 QC Auto Service Centers. Our techs will inspect your vehicle's brakes free. We'll install lifetime guaranteed original equipment, brake pads, and shoes.
QC Auto Centers with 3 convenient locations: Bettendorf, Davenport, and Moline, keeping you on the road.
So, you're a green person, but which shade? Confusing, isn't it? Well, True Value's Color Made Simple can help. With exclusive tools, trained professionals, and expert advice, finding your color will always be simple. Now let's talk purple. True Value's Color Made Simple.
Meeting the challenge since 1940.
Preview tonight at 10:30 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Hey, the 6th annual Meet the Team Have a Ball is Tuesday, May 29th at 2:30. It's your chance to walk on the outfield grass at Wrigley and to meet the 2007 Cubs. Tickets are $300 each, and all proceeds benefit Cubs Care. To purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com or call 773-404-CUBS. Cliff Floyd with a roller to Eckstein, who's playing up the middle, had the range a little bit to his right. There are still tickets available for the upcoming series against Milwaukee, which starts Monday night. And tickets are still available for Cub home games on weekdays the rest of April and into May, even in the Bud Light bleachers. To purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com, call 1-800-CUBS, or visit the Wrigley Field box office. Both starters have been sharp today. Willie's been a little bit better than Looper. Also a reminder, Wrigley Field tours are going on, 90 minutes. It's a great tour of historic Wrigley Field, and you can visit Cubs.com or purchase tickets at the Wrigley Field box office. First tours will be conducted next weekend.
And as part of that tour, you get an opportunity to come up here to the press level and see the view that we have on a daily basis. Best view in baseball.
You know, one of the great perks of this job is to invite people in here for the first time.
Now, once they stand there for a minute with their mouths hanging open and their eyes wide, they finally start to carry on a conversation. But that first minute or so, they just soak it all in.
Fastball in. And he missed it. So that's the second out.
It's time today for our Kawasaki Let the Good Times Roll.
youngsters out at the ballpark today. And the temperature's warming up here in Chicago. Good to see. We are in spring, right? Feels like it today.
That's the rumor. No snow flurries. I didn't even have to wear my long johns today. That's how warm it is out here at Wrigley Field.
The only long johns you saw today were in donut form.
They didn't last long. Looper starting to throw a few more breaking balls here as we get into the middle portion of this ball game. Basically hard sinker, hard cutter, and splitter through the early going. Now starting to mix in some sliders.
Well, prior to the beginning of this year, the last time he had worked as a starter was in 1997 in A-ball, the low minors. In fact, in his big league career, he had barely averaged more than 1 inning per appearance going into 07. Ground ball to third. Gobbled up by Scott Rowland. Had time to look at him. And fires a strike to Pujols. The starters have been very comfortable today. It's 1-0 Cubs.
Every night, there's just one place to be. The best damn sports show, period. Come on in and be our guest for Sports Television's nightly party. The world's greatest late-night sports show is just getting started. The best damn sports show, period. Tonight on Comcast Sportsnet.
Follow the curving Irish lanes long enough, and you'll find yourself in the town of Wicklow. And if you arrive on that most special day in Ireland, you'll find the town celebrating their favorite holiday in traditional fashion.
Hey, John, happy Cinco de Mayo!
Chevy. With 8 models that get an EPA estimated 30 miles per gallon highway or better. And we're so confident of our quality, every one is backed by something no one else has. The best coverage in America, including the GM 100,000-mile warranty. Get a 2007 Chevy Cobalt Sedan LS starting at $13,590 after cash back. That's an 07 Cobalt Sedan LS starting at $13,590 after cash back.
They're the players you love and the teams you live for. When you want the game, the latest news, or expert analysis on everything happening in Chicago sports, there's only one place to turn. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Tuesday, it's Game 2 from the UC. As Ben Gordon leads the Bulls charge against Dwayne Wade in the Heat in high definition. Coverage starts with Bulls pregame live. Bulls, Heat, Game 2. Tuesday night at 6:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best.
Scott Rowland fouls away off first and out of play as we start the 7th. Lou has needed his starters to save the bullpen. The bullpen's in good shape today, but he doesn't mind if Lilly saves them again. That's a good thing.
Yeah, after that 14-inning game to end the last homestand, that's the kind of beginning of a stretch where you might have to dip into the minor leagues and get some pitching help. The bullpen was really overstressed. Needed some long outings from his starting pitching, and Rich Hill and Ted Lilly have done that the last couple of days.
Rowland had asked for time and got it from Larry Young. Try this again. A 1-1 from Lilly. Here it is. Another foul, 1-2. This homestand will span 6 games. These 3 against St. Louis, and then the upcoming weekday set against Milwaukee. And then the Cubs hit the road. They go to St. Louis and Pittsburgh. Another strikeout for Ted Lilly.
Well, we talked through the early going about Ted Lilly, his ability to command 4 pitches. And he just doesn't pitch in a pattern. He doesn't always throw a curveball in a 1-2 count. He doesn't always throw a fastball on a 1-0 count. He's able to mix his pitches effectively and keep the opposing hitters off balance.
Mark Carlson is from Joliet, working third base, so half the umpiring crew's from Illinois. Carlson and Young. Mentioned earlier, Ted Lilly beat the Cardinals in his only other appearance back in '05. That was at Rogers Center when he was with the Blue Jays. 7 shutout innings. Pretty rare that Lilly has been in a count like this. Look at the strikes. 60 out of 88. Now 3-2.
60 out of 88, and there were a number of questionable borderline pitches in the early going that could have very easily gone his way.
The 3-2 in on the hands. He fouled it off. You know, I asked Ted recently about mentoring a guy like Rich Hill, and you know what Ted said? Rich is fine. He really doesn't need my advice. He's been right so far.
I thought it was really an indication of the maturity of Rich Hill, though, when Josh was talking to him before the ball game, saying that you can learn from everybody. Obviously some veterans on the staff this year that Rich Hill, I'm sure, will pick their brains, but he said he even learned from all the young pitchers that were on the staff last year. You can learn from everybody.
Yeah, I think it's a good exchange of ideas. And just talking about certain situations and different philosophies. The walk to Edmonds, only the second Lilly has given up today. He has struck out 5. Another Cardinal hitting under 200. Preston Wilson lost the handle as his left hand came off the bat. The lead is only 1. Ted Lilly's made it hold up to this point, but Preston Wilson gives the Cardinals the lead as he finds Waveland. Not much margin for error in a 1-run game, and Ted Lilly allowing his first home run of the year, and it's now 2-1 St. Louis. Boy, he got all of it for his first home run of the year.
Well, the home run was crushed by Preston Wilson, but I'm sure Ted Lilly will tell you the walk to Jim Edmonds is what upset him in this inning. Fastball down and in. No doubter to straightaway left field. The only chance we had is if that Seagull grabbed the ball and pulled it back into play.
But just like that, it's a 1-run deficit.
We talked about it in the open of the show. The offense just has not been there for Ted Lilly. He has pitched effectively in this ball game. You have to give him a little bit of wiggle room, and a 1-run lead is not very much wiggle room.
Big rip by Molina, and he fouled it back. Well, as you just saw, Preston Wilson can hit a ball a long way. And that's it for Molina. So 2 outs. And Wilson had 36 home runs back in '03 with Colorado, 31 in 2000 with Florida. That's 17 last year combined with Houston and St. Louis. So it's Lilly against Kennedy with 2 outs. Ron Santo coming up with our 7th inning stretch after the 3rd out. Ball 1 high. He's contemplating how the Cubs are going to get a few runs coming up. Looks like Tony La Russa is going to stick with Braden Looper. Nobody warming up in their bullpen, and he's standing in the on-deck circle. And why not? Bobby's only thrown 71 pitches in 6 innings.
Yeah, both these starters have been outstanding through the early going today. No, we're not even early going anymore. We're deep into this ball game.
That'll be caught by his Torres for the 3rd out. Here comes Ronnie.
Your guest conductor for Take Me Out to the Ball Game. Welcome Cub legend Ron Santo.
All you Cub fans, great Cub fans, let me hear ya. A 1, a 2, a 3. Me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I ever get back, for it's root for the Cubbies. If they don't win, it's a shame, for it's strikes you're out at the old ball game. Hey, let's get some runs. Come on.
Is it possible to engineer desire? The ES from Lexus. At your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
All new mowers look good, but Saturday morning is no time to find out your new mower won't start. You have things to do. A lawnmower is only as good as the engine that powers it.
Hey, mister.
If you don't have a Briggs & Stratton, you don't know what you have. Briggs & Stratton, the power within.
Try Arby's new Market Fresh Tuscan Turkey Sandwich. Freshly sliced turkey, thick-cut pepper bacon, and sun-dried tomato spread on our 3-cheese focaccia. So good, it'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
Well, it's now 2-1. The Cubs trail for the first time today. They got a run right off the bat in the first inning as Ramirez played at Terrio with an RBI single, but Preston Wilson with a 2-run homer. So the Cubs try to come from behind. Ron Santo, kind enough to hang with us here in the bottom of the 7th. How you doing, Ron?
I was doing great up until the fact of Wilson's home run. Ted has been pitching outstandingly. I mean, the last 3 outings, unbelievable pitching, great game today, but no run support, and but we can come back in this ball game.
Inside on DeRosa. Well, the 2 lefties, Rich Hill and Ted Lilly, have been terrific. Michael Wirtz is up in the bullpen. But we were talking earlier, Ron, about some of the question marks going into the season early on have been answered, but some of the strengths we thought we would see have been a little inconsistent. It's been a strange start in that regard.
It really has been, and you look at both clubs having the same problem: good pitching, no hitting, no timely hitting. But it'll start coming around. There's no doubt in my mind, and the Cardinals aren't going to stay where they are. And this is a good start right here.
A leadoff walk to DeRosa, and Jock Jones will be the batter. Ron Santo autographed baseball handed out today. You signed every one of them, right?
Yeah, 500 of them.
How long did it take you to sign?
Well, I would say, I got a short name, maybe about 2 hours, something like that.
And unlike a lot of major league ball players or former ball players, we can actually read your signature.
Yeah, it's legible.
You'd never made it as a doctor.
Well, let me just tell you this. When I came up at the age of 20, I wanted to make sure everybody knew my name. And today, I can't even tell half of these guys.
Well, people knew your name because of the way you played the game. They'll figure out your signature.
One strike on Jock. DeRosa is aboard after the leadoff free pass. You have Rolen in at third, but well off the line. They want to turn 2 up the middle. But that's not going to happen. First and second as Jones singles to right. This is exactly what you were talking about.
When you talk about right there, the sad part, he had to hold up DeRosa for that ball to get by him, or he'd have been on third base. That'd have been nice.
Action now in their bullpen. Franklin, the right-hander. Flores is the lefty.
Well, you would certainly anticipate a bunt here from Henry Blanco to move both those runners into scoring position. With Michael Wirtz warming up in the bullpen, I'm sure Lou will be ready to drop a pinch hitter in that pitcher spot, maybe even in his tourist spot, if he has an opportunity to push across some runs.
Yeah, I think you're right on. Because right now we're not scoring a lot of runs, and you got to get these guys in scoring position. That's a go-ahead run on first base. I see him definitely bunting here.
Ron, one of the things Lou has shown very early is he's not afraid to make some moves.
No.
Mix up the lineup a little bit, put guys in different spots just to see what he has.
Well, it's just like after a winning last night, and there was 4 guys that hadn't played, and he made some changes today.
Pujols already way in at first, as the Cardinals expect Henry to try to lay one down.
Well, we saw a similar defense to this from the Reds earlier this year. Second baseman holding the runner on second. Obviously, the first baseman charging hard, rolling kind of about a quarter of the way in from third base to read the play. Very tough to get a jump out there at second base with that second baseman holding you right on the bag.
No, I like that right there. If there was any doubt about what's going to happen, Henry just talking to Mike Quaddy, tell me what we're going to do.
Well, it used to be your key was to read the shortstop. If you saw the shortstop break for third base, that was an indication the third baseman was going to charge. And most of the time, the teams gave the hitter the leeway to go ahead and swing away in that situation. If the shortstop held his position or broke towards second base, then you wanted to bunt the ball down the third base line.
Puts a lot of pressure on a hitter, too, when a guy like Pujols running right on top of you to lay down a good bunt.
That's a strike, 1-1.
And we talked about Molina's arm behind home plate. 6 pickoff last year, 18 since 2005. Runners trying to get as much of a jump as you possibly can when that ball is bunted on the ground, but you're very susceptible when you have a catcher that likes to throw.
Big spot for the Cubs, who trail 2-1. They have 2 on with nobody out. There's the bunt, and the throw's going to go to second and then to third, and they apply the tag.
It's going to be a triple play.
And it's going to be a triple play. That's it for the inning. Molina had to go around Henry, and the ball got down, and Mike Quaddy arguing with Larry Young, and here comes Lou. Can you believe that?
Gee whiz. I can't believe it.
So the ball got down. They got the force at second, the tag at third, and Henry didn't move from the plate, so they had the easy force at first, and the umpires are getting together to talk about it. Now, we were blocked our view of the ball. Have you ever seen a catcher almost tackle the batter to try to make the catch?
He reached around Henry to make that play.
Now they're saying he's out. Okay, Henry's out, and the runners stay at first and second.
Well, they must be calling Henry out for interfering with Molina's opportunity to field that ball. And if that is indeed the case, the runners will return to their bases, and the Cubs will proceed with 1 out in the inning, runners at first and second.
Woo! I haven't seen that. You don't see that very often.
No.
I'll tell you that.
Well, you'll see Henry pops this ball, and Molina actually reaches over Henry's shoulders to try to make the play. It dropped,
did hit the ground.
In fair territory. That's a force play at second. That's a tag play at third, and Henry's still standing at home plate. Rowland throws across for what the Cardinals thought was a triple play, but Henry was called out for interfering with Molina's ability to field the ball here. Very odd looking play.
Okay, so there's the ball, and it does hit the ground. So they call Henry out on the interference. I've never seen a play like that.
No,
ever.
I haven't.
Jeez. It looked like as Molina picked that ball up, he tagged Henry at the plate initially. Yeah, we're going to have to go to the umpire's room tomorrow morning and get some explanations for some of these plays in the ball game today. The bizarre double play with DeRosa running at first base.
Gosh.
This play, go figure.
You know, that play with DeRosa missing the bag, I don't think Hernandez saw that.
Maybe, if you know, and Ron, if you're right, if he tagged Henry, there wouldn't have been a force at second. Yeah, that was a weird one.
That was.
Okay, so it's 2 unassisted. And still first and second for his Torres.
You're going to just have a do-over. Put Henry back in the box. Let's start over again.
Well, Molina did the right thing. I mean, he just went after the ball. Could have ended the inning. But fortunately for the Cubs, only 1 out on the play.
Well, I was thinking if Blanca would have taken off, Molina probably would have caught that ball in the air, right? And the runners would have stayed.
A 1-1 pitch, buried in the dirt, and Molina has it right at his feet. So a bear hug from the opposing catcher. Ron, while we have a quick moment, what's going on with JDRF? You had your big walk right before opening day.
Yeah, it was, when you say the walk, no, I had the walk at the end of the season in October.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, and it was very successful, has been. I have now 5 walks, and we raised close to $6 million, and it's just fantastic. And believe me, this money is every year is going to try to find a cure for diabetes, and 85 cents of every dollar goes to research. So it's dynamite.
Well, it's just great how many people turn out.
Yeah,
and, just growing every year.
It's just been every year been growing.
Looper steps off. Cubs need a big hit. All their hits have been singles. Pitch called strike 3. Caught the inside corner. And as Torres is out. And we will not see Ted Lilly in this spot.
Looked like the comeback sinker we saw Looper throw to Jock Jones earlier in the ball game. Doesn't have the same amount of movement that Greg Maddux used to get on that off the body sinker, but in the eyes of Larry Young, it caught the inside corner.
So Darrell Ward announced as a pinch hitter. Ron, it's been a slow start and inconsistent play. Cubs at 6-9, but we talk a lot off the air. You feel pretty good about this ball club.
I feel very good about this ball club, and you know, Lou is going to make changes. I mean, he's going to make sure that this ball club stays good this year. And I recall what Jim Henry said. I mean, you get off these kind of starts, you don't like to. You like to be 9-6, and I think we could have been if the bats were there. But like I said, I don't see anybody really running away with our division, and there's a lot of parity in our division. But we just got to start swinging those bats. We're getting the pitching, but I like this ball club. And when you got good pitching, you're going to win ball games.
So here's Darrell Ward. 1 hit in this spot and 4 walks, so he's shown a lot of patience. Ted Lilly threw 100 pitches and he found the zone 70 times. Swing and a miss.
We talked about Looper going more to the slider in his last inning of work. This inning going back to that split-fingered fastball, getting a lot of swings and misses, burying that pitch in the dirt when he's ahead in the count.
Cubs put the first 2 on in the inning, a walk and a single. Now they're down to the final strike here in the 7th.
Back-to-back split fingers for 2 strikes. Boy, Looper can go a variety of ways now. We've seen him throw that inside sinker. Just got Cesar's Torres with it. Struck Jock Jones out with it earlier in the ball game.
Comes and he struck him out. Well, Ron's going to head back to the radio booth, and the Cubs are down 2-1.
They're the teams you live for, the players you cheer for, and the events that make you stop everything. Whatever side you're on, whatever captures your interest most, there's one common bond that unites us all. We all share a passion for Chicago sports. That's why fans like you need a television home devoted solely to you. The games, the news, the analysis, and everything else you desire. It's all right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Sit, watch.
Not too close. What do you think? I got that insurance?
What insurance is that, Yogi?
The one you really need to have. If you don't have it, that's why you need it.
Need what?
Aflac. Well, if you get hurt and miss work, it won't hurt to miss work. And they give you cash, which is just as good as money.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
We know you like style. We know you like performance. We thought you'd like fuel economy as well. With the Pontiac G6, you get the same fuel economy as Camry, with even more power. The new Pontiac, designed for action.
Now, after all available offers, the G6 sedan starts at $16,145. For more information, visit PontiacDrive.com.
Well, after the game, stick around. It's Cubs postgame live, and a Bulls playoff preview comes up tonight at 10:30. Toyota Bulls postgame live also tomorrow after the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet.
There's another one of those possible question marks going into the season. How effective would Michael Wirtz be? And he has been really effective in the early going. 10 strikeouts in his 7 1/3 innings of work, held opponents to a 125 batting average. Deadly on right-handed hitters with that slider.
Skip Schumacher is going to bat for Looper. Thanks to Ron for joining us. He was not real happy when that half inning ended.
How could you tell?
Because he took his headset off
and walked out of the booth.
All right, still hanging in, down 2-1. Up to the bullpen to hold the Cardinals at 2. Outside corner, he caught it. High fly ball. And Jones calling for it on the warning track. He has it. A deep fly out to start the 8th inning.
Ball carried a lot further than it looked like when it came off the bat. It appeared to be just a routine depth fly ball to left center field and carried all the way out in front of the vines.
Slider strike.
That big lock hanging on the door out there in left center field. And talking Cliff Floyd, they're talking about it. Do you have the key to that thing?
That would not be fun to go crashing into. Mentioned in an opening day, Under Armour sponsorship on the outfield doors. Eckstein finally put a ball on the ground and snuck it past Ramirez, and he's on his way to second, and he has a double.
You mentioned it, Eckstein hitting the ball in the air. His first 3 trips to the plate, that's exactly what you want him to do. This ball's not hit particularly hard, but because Aramis Ramirez was playing in, protecting against the bunt, just didn't have enough range to get over there to the foul line, knock that ball down.
Cardinals try to add on Chris Duncan at the plate, the son of their pitching coach Dave Duncan. Here comes Wirtz, way out in front. Dave Duncan has been one of the best in the business for a long time and wasn't even a pitcher. He was a catcher.
One thing Dave Duncan does so well as a pitching coach is come up with a game plan for his pitcher based on the lineup he's facing on a given day, what that guy has working for him on a given day.
Lined to right, and DeRosa with a catch for out number 2. Scalded, but for an out. Well, Sunday, April 22nd, that's in 2 days, Baby Ruth Day. The first 15,000 in the ballpark will receive a fun-sized Baby Ruth candy bar. So come savor the good stuff at Wrigley Field with a Baby Ruth as the Cubs take on the Cardinals. Game starts at 1:20. Albert Pujols will be intentionally walked with a bag open, and they'll go after Roland instead.
Pujols 4 for 9 lifetime against Michael Wirtz with a home run. Scott Rowland 1 for 5. Well, even though Albert Pujols has not been swinging the bat the way you expect him to through the early going of the season, this is the right move. This is a percentage play, puts Pujols on base, sets up a force play at any base in the infield on a tough ground ball.
We just got confirmation that Henry was called out on that bunt attempt. Batter's interference. Very strange play. Cubs ended up getting nothing out of the inning. But that play turned out better than it could have, as the Cardinals thought they had turned a triple play. Wilcox getting loose quickly. Well, this is a big inning for the Cubs as they try to keep St. Louis right where they are. Still 6 outs to work with offensively, and they're only down a run. And they have Braden Looper out of the game. He was just pinch hit for after 7 strong innings.
We've seen more fastballs in this ball game from Michael Wirtz than he's thrown the entire season. That's one of those things about making the adjustments before the other team makes the adjustment to you. We know Michael Wirtz's best pitch has been that slider he's been able to consistently spot on the outside corner or off of the outside corner, depending on the count. I'm sure the Cardinals are aware of that as well. So he's throwing a lot of fastballs today.
Swing and a miss.
There was a slider.
Fans on their feet for an upcoming 2-2 pitch. Fly ball right center. DeRosa's over. He has it. Wirtz out of the inning. Cardinals get nothing. Bottom 8, 2-1.
Holy.
Two sourdough melts for $4. Incredible.
When you're thinking Arby's, you can't think about anything else. Like 2 Arby's sourdough melts for only $4. Choose from roast beef with melted cheddar or roast ham and melted Swiss. Both on thick cut sourdough bread. Get any 2 for just $4. They'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
I would recommend on-media advertising simply because it's very convenient. It has a lot of opportunities for customers to see it. And also we've got a sales individual that comes to us quite often, gives us updates on what products are available. The feedback we're receiving through on-media advertising has been very positive. We're seeing people from the Quad City area, from our local Geneseo market, who are seeing our commercials. It's really a great way for us to continue to grow our business. That's kind of exciting for us.
My days are non-stop, so I can't be waiting for a program to start or dealing with a slow internet connection. With Mediacom On Demand, I can watch movies whenever I want. I could never do that with the dish. And Mediacom Online gives me speeds up to 8 meg. Mediacom? Works for me.
Upgrade to Digital 2-Star with Stars and HBO just in time for the return of The Sopranos for just $14.95 a month for 12 months, and add high-powered Mediacom Online for just $29.95 a month for 12 months.
Call 1-800-CABLE-TV. Off preview tonight at 10:30 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Time now for a Cadillac Sports Update.
Hi everyone, Mitch Robinson with you. More Cubs baseball in a moment, but first a programming note. Tonight at 10:30, join us for our Bulls playoff preview special. We'll break down the Bulls Heat series, including the key matchups, hear from both teams on the eve of the game, and find out why this year will be different from last year's playoff loss to Miami. That's later tonight, but now more Cubs baseball with Len and Bob. Guys?
Thanks, Mitch. Skip Schumacher stays in, and he plays left. And the new pitcher is right-hander Ryan Franklin. With Chris Duncan out, Franklin will slide into the number 2 spot in the order. And he'll face the top of the order for the Cubs. Terrio, Floyd, and Lee do up. Braden Looper continues his strong transition to the Cardinals starting rotation. He went 7 innings, allowed 5 hits, 1 run, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts. Ted Lilly, 7 innings, 4 hits, just 2 runs, 2 walks, 6 strikeouts. So both guys with a quality start every time out.
It seems like every pitching staff has that tough luck guy that just doesn't seem to get the offensive support that the other 4 starters get, and so far that's been Ted Lilly for the Cubs.
The 1-0 to Terrio. There's a foul strike, 1-1.
Cubs have the right part of the lineup up there. Ryan Terrio in the leadoff spot today. This is the 3rd time in the ball game he's led off an inning. Obviously, to start the ball game, he led off the 3rd inning with a fly ball to center field, and now here again in the 8th. $38,955.
We're in the friendly confines to watch the Cubs and the Cardinals renew this rivalry. Fly ball toward Preston Wilson. Battling the sun, he has it.
Going to be that time of day. Tough sun for the right fielder, second baseman, first baseman. That time Wilson able to use his glove and those wraparound shades to keep the ball out of the sun long enough to make the catch.
Next on left fielder, Cliff Floyd.
Cliff 0 for 3, batting second in the order. 188 career at bats in the number 2 spot prior to today, and a .261 batting average. Yeah, happy birthday to Tom Hoover. Camera above home plate. You got it. 29.
He's not even buying it.
There you go. It's more like 29. Spending a day at the ballpark on his birthday. Cliff had to wait too long as Franklin was not sure what sign he wanted from Molina.
Well, he's shaken off everything he's thrown, every pitch he has twice. Molina's probably wondering, okay, have you invented something new since the last time I caught you?
Dipped inside on a heater to make it 2-1. Well, on the first homestand, the Cubs went 2-5. They had a .304 earned run average. But the offense didn't get the job done. That's a strike, and Cliff didn't like it.
Changeup fading down and away. Cliff thought it fell off the corner as it got to the plate. Larry Young disagreed.
Cubs bats had a collective .652 OPS on the opening homestand. That's not going to get it done. They've scored just once today against Braden Looper and company.
We could get some flash cards for Ryan Franklin. He just likes to shake his head no, I think.
Larry Young says, please throw a pitch. The 2-2 to Floyd. Line into center. Backing up Edmonds, who had come in originally. This has been a tough offer for Cliff Floyd. He's hit 3 balls well enough to have 3 hits.
Just a screaming line drive to straightaway center. Edmonds froze in his tracks, and fortunately for the Cardinals that he did. If he comes in one step, that ball gets over his head all the way to the wall.
It's up to Lee here in the 8th. Nobody on and 2 outs. Swing as Derek was trying to tie it, and he couldn't find it. 1-1. Big shift on the infield as Kennedy has been really shading Lee up the middle, giving him all kinds of room on the right side.
It's the first time Derek Lee has faced Ryan Franklin in a regular season game. Franklin spent a lot of time in Seattle, was briefly with the Phillies and the Reds last year.
Another long pause by the pitcher. Finally ready for a 1-2. Fisted foul.
I don't think there's been one delivery since Franklin came into the ballgame where he didn't shake off Yadier Molina at least once.
Molina slides toward the outside corner, and it's hit in the air out toward Wilson. And he lost his hat, but caught the baseball. And kept trailing toward the corner. Franklin goes 1-2-3 to the ninth, 2-1 St. Louis.
Searching other websites for low fares? Better get comfortable. Fly one of Southwest Airlines' 7 daily nonstops from Chicago Midway to Long Island for just $39 one way.
You are now free to move about the country.
Grubs. Their mission? Destroy your lawn. Now there's Bear Advanced Season-Long Grub Control with Merit. Its exclusive 2-in-1 formula stops grubs all season. Plus, it revitalizes your lawn, guaranteed. Bear Advanced.
Wake up to rivalry and wake up to McDonald's. Get any two McGriddle sandwiches for just $3.
Chevy. With 8 models that get an EPA estimated 30 miles per gallon highway or better. And we're so confident of our quality, everyone is backed by something no one else has. The best coverage in America, including the GM 100,000-mile warranty. Get a 2007 Chevy HHRLS starting at $15,800 after cash back. That's an 07 HHRLS starting at $15,800 after cash back.
Here's the Cubs Felco upcoming schedule. We'll see you next here on Comcast Sportsnet. We'll be on Plus Tuesday night against Milwaukee. The Bulls playoff game against the Heat will be on Comcast Sportsnet. So that's the rest of the homestand coming up. And on Monday, it'll be April 23rd at 7:05. The Cubs and the Brewers will play here at Wrigley. The first 20,000 will receive a scratch and win card, while 500 random winners will receive a Rawlings official baseball autographed by Alfonso Soriano. Compliments of Van Campen. Fans are encouraged to hold on to their cards for second chance drawings. No purchase necessary. For complete rules, visit Cubs.com. It is possible Soriano could get back in the lineup Monday night. We're in the ninth. The Cardinals are clinging to a 2-1 lead. A home run by Preston Wilson. A 2-run shot in the 7th has been the difference.
Brewers come to town Monday. I'm sure besides the bats, balls, and gloves and catcher's gear they bring with them, they'll have the clipping from Carlos Zambrano saying that the Reds had a better ball club than the Brewers.
Yep, they'll remember. The Brewers are pacing this division. 9-6. Houston, which had gotten off to a very rough start, has won 4 in a row. They're just a half game out. Fly ball to left. Running over hard is Floyd, and he missed it. And he's going to have to go into the corner to get it. And Edmonds is going to head toward third base and slide in with a triple. The cliff went head first, couldn't get it, and once it got by him, that was almost a guaranteed triple. It's been a while for Jim Edmonds.
You have to appreciate the effort, but probably misplaced effort in that case. That ball hit well in front of Cliff's attempted diving catch, and once it gets past him, that's going to be a triple for Jim Edmonds. He doesn't run nearly as good as he once did. But that play right in front of him, he can see what's going on out in that left field corner. Cubs will be forced to draw their infield in here.
Against the guy who has given the Cardinals the lead. Blocked by Blanco. One ball on Preston Wilson. Cardinals are waiting for Juan Encarnacion to come off the disabled list, as he is rehabbing after left wrist surgery. Wilson's done the job in right as he shoots it foul. Edmonds had to get out of the way. He was in foul ground, so even if it hit him, it would not have been out. Our Nissan drive today. Preston Wilson finding Waveland in the 7th.
Well, you can't even really call that a mistake. It was a fastball down and in, and Wilson just got the barrel of the bat on that ball and rode it out of here to left field. Another nice block by Henry. So depending on what happens with this at bat with Preston Wilson, with Molina in the on deck circle, the first thing that pops into my mind is a possible squeeze play. Granted, the Cardinals do have a lead in the ball game, and Tony might not be as likely to use the squeeze button if he already has a lead in the game. But when they trail by a run or in a tie ball game, it's always in the back of your mind when you're playing against a Tony La Russa managed team.
Infield in, 2-2. Here's the pitch. That'll keep Edmonds at third as Ramirez throws over. One gone, and here's Molina.
Good pitch by Bob Howard. He gets a defensive swing, just a little chopper to the left side. Ramirez has plenty of time to check the runner at third, throw on to first for the out.
Mentioned a big postseason of Molina last year. He had a really rough offensive regular season as Neil Kotz is up again. He had 19 hits. That led all players participating in the 2006 postseason. That from a guy who tied for 229th in hits during the regular campaign. Steps off, brings Blanco out to the mound.
That was a call from Henry Blanco. That was a design play. Come to the set position, hold the ball, hold the ball, hold the ball, and then step off. At worst, it forces the Cardinals to go through another set of signs. If Lou thinks something is up, it'll force Jose Oquendo over there at third base and Tony La Russa in the dugout to go through another set of signs.
This is where Bob wants to strike out. And at third and one out.
We talk about pitchers pitching to contact. That's good in certain situations, but not this particular situation. Punch out is what's called for. Another slider away.
Here it is, and he gets that strikeout. So now a chance to escape. It'll face a lefty, Adam Kennedy.
Well, the last two pitches, just carbon copies. Little cut fastballs, little baby sliders out on the outside corner. Gets a swinging strike.
Howry's not going to get the chance to retire Kennedy. Instead, Lou's going to go with Neil Kotz. So playing the matchups, it's 2-1 Cardinals in the ninth.
The 2007 Chevy Impala has something Toyota and Honda don't. The GM 100,000-mile warranty. And OnStar, with help at the push of a button. And diagnostic checks emailed to you every month. Impala has you covered for the road ahead.
Qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on an 07 Chevy Impala 1LT for around $199 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details. Qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on an 07 Impala 1LT for around $199 a month.
Yeah, you know the spot.
Right away, sir.
Welcome to Giordano's. Your table's ready.
Thank you.
How's everything?
Fantastic.
What's your secret?
It's the fresh ingredients, and it's been so for the last 30 years.
We made it good. You made it famous.
Think we'll make it?
I don't want to get left behind. Gonna love my baby all the time.
It has everything you expect of a European luxury import. And protects the luxury of life like you only expect from a Volvo. Introducing the all-new Volvo S80.
Lease a 2007 S80 3.2 for $439 a month for 24 months.
Elko Shower of Savings ends April 30th. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors.
Call 866
for Elko.
This year, when you can't be at home to watch the Cubs on TV, check out MLB.tv. You can catch every out-of-market game of the season live online, even when you're traveling. This year, live radio broadcasts are included with a subscription to MLB.tv. Go to Cubs.com for more details, where baseball is always on. Neil Kotz is on, facing a pinch hitter, So Taguchi.
See Kotz's numbers on the season. Wheels really spinning. Adam Kennedy was 0 for 6 against Neil Kotz, 1 for 10 against left-handed pitching this year. So Tony La Russa goes to So Taguchi. Good contact hitter off the bench.
Well, one thing the Cardinals got, and you have to get it in the postseason, is they got contributions from everybody. As like Taguchi, Spezio, Molina. Taguchi in game 2 of the 06 NLCS at Shea Stadium hit a game-winning leadoff homer off Billy Wagner in the 9th inning. Jason Isringhausen, the closer, is ready for the Cardinals. Missed again, and it's 3-1. Edmonds began the inning with a triple. He's still at third base with 2 outs. Big pitch, 3-2.
With the ability to throw that breaking ball for strikes in fastball counts. That time Kotz came with a backdoor slider on the 3-1 count and got the call.
Neil grew up not too far from St. Louis, a huge Cardinal fan, and he's facing the team he loved as a kid. And next weekend, they'll go to Busch Stadium for the first time as a big leaguer. Either Busch Stadium, for that matter. In Lebanon, Illinois. On the ground. Ramirez over to Lee. And Kotz gets out of it. So we've heard this refrain a few times. 1 to tie. 2 to win when we come back.
Wouldn't you love a Suzuki with available seating for 7? The 2007 Suzuki XL7 with America's #1 warranty. Wouldn't it be great to get a Suzuki with 252 horsepower? The Suzuki XL7 with more horsepower than Highlander. It's going to be a great ride. The Suzuki XL7 starts at just $23,649. Now get 0% financing on approved credit with no payments till July 2007.
The road to happiness. There's a lot of temptation out there.
In my hand is a little piece of heaven, and it's practical.
Nice. God, $9 grand. This won't make you happy. It'll end up buried in your closet. Put your money in an orange savings account. It won't go out of fashion, and then you'll feel better about yourself. $9 grand.
Sorry.
High interest, no fees, no minimums. Next thing you know, there's more money than when you started. And you're right back on the road to happiness.
We know you like style. We know you like performance. We thought you'd like fuel economy as well. With the Pontiac G6, you get the same fuel economy as Camry, with even more power. The new Pontiac, designed for action.
Now, after all available offers, the G6 sedan starts at $16,145. For more information, visit PontiacDrive.com.
Elko Shower of Savings ends April 30th. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors.
Call 866.
For Elko.
Couple of strange plays in this ball game in the first inning. Mark DeRosa not tagged by Pujols, but he did not touch first base. As he was walking back toward the bag, he made a beeline for second and was tagged out. Then a bunt, and Molina tried to make the catch. The ball did hit the ground. It looked like Molina then applied the tag. And the Cardinals thought they had a triple play. The force at second, the tag at third. Lou Piniella came out. The umpires got together. Eventually, batter's interference was called on Henry, and only 1 out was recorded. So Aaron Miles is in at second, and Jason Isringhausen takes over on the mound. And ball 1 on Ramirez. And as we look back at that play now, Bob, it couldn't have been a triple play if the tag had been applied at the plate, because they tried to force a second, which would have not counted. Well, that was weird. High in the air, down along the right field line. Wilson coming over and running out of room.
Isringhausen 3 for 3 on save opportunities this year. Last pitched a couple of days ago in San Francisco, a non-save situation. 4 for 14 is Aramis Ramirez with a homer against Izzy.
Cubs need to change their luck in these tight ball games. In 1-run decisions, they are 0-3. They have the same record in 2-run decisions. So everything that's been decided by 2 runs or less, they're 0-6. Elevated to right. Wilson's had a very busy day, and he's battling it, and he grabs it.
Battling the sun, the wind pushing that ball away from him. You can clearly see Wilson calling for it all the way. Makes it into a relatively easy catch. That was not an easy play. First at bat for Mark DeRosa against Jason Isringhausen in his career. Cutter, cutter, cutter. I'm sure that's the scouting report that Mark DeRosa got from the bench before he went up to the plate to take this at bat.
Isringhausen missed the postseason last year due to injury, hip surgery. That's why Adam Wainwright was the Cardinal closer in the playoffs. 2. Well, in 06, a very inconsistent year for Isringhausen. Blew 10 of 43 chances. Most blown saves in the league. The kick and the 2-2 pitch, and it's going to sneak into center, and Isringhausen not happy with himself. He had a shot at that ball, but he couldn't get it.
A chance we might see Felix P.A. as a pinch runner here. Perhaps Ronnie Cedeno gets some better speed on the bases. DeRosa with a little comebacker off the thumb of Isringhausen's glove on into center field. It will be Cedeno running for DeRosa. Isringhausen can be extremely slow to the plate. Doesn't really pay a lot of attention to base runners. However, in a one-run ball game, he's more likely to pay attention.
Long pause by Isringhausen. Somebody going to call time? Yep.
I'd like to see Jock do it before that. It just gets uncomfortable for that base runner. You get out there, and if you are thinking about running, you start to get a little twitchy, leaning towards second base. That's when you become vulnerable as a base runner. Slide step that time from Isringhausen to Jock Jones. Jock has had great success against Izzy in his career, 4 for 8.
Along the lines of timeouts, the batter can ask for timeout, but the only guy who can call it is the home plate umpire. Back to the screen. A lot of ones out there. Number 11 at the plate, and a 1-1 count with 1 out and 1 on. And the Cubs trail by 1. DeRosa singled with 1 out. Cedeno replacing him as a pinch runner. First of 3 this weekend. Jason Marquis will face his former team tomorrow. Anthony Reyes for the Cardinals. And then it's Adam Wainwright and Wade Miller Sunday. The starters were terrific today. Both Looper and Lillard. Outside, 3-1.
Count a lot of times the manager will start that runner at first base, putting it on the hitter to make sure he swings at a strike. I don't think Cedeno will be on the move here, however.
He is not running, and he went around. Larry Young made the call, 3-2.
And the decision whether you send that runner on a 3-1 or a 3-2 count with less than 2 outs is based more on the hitter's patience or lack thereof. That time Jock Jones chases ball 4.
Isringhausen took some time, and his catcher asked for a play to be halted, which it was by Larry Young. Cedeno goes on a 3-2. That was ball 4. I don't know what Eckstein's arguing about. That was ball 4.
I think he's saying Ronnie slid past the bag at second base, but the ball 4 at the plate nullifies that play at second base. Pitches a cutter inside off the plate. Clearly ball 4 at home plate. Molina doesn't take any chances. He goes ahead and throws to second. Ronnie slides wide of the bag, and Eckstein is saying that Ronnie's foot came off the bag when he applied the tag right there.
Hard to get a really good look at where that toe was after he touched second base. First and second for the Cubs with 1 out. So the umpires will get together again. I'll tell you what, if he's called out, well, we've already had 2 of them that we haven't seen in a while. He is out. Oh, man, Cedeno's out. So it was ball 4, but the call clearly was that he touched second, then came off and was tagged out. Can you believe that? And Lou wants an explanation.
I guess the easiest way to explain it is, ball 4 thrown to Jock Jones. If Ronnie would have just run to second base and run past the bag and a tag would have been applied, he would have been out in that situation.
Well, we have seen a little bit of everything today. Now watch the foot. Yeah, he came off. There's no question. He had already touched second. Now let's put it this way. If I have this right, if Eckstein tagged Ronnie before he got to second, he's safe.
If he stays on the bag.
If he stays on the bag.
Yeah.
But because he touched the bag and then came off, he's out. Yeah, I mean
that's my understanding of the rule down there. Well, that's why on a straight steal attempt like that, a lot of base running coaches will ask their hitters to take that quick peek back to see what's happening at home plate. If you see it's ball 4, you slow down, you stay on the bag at second base. I don't believe Ronnie ever took a peek back to see what was happening at home plate, went into second base with the idea of trying to beat a tag, and unfortunately slid over the base.
So essentially he would have benefited by being slower in some senses. So there are 2 outs and a runner at first, and Matt Merton's going to hit.
And another way to look at it, if that's strike 3 to Jock Jones, now it just becomes a straight stolen base attempt, and he would have been out once again for sliding off the base. The bottom line is stay on the bag. Whether it's ball 4 or strike 3, you have to stay on the base out there at second. Ronnie goes wide of home plate. You can see to reach back with the left hand, but the hand comes off. His momentum just drags him right off the base. He tries to hook it with his left foot. The foot comes off the base. You have to stay on the bag.
Yeah, the entire key to that play is that Ronnie did touch second and then came off and was tagged. And I think we're going to play through it. There's a little debris on a warning track in the outfield as Tony La Russa came out to chat with Larry Young briefly. So Matt Merton bats. And he popped it up. Eckstein is calling for it, and he makes the catch, and a very bizarre day ends with the Cardinals beating the Cubs 2-1. Well, the Cubs had a 1-0 lead until Preston Wilson hit a 2-run homer, and that was a game winner in the 7th inning. And another tough luck outing for Ted Lilly. He's now 1-2 on the year. Well, it might take us a day or so here to figure out everything that happened today, BB. It was a weird one.
First game of what figures to be a hotly contested series, and we had some bizarre plays today.
So that'll do it for our game coverage. Stay tuned. More to come on Cubs Postgame Live. The final score today, the Cardinals 2, the Cubs 1. Our next Cubs telecast will be Tuesday night at 7. As the Brewers visit the friendly confines, we'll be with you on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. So now for Bob Brenly, Bob Albrecht, Dave Turner, Tamara Anderson, and our great crew, Len Casper, inviting you to stay tuned for Postgame Live. You've been watching Chicago Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet.
Thanks, Len. Stand by for Cubs postgame live. Dan Plesac will join me, and he'll break down the game, including how Ted Lilly shut down Albert Pujols. Plus, we'll hear you from Lou Piniella's live press conference after the game. That's coming right up on Cubs postgame live. Don't go anywhere.
What is it, Doc?
It's dealitis. It's time to go to Schomburg Honda Automobiles.
Get 2.9 APR for 36 months on new 07 Accords and Civics now.
It's cardiology.
There's only one, Bob Rohrman. You owe it to yourself. Illinois' #1 volume Honda dealer is Bob Rohrman, Schomburg Honda Automobiles, just 8 blocks west of Woodfield Mall on Gulf Road, Schomburg. For quality windows, siding and doors,
Call 866 for
SBL.
DCO.
Call 866 for Velco.
April showers bring new windows. It's Feltco's April Shower of Savings. The more you buy, the more you'll save on energy-efficient Feltco windows. And we'll include your bathroom window free.
Hurry before these shower of savings end. Call now.
For quality windows, siding and doors,
Call 866
for Velco.
Tuesday, it's a Central showdown at the friendly confines. Let Garrett Lay and the Cubs square off with the Brewers. Coverage starts with Verizon Wireless Cubs Pregame Live. Cubs Brewers Tuesday at 6:30 on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Fans' best friend.
So easy to turn, so easy to handle. It almost drives itself. But it's not just about mowing the lawn. It's also about owning a John Deere. Easy Track, the newest John Deere.
The police often question him just because they find him interesting. His beard alone has experienced more than a lesser man's entire body. His blood smells like cologne. He is the most interesting man in the world.
I don't always drink beer, but when I do, I prefer Dos Equis. Stay thirsty, my friends.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by LoJack, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police. Bacardi Rum. If you're going to drink, be responsible. And by Pontiac, 9 performance machines, all designed for action.
It up. Eckstein is calling for it, and he makes a catch, and a very bizarre day ends with the Cardinals beating the Cubs 2-1.
That's right. Bizarre to say the least. The Cardinals take game 1 of the 3-game weekend set 2-1 over the Cubs. Braden Looper gets the win. Ted Lilly, the hard luck loser. The Cubs fall to 6-10 on the season. Well, again, everyone, and welcome to Cubs Postgame Live alongside Lieutenant Dan. I'm Mitch Robinson. Pitcher's duel. The former closer comes out on top. Looper looks stellar. Lilly had a great outing. Really, one of the things you don't expect from one walk and then gave up a homer.
I mean, this was another – there have been a couple of losses early on in the season that have been tough to swallow, and this one in particular. Ted Lilly pitched well enough to win. You do have to give some credit to Brendan Looper. He was terrific. I mean, he has made the conversion from a relief pitcher to a starting pitcher, and he's mixed in a couple of different pitches that we've never seen from him in the past, changing speeds with his breaking ball, throws in the low to middle 90s, moving his fastball on both sides of the plate. He was tough this afternoon. This was a tough game for this team to lose. I mean, a couple of plays that we're going to touch on a little bit later on, but this is a game that they should have won.
We get to the one play right now in the ninth inning just happened. Ronnie Cedeno in as a pinch runner. Ball four to Jock Jones. Cedeno was stealing, off and running on the 3-2 pitch. Explain now for everyone at home why they think that, you know, he should be out.
Well, what happened here when he was going on the pitch, as soon as you touch the base, and go beyond the base, you become actively part of the play. If he would have even just walked to second base, it was called ball four. He could have just trotted down to second base. David Eckstein could have tagged him, and he would have been safe at second base on the base on balls. But once he got to second base and slid past that and lost being occupied at the base, he became free game. As you can see, David Eckstein, a heady player, you know, had the tag down, and you could see clearly on the replay that Ronnie did touch the base with his left hand, and then his momentum carried him past the bag, and his left foot did come off the base.
Hard to find fault with somebody like Cedeno at that, but what Bob Brentley was saying you have to think about is it's a 3-2 count. Maybe you take a peek to see if it is ball four, so maybe you do pull up because something like that doesn't happen because he was going all out, and obviously the momentum pulled him past.
Well, it's a great point that Bob made. You know, as a base runner, you're always taught to be aware of the situation. Where's the ball to pick up your coaches? And I think you get in a spot like that with a young player, 3-ball, 2-strike count. They're going off as soon as he sees Isringhausen's front foot, his right foot come up to deliver the play. He's breaking for second base. It's almost in a sense like a straight steal, but it makes sense because you do have to be careful. If you lose sight of that ball, even though it was ball four, the way that Ronnie ran down to second base, if that ball would have been popped up in the infield or popped up someplace, you know, you're in danger of sliding into second base with the ball being up in the air. So it's always a good thing, especially if your young kids are watching, if you're going on a play like that, to try to take a peek in to see if you can pick up if the ball was put in play and where exactly the ball is.
Ted Lilly loses one game, 1-0 against Cincinnati. Here takes another one, and he is just pitching lights out for them. It's a shame so far he's not getting the run support. Some guys you see get 5, 6, 7 runs. Steve Traxel last year was getting 6, 7 runs a game. Ted Lilly not getting the run support so far. He could easily be 3-0.
It's not always how you pitch, it's when you pitch. If you can pitch on the days that the bats are waking up and they're going to score some runs, it's just unfortunate because Ted has pitched terrific. He's had a couple of starts where he was dominant, and it was really unfortunate that it comes to one key at bat with Preston Wilson because he was in complete control of this game. Unfortunately, a base on balls led to the before the home run really kind of did Ted in, but he was terrific this afternoon, locating his fastball in the inside half, the outside half. Here you see a great fastball to Jim Edmonds. I mean, he had everything in control. He was mixing in some changeups, had really good command of his fastball. Albert Pujols, he pitched Albert Pujols about as tough as you're going to pitch any right-handed hitter. He was really in complete control. You see a great curveball to Scott Rowland. It's just unfortunate that he's going to come out on the short end of the stick because he certainly deserved much better.
And you talk about him, and then Braden Looper you touched on as well. Another guy who's really made the transition. And actually, that Cardinals pitching staff, if they get past the first inning where they give up runs, Looper gave up 2 runs and Milwaukee gave up the 1 run in the first inning here. They get tougher as the game goes on.
And one of the things that has really hurt this Cub team, you know, getting into the 5th, 6th, 7th inning is getting that big base hit. Here you see Ramos Ramirez early on drives in Ryan Theriot for the first run, and then Mark DeRosa able to hit a ground ball here. It turned into an inning double play. But Brendan Looper, he was really terrific. He was on his game. He is effectively moving the ball in and out. Here you see that kind of the Greg Maddux type pitch that bring that ball back into a left-hander. He was terrific also.
One of the concerns when he first went to the starter's spot was second, third time through the rotation, will he still fool guys? Obviously, he is doing that as we go to our Felco pitching recap. Lilly and Looper both go 7 innings. Lilly allowed 2 earned, Looper 1. They both 5 strikeouts and 6 strikeouts, both give up 2 walks. 100 pitches, 70 of Ted Lilly's pitches were in the strike zone. So it's hard to argue with what kind of job he did, even though he comes out with the loss. And you look around the team, and you talk about for the Cubs team and the offense. Aramis Ramirez extends his hitting streak to 18 games, gets the RBI. Not the wildfire hitting that we've seen in the past couple of games today.
Well, unfortunately, this is really, but kind of what has hurt this team is they've gotten themselves in position to get back into games. And, you know, you're down 2-1 going into the 7th inning, and you're still playing in this ballpark. The conditions, certainly, it wasn't bitter cold as has been the first 2 weeks of the season. They just simply weren't able to get anything going. Had an opportunity, and a lot of times you make your own opportunities. You know, Ronnie Cedeno sliding past second base, Jock Jones 3-2 pitch, ball 4. You're looking at a situation now, instead of a man on first and 2 outs, you're looking at first and second and 1 out. You put a lot of pressure on Jason Isringhausen. You put pressure on the defense. And I think there were a couple things that really hurt. If you go back on the freak play with Henry Blanco, you know, it was the ball caught, was a trap, whatever, how many guys were out. I mean, it turned into a play that was turned into a circus. But the bottom line is, if you want to break this down, and you're talking about inability to do things and execute, here you have first and second and nobody out. And if you get this ball down on the ground, you would have stopped this whole mess. And the Cubs have done a very bad job when they really need to move guys over or get them in when the game is tied or they're down, getting into the late part of the game. And this bunt has to be put down on the ground. It simply wasn't.
All right, we are moments away, seconds away. Time now to head inside the clubhouse, brought to you by United for Lou Piniella.
Isn't the ball bad at this point?
Well, you can't overslide the bag. What else can I say?
That was what they told you.
Yeah, he said he overslid the bag.
But isn't the ball dead?
No, it's not dead. Ball's not dead.
Doesn't he have to show intent to go to third?
Huh?
Does he have to show intent to go to...
If you're off the bag. No, he just overslid the bag. The mistake was he never glanced back to see if it was ball 4 or strike 3. Look.
With the Blanco play, that was...
How about that one? What happened there? I didn't even know. Where'd the ball end up?
Well, it could have been like...
Huh? Oh, is that what happened?
It could have been like a triple play.
Well, no, I mean...
We want to talk about Lily's pitch.
Lily pitched well. Look, the Blanco play, I don't even know. I mean, the ball, I didn't know if it was in the guy's uniform or where it was. I couldn't see it. But both plays they got right.
Does the hitting concern you at this early stage yet?
I keep waiting. Keep waiting for this thing to break out. It's been a bit of a struggle here early.
Lou, can you talk about Lily? Because
he pitched well. He made one bad pitch. I don't know if it was a bad pitch. You got to give the hitter credit too. But he pitched very well.
You almost seem more upset at the walk before the home run.
Well, I don't know, but just a good ball game. We got beat. That's all.
the DeRosa base running, not tagging first, is it just part of a bad day of, multiple strange things coming in?
You mean in the first inning? Is that what you're talking about?
No, it was in the fourth one.
Yeah, sorry, the second double play.
Oh, the second one. I don't know what happened over there at first base. I know he tried to avoid the tag by Pujols, and in doing so, obviously he couldn't step on first. So.
Getting out of the third base with nobody on jam, is that something that can hopefully get Howard going now?
Well, we got out of the third, had the infield in, nice ground ball, a strikeout, and then another ground ball. Good pitching.
You said they were all good calls, but there was obviously some displeasure going on.
Well, I mean, you got to have some displeasure with the umpire once in a while. I mean, why not? You know, they do their jobs, and I try to do mine.
It was just kind of an exchange of pleasantries.
We were just exchanging pleasantries in the runway. You know, they told me where their dinner reservations were, and I told them where mine were. That's the end of it.
Sounds like you won't be at the same place.
No, not tonight.
Have you ever seen that before? Where a runner on a ball four is...
Oh, yeah. You know what? If you stay around baseball, you see a little of everything. Please. That's probably minor.
Are you starting to get a feel for what the Cubs are all about and some of the problems they've had here over the years?
Look, we've been in every game we've played. Our pitching, for the most part, has been pretty darn good. Defensively, we've actually played really good baseball. We need to start scoring some runs. And that should come. So, what's happened here in the past, I really don't care about. What I care about is what happens here now, presently. And we continue to get this type of pitching. We continue to play with the intensity that we have. Good things are going to happen to this baseball team. I mean, it's not like we're getting beat up. We're very competitive. We make a little mistake here, we make a little mistake there, and that's up to me and my coaching staff to help correct. And that's what we got to work for. I've got Bobby Denier here to work with the base running. So we just keep working. But I'm actually encouraged by what I see. I don't like our record. I don't think anybody does, but I'm encouraged by what I see. And we're getting to a point where we're going to start winning some more baseball games.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thanks.
All right, as we go to break, let's check out our Pontiac opinion poll. Who do you think was the best Cubs offseason signing so far? Alfonso Soriano, Jason Marquis, Mark DeRosa, or one Ted Lilly? Go to ComcastSportsNet.com, click on Chicago, then click on the Cubs page and vote. We'll have the results coming up. Stay with us.
SAP has solutions for mid-sized companies? I'm gonna need some time to come to terms with this whole thing. Okay, I'm good.
Baseball fans, find out where your favorite Chicago baseball team is playing this year by stopping by your local Discount Tire store and picking up a pocket schedule. To locate a Discount Tire store near you, visit tires.com.
Where's a fan's best friend online? ComcastSportsNet.com. It's the place to read analysis from Comcast Sportsnet experts that you can't find anywhere else. Get up to the second news headlines. See the day's programming lineup. Check out talent bios and watch video clips featuring the latest info on your teams. Plus, sign up for Sports Extra.
Live for the players you cheer for and the events that make you stop everything. Whatever side you're on, whatever captures your interest most, there's one common bond that unites us all. We all share a passion for Chicago sports. That's why fans like you need a television home devoted solely to you. The games, the news, the analysis, and everything else you desire. It's all right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Sit, watch.
When you look at this club at the beginning of the season, its attitude, its form.
Scoring! There is the second goal by Chicago. Try shot and a goal!
Right down the middle after picking the pocket of Amado Guevara and scoring!
you go in life is up to you. There's one airline that can take you there. United. It's time to fly.
Thank you. I love your turtles.
Who's counting on your brakes today? Your brakes are too important to trust to just anyone. That's why you should come to Midas now. At Midas, brake pads or shoes are just $89.95 per axle installed. Be safe.
Just the Midas touch.
Check out our Pontiac opinion poll. Earlier in the show, we asked, who do you think the best Cubs offseason signing was so far? And you voted saying Ted Lilly over Mark DeRosa. Who do you think?
Ted Lilly right now. Ted Lilly and Rich Show. You're talking about arguably the two best left-handed starting pitchers on the same staff in the big leagues right now. These two guys have been nothing short of spectacular.
He is Dan Plesac. I'm Mitch Robinson. Thanks for joining us. The Cubs lose 2-1. Chicago Tribune Live coming up at 5 o'clock.
If ever you're not satisfied with one of our tires, please feel free to bring it back. Thank you. Discount Tire Company.
Low prices, more choices on the world's best brands, like Michelin and B.F. Goodrich.
Try Arby's new Market Fresh Tuscan Turkey Sandwich. Freshly sliced turkey, thick-cut pepper bacon, and sun-dried tomato spread on our 3-cheese focaccia. So good, it'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
Northside, Southside, Uptown, Downtown, Upstate, Downpour. On the town, on the run, way off the beaten path. Acceleration, navigation, off-road, on-road, safe, secure, and spacious. 7 passengers, 6 days, 5 suitcases, 400 miles, 3 inches of rain, 2 stops in paradise, 1 extraordinary vehicle.
No matter what the circumstance, you'll always want to take your Land Rover LR3. Designed for the extraordinary. Visit your local Land Rover center.
Thank you.
You could save with Geico Motorcycle Insurance. Enough for a night out with your special someone. Geico Motorcycle. Let's ride.
Bulls playoff preview tonight at 10:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. They're the players you love and the teams you live for. When you want the game, the latest news, or expert analysis on everything happening in Chicago sports, there's only one place to turn. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Tuesday, it's Game 2 from the UC as Ben Gordon leads the Bulls charge against Dwayne Wade in the Heat in high definition. Coverage starts with Bulls pregame live. Bulls, Heat, Game 2. Tuesday night at 6:30 on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Want to win a special Cubs collectible? Well, here's your chance. Comcast Sportsnet and the Cubs want to give you this limited edition iPod. To enter, tune into Sports Night. And every Thursday at 6:30, watch for the weekly iPod Cubs trivia question. Then log on to ComcastSportsNet.com and correctly answer the question to be automatically entered to win this limited edition iPod Nano. It's that easy. Watch Sports Night and win only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
I just look at it as I'm doing my job.
Derek Jeter!
He came out of nowhere.
How did Kirby Puckett get up that high?
It's a wonderful, 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 wonderful catch.
Just as improbable as you can get.
Oh, he made a catch! Unbelievable!
He spun around and fired it back to the infield.
That was insane.
He knows the wall is coming. Makes a sensational catch!
The guy makes a catch like that in the clutch in the World Series.
It was one of the most fantastic plays I've ever seen.
What a catch!
Wow, how do you do that?
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Sports List. I'm Summer Sanders. Tonight, we are slipping into some leather as we count down the top 10 defensive plays in baseball history. On this list, we'll see plays made with the legs, the arm, and the glove. But we get things started with an amazing play made primarily with the brain. At number 10, it's the incredibly heads-up Derek Jeter.
Got eyes on the back of his head.
on the side of his head and all over the damn place.
It comes right out of his genes as a competitor.
For many years now, Derek Jeter has held the label as one of baseball's biggest clutch players. But in Game 3 of the 2001 ALDS, he outdid himself.
It was a big moment. You know, we're down 2-0.
Bottom of the 7th of Game 3, the Yankees were clinging to a 1-run lead with 2 outs.
The throw misses a cutoff man, shot into the plate, out of the plate.
He wasn't really supposed to be in that situation on that particular place.
Derek Jeter with one of the most unbelievable plays you will ever see.
My job is to be the third cutoff man, but more often than not is to be a redirected throw to third base and try to get the runner at third. But in that situation, I saw we still had a chance to get the guy at the plate. I still believe that if Jeremy would have slid, he would have made it. But I think he took for granted that he just overthrew the cutoff man, and he wasn't really counting on Derek being there.
Not only did the Yankees hold on to win that game, but Jeter's play sparked them to take the last 2 games as well and win the series.
I just look at it as I'm doing my job.
What an unbelievable play by Jeter.
Got to go back and watch it 100 times, and you still can't believe that he did that.
But the best part of that play was Jeter's crazy mind control that got Jeremy Giambi not to slide. Coming in at number 9 is a guy who has made the spectacular look routine. But in a 1997 game against Kansas City, he outdid himself. It's Jim Edmonds.
He raised the bar for center field. What was great about Edmonds is how aggressive he was. You couldn't get a ball by him, and you couldn't get a ball over him, and he charged everything like it was the last play on earth.
No one goes more all-out than Jim Edmonds, but he really took it to the next level against Kansas City in 1997.
Long run for Jim Edmonds. Oh, he made a catch! Unbelievable! Oh!
Just as improbable as you can get.
And that's one thing you cannot understand as a spectator, how tough that is to go flat out and judge this ball just right, and that thing dropping right into your glove.
You know how hard that is to read straight over your head?
Jim Edmonds was horizontal.
He literally is at full speed, dives on the warning track, over the shoulder, catches the ball. Now, you know, I've seen the film of Willie Mays' catch, but to me, this one seemed harder.
And he hit the warning track, and the warning track doesn't give you much warning if you're in the air flying over it and then landing on it. And the Royals warning track, broken glass.
And after a 2000 trade to St. Louis, Edmonds continued with his highlight reel defense.
Unbelievable, he did it again!
I guess Jim Edmonds takes playing in the show-me state to heart. From a Cardinal to an Oriole, we stay with the ornithological theme at number 8. In Game 1 of the 1970 World Series, it's Brooks Robinson robbing Lee May.
The human vacuum cleaner, and that was him at third base. You hit it down there, you were out. I'm proud to say I wore number 5 because of him.
Brooks Robinson had plenty of highlights during his 23-year career with the Baltimore Orioles, but none stands out more than one play he made during the 1970 World Series.
In the series against the Reds, it was one great play topping another, but the play against Lee May is truly in the category of I don't think it was real.
Great play by Robinson.
I've seen that play, I don't know, 200 times.
Well, a lot of times people show it in slow motion because that really gives you an indication of how sick this play was.
And the third baseman makes a play like that, it happens so fast that all you can do is sort of look back and go, wow, how do you do that? That ball was halfway to left field. Was Lee May the slowest man alive? Could have been.
To make the play is one thing. To get the throw off and throw him out is a whole nother level.
Yeah, talk about your bad days, you know, you make a hit like that, and then some jerk has to catch it, fire it off the first like that, bing, bang, boom. You're like, I was having a good day until this happened.
Mainly because of his defensive wizardry, Robinson was voted the series' most valuable player.
It isn't easy to dominate a series defensively, but Brooks Robinson did exactly that.
That was the series that got him to the Hall of Fame.
That is so unfair. You think you've got a double, and then boom, you're out. More hitters having their expectations crushed when the Sports List returns.
Single back to the track. Look it out. It is off his head, it looked like. And over the top. A home run.
How do you recapture yourself and any dig? How do you turn around and look at the team and just not feel like a complete boob right there? I mean, you just kind of go, I shouldn't be out here. I should be DHing right now. Or at Madonna's house.
You see right there, he goes over the top.
The BMW 3 Series. We gave it a new 300 horsepower twin-turbo engine. And in return, it gave us our 16th consecutive Car and Driver 10 Best Award. Test drive the most impressive sports sedan of the year at your local BMW center today. Lease a BMW 328i for $339 a month, now until April 30th.
Hey, boss, do we have Aflac?
Nah, we have something else.
But if you're hurt and miss work, does it pay cash like Aflac does?
Nah.
Or let you spend it any way you want, like for gas and groceries?
Nah.
Or help with everyday bills like Aflac does?
Nah.
There's only one Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Nah.
Introducing the 2007 Cadillac CTS Bose Edition, complete with sunroof, Bose sound system, 3.6-liter engine, and wood and leather trim. It's everything you need now to play at full volume.
Visit your Chicagoland area Cadillac dealer for this attractive offer.
Fantastic. Quality.
Wow. Thanks to the latest Bose technology, it is now possible to have, for the first time, the same noise reduction benefits in on-ear headphones as we achieved in the award-winning Quiet Comfort 2 around-ear headphones. And now you can choose your preferred style, QC2 or the smaller QC3 headphones. Wear them when you fly to experience less noise at the flick of a switch. And create your own private sanctuary. Originally designed for planes, owners tell us about other uses. Less distraction at work, to unwind after a hectic day, or to find your own space.
Sound quality is fantastic. Peace.
Order QC2s or the smaller QC3 headphones and get the same level of performance. Try them for 30 days risk-free. You'll get free shipping, and you can make 12 easy payments. Quiet Comfort headphones. Hear the difference Bose technology makes.
Welcome back to the Sports List, where we are counting down baseball's top defensive plays. One way to measure the greatness of a play is by just how far it swings the pendulum. In the 1975 World Series, Dwight Evans not only took away extra bases from Joe Morgan, he turned it into a double play. The man they call Dewey checks in at number 7.
He used to have an expression, the emperor of right field.
Dwight Evans was the man sitting on the throne, long respected for his fielding prowess. He chose the game's biggest spotlight to make his greatest play.
Morgan waiting, 1 out. Tied, 6-6, 11th inning. Well hit, right field. Deep. Evans is going back near the wall, and oh, what a catch he made!
You know what's great about that one is that every time you see Joe Morgan doing a baseball game at Fenway, they bring that up.
It was a dramatic game, and it was late at night. And he made this play running deep into right field. I believe he hit that little miniature fence.
He knew where he was. One-handed catch, crashes against the wall.
But at Fenway Park, the way that right field is so funky, the way it juts out and it goes, was unbelievable.
The guy makes a catch like that in the clutch in the World Series. Doesn't get any better than that.
This incredible jumping catch with his back to home plate, and then he just launches it back into the infielder.
What a catch by Dwight Evans, and it's a double play.
Great catch, great style, but I'll tell you what, as a baseball man, that throw back to the infield wouldn't cut it.
Now his throw is off the mark by about 20 feet to the right of first base.
He caught that fly, perfect catch, then he throws it, it was like, nah.
Dwight Evans' catch, he doesn't make that catch, there is no Carlton Fisk.
There it goes, the long drive. If it stays fair, home run.
Alas, even Dewey's catch couldn't deliver a title for the Sox. It's just sad. But at number 6 is a grab that led directly to a World Series win. Breaking the hearts of the Atlanta Braves at number 6, it's Kirby Puckett.
This guy was like an extraterrestrial ball player. I mean, it was pretty intimidating.
A lot of ass on him.
The power and the speed, he could still run the bases a little bit, Kirby could, you know? That is so cool, man, because you know he was having, like, hoagies after every game.
Watching him run around those bases was like watching Danny DeVito play baseball.
Round, cannonball-shaped body, and like a tall, lanky, you know, like a Darryl Strawberry body. You know, I wouldn't have pitched. I would have run screaming from the mound when he would have come up.
Kirby, go for it, man. Hit that ball, see that ball, run those bases, eat those hoagies, man.
Kirby Puckett's round physique made it unlikely he would come up with one of the greatest catches of all time in Game 6 of the 1991 World Series.
He corks it to left center and chased by Puckett. He caught it!
How did Kirby Puckett get up that high? What did they do? Put a Snickers bar on top of the wall?
You've got something in there. You don't know how many muscles are in that barrel body of his.
Wow, that's as high as he could have gone.
That was one of those things you did not expect him to do.
That defensive play sparked, you know, that Game 7, which was a classic.
Love to see the heart of a lion, you know, in, you know, the size of a mouse.
Like most of the guys on this list, Kirby's made more than his share of spectacular plays. But at number 5 is a guy so limited with the glove that his entire defensive highlight reel would be one diving catch in the 1969 World Series. It's the miraculous Ron Swoboda turning the tables on Gold Glover Brooks Robinson.
I was a winter ball with the Orioles watching that game dying, watching that series dying 1,000 deaths.
Greatest catch I ever saw. Greatest catch ever. And I'm not biased because I'm a Met fan.
My parents were one of the first to have TiVo, so I remember just TiVoing it in 1969, just going back and catching it over and over and over.
I was in high school, Severian High School, Brooklyn, New York, sitting there once again. We didn't make it home.
When World Series games used to be on in the daytime, this drama unfolded at dusk as the Orioles had runners at first and third down by a run in the 9th inning, and Brooks Robinson hit a sinking liner to right field.
We see that ball's gonna go into the gap. That ball's gonna go into the gap.
And there's a drive to right center. Swoboda comes up with it.
He came out of nowhere. That ball was 3/4 of an inch off the ground before he even comes into the frame.
He just laid straight out like an arrow, bang!
A lot of conspiracy theorists say, oh, Swoboda didn't catch it, he trapped it, and he came up with it. But he just caught it, came up, and you see it in the ice cream cone.
What makes that a great play is that Ron Swoboda made it. I mean, if Cleon Jones makes that play, it isn't nearly as big a deal. But for Swoboda, by far the least gifted of the Mets outfielders to have made the play, helps to bring it off the page.
Hey, Brooks Robinson had it coming with all the heartache he caused at the hot corner and all. 4 more unbelievable plays to go when we continue our glove affair with baseball on the sports list.
The 2007 Chevy Impala has something Toyota and Honda don't. The GM 100,000-mile warranty. And OnStar, with help at the push of a button. And diagnostic checks emailed to you every month. Impala has you covered for the road ahead. Qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on an 07 Chevy Impala 1LT for around $199 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details. Qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on an 07 Impala 1LT for around $199 a month.
The police often question him just because they find him interesting. His beard alone has experienced more than a lesser man's entire body. His blood smells like cologne. He is the most interesting man in the world.
I don't always drink beer, but when I do, I prefer Dos Equis. Stay thirsty, my friends.
Is it possible to engineer?
I believe the way he stumbled to his feet. It looked like me on a drunken night. And just chucked it home.
How did you throw the ball home and hang him at the plate off balance like that? He did a complete turn and hung him.
The thing I love is they always look like they, you know, oh yeah, got it, threw it. But you know, when they go back in the dugout, he just sits there and he goes, I don't know what I did right, God, but thank you very much. After making the play, it's got to be the greatest feeling in the world. Here I am. I just saved our team.
Hey, Walt Weiss was just trying to level the books because on the grand karmic calculator in the sky, the Braves were owed one after the 1992 World Series. At number 3, justice does not prevail as Devon White robs Dave Justice.
They weren't just diving catches, but they were catches where he'd always hit something, and you'd wonder if he could hold on to the ball.
Seen him make a lot of great catches in his career. This was the one people look at and go, yep, this is why this guy was the best center fielder of his era.
Game 3 of the 1992 World Series between Toronto and Atlanta. A scoreless game with 2 aboard when Devon White took center stage.
A lot of the sports history in Toronto stems from having a lot of potential but never winning anything. And when that ball was hit to center field and Devon White went back, a lot of fans in Toronto, myself included, thought, well, here it is. This is it.
Hit deep to center field. Devon White back to the warning track to the wall. Makes a sensational catch.
Just know that this is not going to be caught. It's probably up out of here. And somebody just doesn't give up. And all it takes is one person. Devon White's that kind of guy.
What a catch by Devon White up against the wall in center field.
The thought that just keeps running through my mind is he's looking at the ball. He knows the wall is coming.
Play in the moment he made it, it truly was a magnificent thing to see.
Almost a triple play possibility because they had runners on.
We may have a triple play here. He does not make the tag.
Dave Justice is actually a friend of mine. And I can tell you personally that haunts David Justice.
From that point forward, you knew that the Blue Jays were a team of destiny, that they were going to go on and win the World Series, and of course they did.
Is he not man? He is Devo, D-E-V-O. More superhuman efforts as we chase down the top defensive play of all time after this on the Sports List.
Kevin Mitchell's catch is one of the greatest catches in the history of baseball, unlike what people try to say about Jim Edmonds, who's just a slow white man. That's why he has to dive for every ball. That's why people don't get it. Why do you get credit for being slow? That's what I don't understand.
Have you noticed how many car ads want you to hurry in? Hurry in, don't wait. They want you to hurry because they don't want you finding out what the best car really is. This is the Toyota Camry, the 2007 Motor Trend Car of the Year. So, you know.
Capabilities it appears. I mean, that was insane.
Hit deep to center field. Devon White back to the warning track to the wall. Makes a sensational catch.
The World Series may have always been baseball's biggest stage in a metaphorical sense, but the biggest stage in terms of sheer real estate was center field at the Polo Grounds. At number 2, it's the Say Hey Kid, Willie Mays.
You know, it's like Ray Charles is always considered a genius as a singer, and Willie Mays is a genius in terms of being a ball player.
It's hard to believe a guy who hit 660 home runs in his career would be best known for a defensive play. But then again, no one else was Willie Mays. And no one else ever made a play like this in the 1954 World Series.
Willie Mays went from the Say Hey Kid to Say, what the hell's in my glove, kid?
It's a wonderful, 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 wonderful catch.
To catch a ball on a dead run is hard to do anyway. To catch a ball on a dead run over your shoulder in the World Series and the major leagues is 55,000 times harder than that.
And I've been able to make a couple of those catches. I think you got to be able to read it good off the bat and just commit yourself to just catch it.
Willie made the play, but anyone who thinks the catch was it is missing something.
Mays used to say the better thing about it was the throw. He said the throw was better.
He spun around and fired it back to the infield because that was the play. The guy was tagging up and moving on. It would have been, you know, one thing to catch the ball and then start doing a Super Bowl dance and the chicken and everything like that and pull out the Sharpie and pull out the cell phone and start going. But he didn't. He was in the game mentally.
Even to this day, any time a baseball player makes an over-the-shoulder catch, every announcer will bring up the Willie Mays play.
Except now they'll say, oh, like Jim Edmonds. It's like, no, dude, that's a Willie Mays, man.
Willie may have been the greatest outfielder who ever played the game, but for our #1 defensive play, we go to the most important defensive position on the diamond and the best glove man in baseball history. It's the wizard, Ozzie Smith, who turns a bad hop into the most spectacular play we've ever seen.
There was no balls ever getting by Ozzie Smith.
The guy's range was about, 120 degrees of that hole, so nothing got through, and he would just make these diving stops and throw guys out.
Running through. Gotcha.
You'd see Ozzie do it 100 times.
They didn't call him the Wizard for nothing, but of all the great defensive plays Ozzie made in his career, one stands out above the rest.
Ozzie's barehanded play was probably as dramatic a great play as you've ever seen.
If you ever get a chance to see that play, and I hope we can go to the tape right now.
It was a hard hit ball up the middle. He dove for it and took a bad hop. Bounced back up behind him, so he caught it with his bare hand, got up, and threw the guy out.
It was one of the most fantastic plays I've ever seen.
You know, making the stop is one thing, but if you get up and throw him, the guy's safe, it was like, that was a pretty good play.
When I dove, the ball hit a rock or dirt clod or whatever, and it hit and it went back this way. And the only way for me to get it was to reach back with my bare hand while moving this way. And the ball stuck in the palm of my hand.
I'm in right field, and he's flat out. You reach it, and the ball took a bad hop, came back towards, and you grab it with this other hand after you're fully extended, hit the ground, jump up, boom. I get goosebumps thinking about it. Yeah!
He pretty much wrote the book, I would say, in terms of defensive shortstop.
That's the Wizard. That's the Wizard of Oz.
Ozzie, I saw it, and I still don't believe it. You're incredible. That's our list. I'm Summer Sanders. We'll see you next time.
Kirby Puckett, and then the whole confinement thing. Confinement, you know, if it ain't kidnapping, I don't want to hear about it. You know, you being shoved in a magician's trunk or locked in the stall of a subway bathroom or something, that doesn't mean anything. Duct tape's got to be involved. No duct tape, no crime. That's always been my policy.
Strength, efficiency, the power to change the game. That's how professionals dominate on the court and on the road. There's nothing like a game-winning three.
Now get a 2007 Acadia SLE with the GM 100,000-mile warranty, starting at just $29,495.
For more information, visit gmcdrive.com today.
For quality windows, siding and doors,
call 866 for
FBL.
DCO.
Call 866 for Felco.
April showers bring new windows. It's Felco's April Shower of Savings. The more you buy, the more you'll save on energy-efficient Felco windows. And we'll include your bathroom window free.
Hurry before these shower of savings end. Call now.
For quality windows, siding and doors,
call 866
for Felco.
Think we'll make it?
I don't want to get left behind. Gonna love my baby all the time.
It has everything you expect of a European luxury import. And protects the luxury of life like you only expect from a Volvo. Introducing the all-new Volvo S80.
Lease a 2007 S80 3.2 for $439 a month for 24 months.
Bulls playoff preview tonight at 10:30 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Today on Chicago Tribune Live, we're looking for a way to beat the Heat.
I had Sepalucia finish that one.
The Bulls are getting ready for tomorrow's Game 1 against Shaq, Dwayne Wade, and company. We'll get you ready for the opening round playoff series.
And here comes Lou. Can you believe that?
The Cubs are hoping the confines are a little friendlier than they were in their last homestand when Lou's crew went 2-5. We've got highlights from their game against the Cards.
That ball back to the middle. Here comes Jermaine.
And it wasn't as exciting as Wednesday's no-hitter, but the Sox managed to make it 2 straight over the Rangers. So don't be blue. Chicago Tribune Live starts right now. Hi, I'm Dan Jiggins. Welcome to this Friday edition of Chicago Tribune Live, presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers. Joining us today from the Chicago Tribune, he is Little Hemingway, as well as a singer, songwriter, author, and yes, always a raconteur. Covering the Bears beat John Moon Mullen. Alongside him, the Cubs beat fresh from the friendly confines, Kerry Wood's personal sports writer, Paul Sully Sullivan. From 190 North on ABC7, as well as CLTV, the man who used to cover the Bulls sidelines like a blanket, Sweet Lou Canellis. And finally, he's back in studio, but just for tonight, our Bulls expert, three-time world champ, Stacey Sky King. Now, coming up on today's show, we'll be talking basketball and preview tomorrow's Bulls Heat series. And then we'll have highlights of the Cubs and Cardinals. And we'll look ahead to tonight's Sox game against the Tigers, which you can see right here on Comcast Sportsnet. All right, let's get things started with the playoff-bound Bulls. Now, often when we made reference to the NBA, we always talked about it being a game of matchups. And that's exactly what happens in this first round. When you take a look at Miami and the matchup with the Bulls, I don't know if it's one that you really like. Saturday at 2 p.m. at the United Center, they'll get things underway. And Ben Wallace, who won a world championship with the Pistons, was asked what he told the team about getting over the hump and winning a playoff series.
I don't really have to tell them anything. You know, these guys had their heart broken a couple times. And, sometimes, that's the best learning experience, is to have to go through it and, come out disappointed and come out and feel defeated. And you sort of bounce back from that and never want to have that feeling again. So these guys have been through the war a couple times.
What about that matchup situation? What does it really come down to, and how is this year different from last year? Stacey, I guess I'll put the question to you first. How different is this Bulls matchup going to be this time around?
Well, Jiggs, it's a different team. I mean, this is a much better Bulls team than what you saw last year. They've got more depth on the bench. They're bigger as far as their guards are concerned. You got Cephalosha coming off the bench. You got Tyrese Thomas coming off the bench. I think with Ben Wallace there, that right there is the biggest difference from last year. And then you had Tyson Chandler inside last year. Now you've got somebody out there who can really frustrate Shaq a little bit with his defensive ability, really being able to circle the post, force Shaq to play a little bit deeper off the box than what he's accustomed to. But then on the flip side of that, Shaq likes to play his own defense. And with Ben not being that inside guy, being able to give you some scoring, that's why I think it's going to be important for the Bulls to really implement Ben Wallace in that screen roles and try to get him the basketball where he can attack Shaq. Because if not, Shaq's just going to play a zone. And it's basically going to be 5 against 4. That's where he's going to get his rest. And that's where he's going to get his rest on the defensive end. And they're going to force the Bulls to become a more perimeter-oriented team. Even though they can make shots, you don't want to do that in a half-court game against a Miami team in the playoffs that's really motivated right now.
Well, the other thing you look at, too, is how do you keep him running? Because, if he's going to play 38 minutes, then you want to make him pay the price a little bit. So how do you do that?
Well, you get him in there and you look at like a Malik Allen who can really knock down that little. Do that, but the only problem with that is they have shooters. Eddie Jones stretches out the floor. He's able to knock three-point shots down. Capono is back now. And then you have that man inside that he can just throw it to the rim and have Shaq go get it. So the thing you're going to have to do with Wade is play him physical. When you set a screen on him, you're going to have to put a body on him and really test that shoulder to see if that shoulder is really 100%. So anytime, and it's legal, anytime you got a chance to put some body on him, you need to do it because you really want to see if he's really 100%. And I'm not saying go out there and play dirty, but you play physical. That's the one thing about the playoffs. It becomes a half-court game, and it becomes a physical type of game, and you really need to test him and see if that shoulder's right.
That's where you need guys like Lou and Sully to go out there and, and muscle up on the guy a little bit,
We need
right?
Nocioni to get out there and give him a hard foul right off the bat.
Well,
maybe take the technical right off the bat and just let him
Tabo could do that, be that physical guy, too. Because finally there's a guard there that's 6'7", and, the problem with Kurt and Ben and those guys, when you look at them, is, they're substantially shorter than most of the guards there, they're checking. So now you have an opportunity to put this guy in. He's got 6 fouls, too. So we'll find out what it's all about.
Who's going to be guarding him?
Well, you're probably going to see Kurt guard him pretty much most of the time, unless he gets in foul trouble. And then I think this is going to be a key for Cephalosha to come in. This is what he's been doing all year long, is matching up against the bigger guards. I don't know how much he's going to play in the series, but I would assume that he's going to play a lot because of his size and his length, and he's a very good defender. You go back to that Detroit game a couple of weeks ago where he completely shut down Tayshaun Prince, and no one ever talked about that. They talked about the Pistons not playing well. The reason why they didn't play well because Cephalosha really did an excellent job on Tayshaun Prince and took him out of the game, and that took, Richard Hamilton struggled, but you took one of their main players out of the game, who I think really is the key to that Detroit team.
Well, you look at I'm sorry.
No, you were talking about the pace of the game, Dan, and trying to tire a guy like Shaquille O'Neal who's playing on 35-year-old legs right now. That's so key because it ties into what Stacey was saying. You need to rebound, you need to force turnovers. They were the best rebounding team in the league. They were second best when it came to forcing turnovers. Their field goal percentage defense at the top as well. So that will be huge. I think the wild card is Wallace. You spend $60 million on this guy to defend in the post. You can't double Shaq because then you can't double Dwayne Wade. So it depends on Ben Wallace. This is what you paid him for. You paid him to bring that championship experience, 93 postseason games. You paid him to be here at this point. You didn't pay him to sit on the bench for 11 minutes in that New Jersey game, Stacey.
No, you didn't. I mean, he's a guy that I feel like in this series has to really step up because he's a neutralizer. If he can guard Shaq one-on-one. Shaq's going to get his points because Shaq is big, but you don't need to double Shaquille O'Neal and pick your time when you're going to double. If Wade's off the floor, you can double Shaq.
He's not going to go off the charts anymore, is he?
No, he's not.
He might get 25 to 30, but he's not going to score 50
First time in his career he didn't average 20 points a game in the regular season.
He's not as explosive as he used to be.
That rascal
Yeah, well, he could be watching this and saying, "Now I'm going to prove these guys wrong." But I think when you look at this team, they've got to stay away from the bad quarters. That's haunted them all season long. They play 3 great quarters, and they have 1 bad quarter that really knocks them completely out of the game, where they only score 14, 15 points in a quarter. You cannot do that against a Miami Heat team because they are a very good defensive team. They're underrated, but they are a very good defensive team.
Well, as a matter of fact, we got a little sound. Let's hear what the big fella had to say about this matchup.
It's very important that we go over here and get game 1 and game 2, or 1 or 2. If we could take their home court advantage away, I think we'll be okay. But the pressure's on them. They've been crying about home court advantage. They have it, and here we come.
And what happens if you don't take game 1 or game 2? Bro.
What were they crying about? What was he talking there? They were crying about home court advantage?
Well, he was saying that it's important to take one of those games here because then you kind of switch the situation in terms of home court advantage.
Oh, okay.
But you know what? There are other things, though, that when you look at this game and you talk about matchups, Haslam maybe with a Tyrus Thomas. How does that little thing work out?
Well, it all depends on how much Tyrus plays. I mean, I'm a big Tyrus Thomas fan. I think when he gets into that game, he's a game changer. He's a guy that makes plays. He makes things happen. I think he's going to be huge in this. If he can stay out of foul trouble, that's one of the biggest problems with him. He gets those little knick-knack, little tacky fouls. But his athleticism is going to really cause Haslam some problems because you're going to have to keep a body on him. When that shot goes up, Tyrus, one thing that he does very well is he's really a quick jumper. Not only does he get up high, he's a quick jumper. So they're going to really have to try to have a game plan to keep him off the boards because him and Ben Wallace keep a lot of second shots alive. And they're going to really, and Shaq's not a really good boxer now, so Ben Wallace can take advantage of that too. But again, that's all, hindsight. I mean, you got to go out and do it and execute.
Don't talk about me like that now, Stacey. By the way, Jason Capono, the leader in three-point shooting and percentage in the NBA, back now, as you said, and ready to fire. They have to have an answer for him as well. Who would you put on him?
Well, you know what? He makes a living because everybody gets double teamed. It's not that he's just going out there making shots and he can create his own shot. He's able to exist on the floor because of Shaquille O'Neal gets double teamed, and then you got Dwayne Wade who gets double teamed. And so everybody's worrying about those two guys, and he just sits in the corner and spots up. But they do a great job of floor spacing, and that's one of the reasons why they have so many wide open three-point shots. Eddie Jones can knock down shots. But what you've got to do is when you rotate out to those guys out of double teams, you've got to come out there under control. You know what I'm saying? You can't just run out there on roller skates and just fly by a guy. You got to come out there, get a hand up, a contested shot, but make sure you contest the shot, not just letting the guy stand out there wide open.
You don't want to let him sit out there and load up.
Exactly.
And by the time you run,
yeah, exactly. So because you're going to be rotating, there's going to be a lot of different rotations coming from different areas, and when they rotate out there, they got to rotate out in control, but also know who they're rotating to. Is it a shooter they're rotating to, or is it a slasher they're rotating to?
That brings up this issue of the basketball IQ. Judge the basketball IQ of this Bulls team now as opposed to even last year when these two teams met.
Well, I think they're much better. I think, when you look at this team, they're much better. They're more athletic than what they were. They're still a very, very good defensive team. This is still a young team, and we're all tired of saying young team. They've got to grow up sooner or later. But when you look at this team, there's sometimes you kind of question their decision making. A couple of plays here and there. Those big quarters we talk about where they don't score. But in order for this team to win, their big three has to play well. You got to have a good game out of Ben Gordon. Kirk Heinrich's got to play good every game in the series. Luau Deng has got to play great every game. And then a fourth person, whether it be a Ben Wallace, a Tyrus Thomas, a Chris Duhon, some other wild card that you didn't expect something out of, to get them to the point where this is a realistic chance for them to move on to the next round. They've got to play well.
Would you try to, if you're Scott Skiles, would you try to increase the tempo of this game? We're talking about running, forcing Shaq. If you let him set up in the zone, he's a lot better off. If you force him to run down the court, would you try to speed the game up, maybe even increase the level, the number of substitutions, turn this into a hockey game where you really, guys are flying, and figure your roster is deeper than their guys? I
think you're going to see that. You saw that last year in that first series with them, is that they did really try to make Miami have to play an up-tempo game where Dwayne Wade wants to play that way. Gary Payton, even though he's older, he wants to play that way. Antoine Walker, all those guys want to play that way, but Shaq doesn't want to play that way. So they have to wait for Shaq to come down, on the other end and set up. The Bulls, they would be in their best interest to try to speed the game up, but also, understand this, is to run when the opportunity presents itself. And you only can run when you get rebounds and you force turnovers. They can do that, then they're going to give Miami problems.
Let me ask you guys this, too, about Miami, because last year some guys came out of the woodwork. One of them was Antoine Walker, Chicago's very own. Jason Williams all of a sudden came out of the woodwork. Who do you expect to see do that this time around? And by the way, will James Posey actually get to finish the series?
Posey will finish the series, but the guy that I think has been the shining star for that Miami franchise was Eddie Jones, who may have been the best pickup in the entire NBA. He has given them a dimension that they thought they lost when they lost Gary Payton to injury. Jones is by far the best defender on the team, but what he's doing, Stacey, that he used to do when he was in Los Angeles with the Lakers back in his prime, is he's scoring. He's giving them 15, 18 points a game, going to the bucket, as we just saw there, taking it, hitting it from the outside, or getting that basketball, putting it on the floor and laying it up.
That's a good observation, because when you think about when Dwayne Wade was out with that shoulder injury, him and Shaq pretty much carried that team. Matter of fact, he had a great game against the Bulls, I think, where he had over 30 points, where he was hitting threes, he was slashing to the hoop, and now he knows how to play with Shaq. The first time around, he didn't really know how to play with Shaq. Now he understands how to play with Shaq. He understands his role.
Yeah, give him the ball.
Yeah, and you play off of him. I mean, he's a slasher, he's a shooter, but when he throws the ball inside, he just doesn't stand. No. He makes a cut, he cuts to the basket, and he can finish to the hoop. And I'm going to tell you, he's a problem right now.
All right, now let's back it up even a little bit more. How do you go about containing Shaquille O'Neal defensively? What do you do? Because what does he do better and better as the game goes on if he's not scoring the basketball?
Well, I think one thing you have to do is give him different looks on defense. You can't come down and just say, let's play behind him and let him just do what he wants to do, because that's where he uses his size and strength and just overpowers everybody. What we used to do with him when he was in his prime, when he could actually run, is we gave him different looks. We fronted the post, we three-quartered, we got backside help on lobs, and it really frustrated him. And then, you don't want him just to come down and just bully his way into the heart of the lane off of transition, because that's what he likes to do, too, on transition breaks. He likes to just go in the middle lane and just camp out there, and they allow him to stay in there about 10 seconds. I mean, he's pretty much camped for 10. Yeah. And they pretty much, they don't even count when he's in there. So what you got to do with him is you got to get him out of his comfort zone, put a little body on him as he starts to walk down the lane, elbow him a couple times. Big Ben is strong enough to give him that type of resistance. Now, where you're going to have problems if Big Ben gets in foul trouble, who do you bring in to give him that resistance?
Sweets is about the same size as Shaq. I mean, one way he's not a.
Oh, Jiggs, come on!
I mean, he's a big guy.
Oh, come on, Tyson. That's what
we're going to use that girth. That's where you need it against Shaq. Well, nobody else in the team has it.
I honestly feel like he is going to have to play this series. I mean, he hasn't really got a chance to play this year, but Sweeten's going to have to give them some minutes, whether it be on a limited role or just 6 fouls, just to give just to eat up some opportunity. Make Shaq go to the free throw line, because I think this will be the game where when you get him around that basket, you got to foul him. You can't let him get that 3-point play. Send him to the line. Take your chance of him going 10 for 10 for the free throw. Because he did that one time in the series last year where he did hit his free throws, but
That was an aberration.
I'll take my chance. I'll take my chance with him on the free throw line.
And then Sweets is my guy. Now I just want to let you know that, man. He's all good with me.
Sweetie's probably calling you right now on the phone. Oh, Jiggs, you're killing me.
Why are you doing that to me, man? But that, it'd be interesting to see who Scott Skiles decides to run out there, because it's going to have to be more than just Big Ben.
Well,
I can see some of the scenarios that you ran through very much happening. But hopefully one of those will be.
He may go small. He may go small. He may, play Tyree. Go to Malik Allen as your center, Tyrus as your 4, because that lineup was very effective late in the season. When Ben Wallace was sick and he had the sinus infection, they went with that small lineup against the Pistons, and that lineup was very effective. And I could probably see them doing that against Miami and forcing Shaq out of the game.
Well, let's check out the schedule for the playoff series, and please note that even though right through from here on, at Comcast Sportsnet, we only have 2 games that we know of right now, Games 2 and Games 3. But we will have full Bulls pre- and post-game shows for all the games for your enjoyment. Now, again, we'll have the game on the 24th as well as the game on the 27th. The other 2 are on the network. So make sure you tune in, though, all the way through, regardless if it's 4 games, if it's 7 games. We will have pre- and post-game shows for your enjoyment. Stacey, thanks so much for stopping by. We greatly appreciate it.
It's always a pleasure to come in and sit next to you, Jiggs. I mean,
oh, he's big time now.
You're big time, man. I'm just the man sitting next to the man.
We finally got you back in the
I feel
studio.
important now. I got the little Chicago Tribune cup. Do I get to keep this?
Take it with you, man.
I got to leave it here.
A few parting gifts.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Time now for our first break here at Chicago Tribune Live. We'll return. It's on to the Cubs, who are hosting the rival Cardinals in the weekend series over on the north side.
Sports news the way you want it, when you want it. The Chicago Tribune. What's in it for you? Call 1-800-TRIBUNE to subscribe.
But, sir, sources indicate that you had first-hand knowledge of the investigation.
How did she get in here?
Sir, we're waiting.
News.
Hey, great place. How'd you hear about it?
How do you think?
Local scene.
Come on, come on, come on. That's what I'm talking about. Yes. Hey, how about we do this again next week?
Sports. The new Red Eye Weekend, home delivered and free. Sign up at redeyeweekend.com.
Try Arby's new Market Fresh Tuscan Turkey Sandwich. Freshly sliced turkey, thick-cut pepper bacon, and sun-dried tomato spread on our 3-cheese focaccia. So good, it'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
It's the aorta.
Aorta, aorta. You ought to go to Libertyville Mitsubishi now.
Get a brand new Eclipse for only $169 a month. The all-new 07 Outlander with sliding third-row seats, just $199 a month.
Mitsubishi Motors, driven to thrill.
It's cardiology.
There's only one, Bob Rohrman.
You owe it to yourself. Bob Rohrman's Libertyville Mitsubishi on Milwaukee Avenue, Libertyville.
We love this dog. He's part of the family. But he's going to make bare spots.
I don't like bare spots.
If I just throw down seed, comes up thin, comes up scraggly, it's not good. It takes 2 things to fix my lawn. Scott's Turf Builder seeding soil and pure premium grass seed. You put these 2 together and you've got grass just poof. The soil's really rich. It's got a lot of organic materials, and Scott's starter fertilizer built right into it, so it keeps the seeds very moist. It grows like crazy.
You wouldn't even know where the bare spot was.
Right seed, right soil.
Great results.
Haven't ordered dinner yet? Then try Giordano's, Chicago's famous stuffed pizza. We made it good. You made it famous.
We have our ChicagoSports.com poll question of the day, and it is, what happens in the Bulls-Heat series? Your choices are the Bulls in 6 or 7, or maybe the Bulls in 4 or 5. Or how about the Heat in 6 or 7, or the Heat in 4 or 5? Log on to ChicagoSports.com and let us know what you think. We'll have your results a little bit later on in the show. Now, it's hard to tell if Wrigley Field is home for the Cards or the Cubs on these weekends when all of that red was in evidence over on the north side. But you know one thing, all the action on the field was a little bit different. The Cubs got on the board right away, bottom of the first, men on the corners for Ramos Ramirez, and he singles left. Ryan Theriot scores, and the Cubs have the early 1-0 lead. It stayed that way until the 7th. Ted Lilly facing Preston Wilson, and Lilly makes one of his few mistakes in the game, and Wilson puts it into the Waveland Avenue slot out there. It's a 2-run shot that gave the Cards the lead. Now on to the bottom of the 9th, and a weird play. Ronnie Cedeno on first. Jock Jones takes a ball 4. Cedeno is running, and he slides into second. His foot comes off the bag. David Eckstein puts the tag on Cedeno, and after the umps discussed it for a while, he's called out. And the Cubs lose by a final of 2-1.
I'm actually encouraged by what I see. I don't like our record. I don't think anybody does, but I'm encouraged by what I see. And we're getting to a point where we're going to start winning some more baseball games.
Let us hope so, because sometimes you see the knuckleheaded things that happen, and I hate to say this, but it kind of reminds you of years past.
Exactly. I mean, can't get down a bunt, and guys in the outfield messing up and oversliding the bag and getting tagged out. Today was just unbelievable, all the things that happened, crazy plays, and a lot of people, I was in the stands, and a lot of people were saying this is just like last year. They've got to make these plays. They've got to execute the fundamentals. And I know what Lou is saying. He's probably talking about the pitching when he says he's encouraged, because you figure the hitting's going to come around, and they have had some pretty good pitching, but they're wasting it.
They've had some great pitching, actually. I mean, and that's a sad thing. You know, again, we talked about this yesterday. It's the flip of what you thought was going to happen. You know, where you thought pitching might be, you know, the issue going in, and for the beginning of the season, it's the exact opposite now. Offensively, they just haven't been putting up great numbers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the weather has something to do with it, because...
Is that weather the same for both teams?
The weather is the same for both teams, and they are losing close games, one-run, two-run games. So, I mean, that's just something that it just seems like they do whatever they can to lose. They do just enough to lose. And, I mean, I think they are going to hit. I think everyone knows they're going to hit, but if they start hitting when it's too late, like last year, then, you know, what's the difference?
How do you think Lou handles in the long run things like the oversliding? I mean, one of the things that I think is important with Piniella is he doesn't put up with some of the things. I mean, he's been there for some of those things. Will Jock Jones be benched for stuff like that? Will he?
Well, that was Ronnie on the slide there.
Right.
But, you know, I'm sure he thought that, you know, if there's a walk, he should get second base automatically. And the fact that he overslid, I mean, I was shocked, too, because I thought, well, once it's ball four, the guy gets the base. But if you do overslide the base, and obviously right here he's off the base, great play by Eckstein there, very heads-up play. And, you know, I don't know. It just seems so Cub-like.
And it was also nice how Eckstein took the glove and knocked his foot off the bag, too.
Well, there was a lot of crazy plays. I mean,
DeRosa, a little gamesmanship there.
DeRosa on a double play ball, it seemed like the umpire at first, I think it was Hernandez, called him safe, and then Pujols says he missed the bag, and then DeRosa kind of panicked, and I think if DeRosa would have faked it, then, you know, I think this play right here.
What would have been a triple play?
He misses him, and he calls him safe, and then, well, okay, well, Pujols said that he missed it, so, I mean, he's letting the player make the call there, which I don't agree with.
And what about the would-be triple play?
I still don't understand that one. In the stands, we had no idea what was going on. I guess they called interference on Henry. The bottom line is Henry should have got the bunt down on this. Just bad execution here, but...
Now, did he not see where the fact that the ball was right over the top of his head? And is he forced indeed to move out of that batter's box?
But he was out of the batter's box. He stepped across the plate and then I think came back.
I don't know. It's hard to see because it looked like Molina was like put him in a headlock so quickly there. I don't know. I mean,
he goes across the plate and then he goes back.
Yeah.
And that's when he gets headlocked.
Yeah.
So if he had stayed in the box, I think they'd have an argument. But he actually did leave the box, start across the plate, and then he hesitated, which put him in a position of interference.
Yeah, and then everyone thinks it's a triple play, and the Cardinals leave the field, and
must be a full moon out there.
You know what? Unbelievable.
Come on, guys. It's no coincidence if these types of plays keep following the Cubs. Yeah. They're 0-7. 7 of their 10 losses are by 2 or fewer runs already this season. They're a bad base running team. I read where Bob Dernier is coming up, the base running specialist.
Well, great first day.
You know, great first day, exactly. We've seen no help yet. You know, walking home runs. This team fundamentally has always been. They were bad under Dusty Baker. They're no better under Lou Piniella right now. In Cedeno's case, what you learned, I played baseball. When you are running on a 3-2 pitch, after 3 steps, you're supposed to quickly look and then run it. Number one, the mistake was he slid over the base. That's bad base running. And number 2, he never looked towards home plate.
Okay, so now we're talking in the whole area of fundamentals. And I just wanted to get to something that I've always concerned myself with from one spring training to the next. Do they indeed work on the fundamentals in spring training?
I've seen them work on it, but you know,
do
when
they
it
pay
comes,
attention, do you think, honestly?
I think they pay attention, but it's just like a guy like Henry Blanco. He's been in the league for 10 years. He knows how to execute a bunt. He just didn't execute it, and he's a backup catcher. He's got to do that.
How will Lou Piniella go about changing the culture that has existed then on the north side? Because there's got to be a change.
I think he's learning that.
He's going to be like a rocket and take off.
I think, frankly, that he's a little. He walks into this, with $100 million payroll and thinking, well, and looking at the talent level, he's got the talent, but it just seems like some guys just seem like they're waiting for something bad to happen, and then it happens. And I mean, we've seen it all. We saw it last year. We saw it in 2005. It's just amazing that it's continuing, and I don't know what he can do except just keep telling these guys, maybe bench him. I don't know what you do.
Remember, it took Ozzie a couple of years to change the whole, the whole aura around the White Sox, to get them to worry about fundamentals, to win those small ball, those close baseball games, and eventually they won a World Series.
But they were a good team. They were not a terrible team when he took them over. I mean,
they were flawed. They were flawed fundamentally.
They were flawed,
That's what I
but they were
remember as
not.
a White
They were
Sox
not like
fan.
the Cubs. They were not a 60 or 70 win team. Manuel just didn't get him over the hump. I mean, at least he inherited a team that
point A to point B to point C.
Yeah, but I mean, there was a better team. I mean, Piniella takes over a really.
And Ronnie has to have some more baseball smarts. I mean, remember last year when he threw the ball in the dugout before calling time, and there's stuff like that just seems to happen to the Cubs all the time.
Is there a fun book in this for you? Are you writing all this down? You've got to be writing all this down.
It's all right up here.
Okay. It's called a headache.
You bang your head.
Hey, Ted Lilly, another fine effort today.
Great.
Another great effort kind of wasted along the way.
Yeah, Ted Lilly's been great. Jason Marquis has been very good, and Rich Hill has just been dominating. So you got to figure if those three are pitching this way all year, and Carlos, he'll come around after his typical bad start, then you've got a pretty good foursome there, and then it's just a matter of whether you want Guzman to take over for Miller or what you want to do there. And actually the bullpen hasn't been bad except for the lefties. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter if the pitching is great if you're not going to score more runs, and they can say, okay, well, we're going to start hitting eventually, but
come on,
let's go.
Almost here
Yeah.
in May. I mean, you're right. You can't win things in April, but you can lose them.
Yes.
But the one thing about the rotation, which I really liked, and I wasn't expecting this, is with that the foursome you're talking about, they will go. If you can look at that foursome all the time and think, we have a chance to win at any time 3 of the 4 games that those 4 guys start. They won't. But I don't think we could have said that about a Cubs rotation maybe since the
2003.
Yeah.
Well, the early 04.
Yeah,
when they
04 when they picked up Mantle, right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that for the first time you sense that they have a stat that can keep them in a game.
Yeah.
I mean, they're playing badly, and they're not 6-10 is not good, but with this kind of bad play, pitching is still keeping them in games. I don't think a couple of years ago that happened.
And Dempster, I mean, we forget about him. He's done a great job. He's not had many closing opportunities, but he was a question mark. Is he going to have the bad season again? And he looks
and
good.
this guy here has been sensational, Rich Hill.
Is unbelievable.
I mean, you know what? It started last season.
Yeah.
And obviously he picked up and just kept running with it. And you look at his performances now, you're going, my goodness. So this is what we've been waiting for.
You got to credit Ozzie Guillen for that. After he went off on him last year after the Przynski Barrett thing, he called him a AAA piece of garbage or something like that, and they sent him down to AAA, and he gutted his way back up, and he's been great ever since. So, yeah, I could see him making the All-Star team easily this year.
Does he keep that up? Will he, realistically, once the hitters have seen him one time through the league, is he going to get, obviously you're not going to go with an 0.41 ERA, no. But, how much of an upside do you think is with a guy like this once he's been through the league?
He's got his control down. I mean, that was his problem when he first came up. He was having control problems. And you can see with that curveball, it's Barry Zito-ish. It just drops in on you and very difficult to hit. He's got his fastball going, and he's just, you can tell he's got a lot more confidence than...
But look at that ERA though, John. I mean, if it was, just something odd, it wouldn't be .41.
Well, and a lot of these guys have seen him.
Yeah, right.
And he pitched in the second half of last season, pitched in the first half before they sent him down, so he has gone through most of these teams.
He's good, though.
And you've only got 8 hits off him or something all year. I mean, that's 3 starts, 8 hits. That's
.41, so you think that's going to hold up?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, but if he's like Ted Lilly, and Ted is what, 2.42, something like, you'd settle for that, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah, but I mean, I love Jim Leland's great comment. If you want to know how good is this guy going to be,
flip the card,
flip the baseball card over. God bless him. I mean, and I'm not sure Ted Lilly is going to keep going like this, but as long as he keeps,
he will. Well, I mean, maybe not 2, but definitely the change over to the National League. Marquis, he's really impressed me because
they keep having him run the bases and everything else. The pitch runner.
He's walked a lot of guys so far this season. That's what worries me.
Gotten away with it, but
let me ask you this. Let's take a look at this outfield situation. Alfonso Soriano, first of all, talked before the game about when he expects to get back onto the field. Let's listen to that first.
Maybe Sunday, and depends how I run it tomorrow too. So, and depends what the Lou want me to. So, if he want me to play tomorrow, if I feel good, I'll play tomorrow. It's not totally gone, but I feel like say 90% maybe. So, I feel like I had the same problem 2 years ago, and I play in 3 days after. So, with little pain in 3 more days, the pain is gone.
Let's look at this situation. Number one, he probably shouldn't come back until that thing is 99% ready to go. But when he does come back, what do you do in the outfield? Because this comedy of errors can't continue out there, literally.
Well, it really depends on if they keep Felix. Obviously, Felix is not off to a good start offensively after a big hit in the first game. But defensively, he is their best outfielder. He's got their best arm. But I know Lou wants to have 12 pitchers. It's going to be hard for him to go much longer with only 11 pitchers. A man short in the bullpen. So that's going to be a tough call for them. He wants a good defensive team, and if you want a better defensive outfield, you've got to keep PA and then move Soriano to either left or right. Probably left.
I mean, playing in Wrigley Field, do you make it, if it comes down, if you're talking about defense versus offense, in Wrigley Field, I go with a defensive player.
Yeah.
Even though it's Wrigley and it's a hittable, good hitter's park.
Yeah.
I don't think they can afford that kind of defense that was out there today.
No.
There's really not a lot of difference between, if you take Jock and you take Felix PA, and based on what he did down in the minors, and Matt Merton, those guys are all pretty much in that same vein, aren't they?
Well, the difference is PA's making about $800,000 and Jock Jones is making $7 million, right?
Well, I think the difference to PA is much better defensively than these guys.
No, I'm talking about offensively.
Oh, offensively, yeah. PA, you're going to take a hit because he's just a kid, and it is. There's no one guy that's head and shoulders above the other, except for obviously Alfonso.
PA has to hit his weight. I mean, he at least has to hit 240, 250.
Oh, definitely.
To keep him up at this level, or you need to send him back down so he gets his at bats.
To make this decision.
Right. So. But isn't it time? I mean, he's hitting 444 down in AAA.
What else is there for him to do down there?
Yeah, it's time for him to, let's see, let him go out there, let him make the same mistakes everybody else is making.
But then Sully says that Lou wants to keep 12 pitchers, so who do you send down? You can't send Jones down. Do you send Merton down?
Plus he's playing, no, you don't send Merton down. Plus he's playing DeRosa in right field a lot more. He's not going to play Terrio in the outfield anymore, so you got to trade somebody. I know it's early in the season and there's not many trades, but
you've been talking to Sam Smith, I think.
Somebody's got to go.
Coming up next year on Chicago Tribune Live, it wasn't quite a no-hitter by Javier Vasquez, but the White Sox bats have come alive as AJ and the boys have played long ball against the Rangers.
For quality windows, siding and doors,
call 866 for
FBL.
DCO.
Call 866 for Felco.
April showers bring new windows. It's Felco's April Shower of Savings. The more you buy, the more you'll save on energy-efficient Felco windows. And we'll include your bathroom window free.
Hurry before these shower of savings end. Call now.
For quality windows, siding and doors,
call 866
for Felco.
J.D. Power Automotive Ratings. Everybody wants them. We've got them in our new interactive video buying guides, now at vehix.com.
QC Auto Service Centers, serving the Quad City area for over 30 years.
Hi, this is Dan Elias for QC Auto Service Centers. Let's talk brakes. Do you have to stomp on your brakes to stop?
Ensure your family's safety by driving into any one of our 3 QC Auto Service Centers. Our techs will inspect your vehicle's brakes free. We'll install lifetime guaranteed original equipment, brake pads, and shoes.
QC Auto Centers with 3 convenient locations: Bettendorf, Davenport, and Moline, keeping you on the road.
It isn't easy being a close family when you're spread across the country and into Canada. But with Mediacom, it's never a problem. We call as often as we want for just $29.95 a month.
And we get all sorts of extra features too, like caller ID and call waiting.
Put Mediacom to work for you. Discover the advantages of Mediacom Phone today. Unlimited calling in the U.S. and Canada and plenty of other features for just $29.95 a month.
Call 1-800-CABLE TV.
Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Here are some of today's headlines. The Bulls and Heat start their playoff series tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. And be sure to tune in to Comcast Sportsnet after the final whistle for a complete breakdown on Bulls post-game live. The Cardinals beat the Cubs 2-1 at Wrigley Field this afternoon. And up next, we'll talk about the White Sox. Welcome back. This is Chicago Tribune Live. Dan Jiggetts here, along with John Mullen and Paul Sullivan of the Trib and Lou Canellis of CLTV and 190 North. Now, the toughest test for the White Sox comes from their own division, the best in all of baseball, the AL Central. The best team in the division right now is the division-leading Detroit Tigers, and everyone knows that.
It's going to be a battle. You know, they're a good team, and they even got better than they were last year, and it's going to be fun to see what we can do against them.
We faced in Detroit before. We know it's the battle. We know they have a good ball club. I think they'll be ready for us, and we got to go there and play our game. You know, don't change anything. Just continue to play what we think we can play, and we pitch good. We have a chance.
Well, here's the deal. I think that the White Sox winning ways that they've just accomplished here will continue if they get the same kind of pitching. I don't think it really matters who Detroit sends up to that dish if you get that same kind of pitching out of the White Sox.
I mean, they've been built on it. I mean, that's and they're winning. They're 7-7 with a 219 team batting average.
Mm-hmm. This it's like the hitless wonders all over again.
I mean, if you really want, in fact, I did a little research on that very subject.
The hitless wonders.
You're looking at the back of baseball cards. Konerko is 100 points below his average. Brzezinski 80, Dye 60, Creedy 35. Erstad 120 points below, and they're still 7-7.
Yeah.
Now you know they're going to hit eventually. You appreciate the work I did for you?
I really did. It's the old baseball card theory.
I'm carrying you. I cannot do this every week.
I did some research too, John. And my research says, because Ozzie said it, that when things heat up outside, those bats will heat up. And in their 11 games recently, I think the average game temperature was 45 degrees. It's supposed to be a beautiful weekend in Detroit this weekend. Temperatures will be up in the 60s or 70s. They won't have to just depend on pitching. The bats will come through as well.
You're going up against the best pitching staff in the American League.
So we'll see how good that hitting is, right?
Isn't the division becoming fun, though? It's almost like each one of these teams, there's an edge to the rivalry, and whether it's Kansas City, I mean, even they don't need
frankly,
to be good.
I like it a lot better when my guys can run out and put everybody else in the rearview mirror.
But I mean, I think
that's a lot more fun for me.
But it's more fun for you that they're taking the Twins to the shed, or they're taking there's an edge to a lot of these teams, which I'm not sure you find. It's almost like the A or the NFC East with Dallas, New York, Philadelphia type of thing, where there's something. Each one of these teams has some edge to it, which I think is kind of fun.
Well, because you look at you again. Let's talk about matchups. You look at the Twins and what they normally do to the Sox, and then you look at Kansas City and they can't beat anybody until they play the Sox. It is interesting how everything kind of turns around.
Well, you're battle tested to September, but then what's left? I mean, because you've beat up each other in the division, so unless you win the division, you've got no shot at the wild card because you've played the guys in your division more than anyone else you've
Detroit,
played.
They got the wild card last year. I mean, they were. They were leading the division all year and then fell apart at the end.
And the Sox had 90 wins. I mean,
no, it's a great division. Definitely the best.
Speaking of that, too, tonight the Sox are going to send John Danks to the Hill. This kid's been a real nice surprise for everybody.
You got to throw up Maglio. That's just you just got to knock him off his. To me, that's what you got to do right off the bat.
Perch.
Yeah, he's the kid. You got to knock him down. He's been great so far, and I mean, the record doesn't show it, but I think he's been pretty impressive.
Now, is this an example of the media inciting a beanball war? I mean, where have we not get?
Well, it just goes along with the knockdown Dwayne Wade and now knockdown.
Yeah. I tell you, it's angry media.
Come strong or don't come at all.
Remember, Sully was out at the ballpark.
Yeah,
today. He had to sit through that in person, that Cubs debacle.
Yeah, now you were in the stands, or were
yes,
you?
I was in the upper deck, third base side.
Oh, I'm surprised our cameras didn't catch you this time.
No, I was incognito.
He moved around.
He's wearing the hat, the
I
glasses.
had my Unabomber look on, my hoodie.
The Bartman glasses.
Yeah. Hey, Javier Vasquez, so far, really good. What's the deal?
I think it's great that he's getting past the fifth inning without bodily harm compared to last year.
Maybe he's the one guy that you give the money to and he gets better.
You know what? You get $34.5 million. That's security. Now you go out there, you're playing with no pressure because you know you've got. This isn't the NFL where you've got to perform to get that money. He's got $34.5 million coming no matter how badly.
You think that maybe that's what's wrong with Carlos Zambrano?
It could be.
I think it's
having that hanging over his head. I mean, they were like this close to getting there, and then boom, the Tribune sale happens.
Is that still?
No, they're not even talking about that anymore. I mean, that's as far on the back burner as Pryor and Wood at this point.
I mean, does that create, ill will, or is it just on his mind?
I don't know. I'm sure he's saying it's not on his mind, but I don't see how it couldn't, because you can see with every start that your money is going to go down if you keep, at the 7.77 ERA or whatever it is.
In his case, Sully, hasn't he historically always pitched poorly in April?
Yeah.
He's always gotten off to slow starts.
But he says, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. But that doesn't, I mean, if you start out bad and you're out of the pennant race by middle of May, then...
Well, I'll tell you what, with that 7.77 average, hopefully he'll hit the lotto sometime or another.
Well, he's got the stuff, obviously. We know Carlos, he's a great pitcher, and I think he'll come around, but boy...
Again, we'll use the Jim Leland, Dan Plesac theory. The baseball card.
His cards are
turn it over, and that's what you're going to get.
Carlos
There's more baseball coming up after the break. That's right. Forbes magazine is out with its annual list of most valuable franchises. It's no surprise who's on the top, and we'll tell you where the Sox and Cubs come
in. One morning you wake up and there it is, gray hair. And you wonder, will people see me for who I really am? How do you break out of that?
Just for Men stops gray from hiding who you are. Easy with 5-minute Target Gray technology.
Today's a whole new ball game. And then you wonder, why did I ever put up with gray hair?
Let the real you come through. Stay in the game with Just for Men.
Hey Chicagoland, I'm Robin Earl. I've always been part of a winning team as a former Chicago Bear and now with International Profit Associates.
International Profit Associates is the nation's leader in management consulting for small and medium-sized companies. IPA had another winning year and is now hiring appointment setters and inside sales representatives. IPA employees are building careers. The 800 employees at the Northwest Suburban office love working at IPA because of the unlimited income potential.
Call IPA at 800-531-2542. Tell them you're looking for a change.
They're the players you love and the teams you live for. When you want the game, the latest news, or expert analysis on everything happening in Chicago sports, there's only one place to turn. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Quality Tough Shed Sundance Series buildings are now available at the Home Depot. Tough Shed does it all, from helping you design your storage building to installing it where you want. Just call, click, or visit to order your Sundance Series building today. Right now, receive 10% off large Sundance Series buildings. Plus, get 12-month same-as cash financing through May 16th with your Home Depot consumer credit card. Legendary Tough Shed buildings, plus the convenience of the Home Depot.
The Tough Shed Sundance Series, available exclusively at the Home Depot.
Tuesday, it's Game 2 from the UC as Ben Gordon leads the Bulls charge against Dwayne Wade in the Heat in high definition. Coverage starts with Bulls pregame live. Bulls, Heat, Game 2. Tuesday night at 6:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Can you believe that? Bears Hall of Fame linebacker Dick Butkus is suing the Downtown Athletic Club. Butkus filed a lawsuit to ask the club to hand over control of the Butkus Award, which has been given to the top college linebacker since 1985. Dick believes he can do a better job at raising money for his favorite charity. But if Butkus wins, he would probably have to move the award to Illinois. Forbes magazine has come out with its annual estimate of baseball's franchises and their worth. And no surprise here, the Yankees have the highest value at $1.2 billion. They're followed by the Mets, Red Sox, and Dodgers. The Cubs come in fifth at $592 million. The Sox are 15th at $381 million. Lowest value team, the Marlins, at $244 million. And based on the conversations that we've been hearing in regard to the sale of the Cubs, that number sounds pretty low, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think I would think they're second to the Yankees as far as, I mean, when they actually sell the team, I'll bet they get at least $750 million for that.
I'm surprised. Maybe what's our visa limit if we kind of all go in together here? Yeah. Let's make something happen here.
Well, if Jake runs it,
well, no doubt that means we can get the cold drinks.
Yeah.
After that, I don't know where we're going to go. But I think one of the things is the what may be disguised here of the income from broadcasting rights for both television and radio, which probably don't show up on the bottom line like they would with any other club.
They're just talking about the team itself.
Right, and that might be part of what it all is.
Not only that, the valuation of the team is what someone will pay for that team.
Right.
And there are enough die-hard Cub fans who have plenty of money, whether it's through a private equity group or through a syndicate of partners, that will go out and pay whatever it takes to get the franchise. I think that the Cubs they'll sell for upwards of $800 million, maybe even $850 million.
Is it time maybe for the Cubs? Has anyone proposed getting citizens together and we turn the Cubs, not we, but the Cubs turn it like...
No, you were jumping in on this.
Not we. Look at that Visa bill here, the Visa card here somewhere. But, if suddenly, as a proposal, I don't know how you get everybody to mail...
You mean kind of like what they did with the Celtics back in the day?
Everybody shares of the Celtics.
Right, just mail in $1 to me and I'll see that it gets to the Cubs.
Sure, don't do that. Remember Soupy sales.
But no, you have to turn it into like the Packers, and all of a sudden everybody owns a little bit of it.
That was John Mullen.
What did Soupy Sales do? I don't know that one.
I'll tell you during the break. We'll be back in a minute to put a wrap on this edition of Chicago Tribune Live.
Sports news the way you want it, when you want it. The Chicago Tribune. What's in it for you? Call 1-800-TRIBUNE to subscribe.
If ever you're not satisfied with one of our tires,